HMCA versus Navi once more. These two love playing against each other. I don't care what anyone says. They're good friends and they have such a nice competitive environment to work with, because when you play against a team so much and you know players so well, you can start to double bluff, you can start to second guess, and you can start to try and trick people by going against a norm, or sometimes do the predictable, do what they expect you to, because almost the other team's going to be expecting you to go for something that isn't normal. Really excited for this game one to kick off EU week number 4 once more, and it's going to be live fire Strongholds, which we know is very messy at the best of times.
And you know what? I love that narrative, because HMCA are definitely an unpredictable team, and I expect them to do some unpredictable things going in for the challenge right over to top mid. But it looks like 2Foxy was able to predict that movement and send them over to the black screen. Meanwhile, Jimbo able to get his hands on the heat wave and quickly putting it to work.
Yeah, got to put that heat wave to work. It's so important when you do get hold of it that you don't just give it away unnecessarily. As I say that, Overshield has been popped by Foxy. And when the Overshield is on this map, it's such a priority. It's very different to, of course, the Camouflage. Even though Camo can make a big impact and can make big plays, the Overshield, I just feel, gives you that extra little bit of firepower to make a push, especially across to a stronghold, or to actually solidify guaranteeing a stronghold. And not only did Foxy get that Overshield, but now he's got a sniper rifle.
Holding down top tower with the sniper rifle, ends up getting the body shot, going right in for the challenge onto Lunny, but Lunny willing to accept that challenge, winning that individual gunfight. The cleanups are going to come in, and both of these teams really heavily trying to focus on this Bravo side of the map. Lunny going in for a challenge, getting a double kill immediately, but the cleanups are going to come quick, and it looks like Bravo is going to change hands over towards our HMCA roster, who are now holding on to a 2-cap. That's a CB setup going on, and Ramirez still holding the sniper on to top tower.
Now, HMCA really impressed us last week with their second place finish, of course, toppling Na'Vi in those elimination finals. And I think it killed off any questions about this team. Are they serious? Are they here to play? Can they actually still hang with the big boys? Because you got to remember, there's players on this roster that have won championships. Riots, Ramirez, they've been there, they've done that. They know how to actually win these things, and they want to be at the top once more, but it's difficult when Kimbo's doing this.
Lunny going all the way down to one shot, able to get the cleanup kill, and now is stealing away Charlie. So once again, the double cap is in session. 60 points in counting here for HMCA, but the sniper rifle no longer to be in play as it is out of ammo, and Lunny is out of lives, or at least out of health right now. Going over to the black screen, Jimbo now challenging over towards Charlie, going all the way down to one shot, forced to back down, and Overshield is going to come in for the bait and switch. That is Riots coming out with the kill, taking down young Jimbo.
Na'Vi doing well to not allow HMCA to get too far ahead here. It's sometimes difficult when you're on the receiving end of that trip cap to just desperately run towards a stronghold as a single player off spawn. But if you do that, not only are you probably going to be taking a fight, at least a 1v1, if not a 1v2, you give away your position and also give away the spawn of your team. You give away that element of surprise. So Na'Vi have not been doing that. They've been waiting patiently. They've been taking the fights first, waiting for that kill, and then they push into the stronghold. And now they've been rewarded. They've got a double cap of their own. Points are on the board.
Because of that patience, they're now being rewarded with extra points indeed, because now they're going in for the trip cap. I mean, they already had the double cap in. The trip cap is now in session. However, HMCA are starting to out-rotate Na'Vi and going after Charlie still. It takes 2 points to tango, and as of right now, Na'Vi still holding on to a 2-point setup and now have the lead 77 points right now going into the midway point of this game. Jimbo now going to control the net side, going in for the challenge onto Ramirez, ends up taking down the first player and getting some damage onto Lunny as well, coming right off the spawn here into dummies, and Respectful now trying to put pressure on those spawns, but I might have gotten a little too froggy right there. They might have wanted to play his life a little bit better, as 2Fox is going to go down once again. So 2 down go team Na'Vi. HMCA might be able to take advantage of this if they can stay alive themselves.
There certainly are those situations, aren't there, where you run into 2 people and you just wish you'd not made that move. You wish you'd gone a little bit of a different direction or maybe taken a different angle, but hindsight is always a thing that you have to consider, and you have to just accept and do as much damage as you can in that area. Overshield's going to be up once more. Lunny should be in a position to get it. It's going to be actually a little battle here with Kimbo. And I think something that Na'Vi have done very well in those last kind of few minutes we just watched was being able to just hold A and B successfully. It used to be C and B were the priority strongholds, and you'd hold them, you'd have the high ground, you'd trap them in A. You can do something very similar with A and B. You can hold fantastic angles, make it difficult for them to push through pillars or over from Nest Bridge, and it forces them sometimes around to that power-up area, which then if you are consistently spawning at power-up, you are so vulnerable to losing time to the other team, consistently holding those strongholds, and Na'Vi have been trying to force that.
No matter what setup you choose to hold, there's always a power position on the map. You're seeing Respectful very well aware of that. If you're going to control an AB setup, you need to control that sandbag side. You're seeing just that as Respectful now going right in for the challenge. Having Flux in the sights, excellent damage coming in, ends up backing down right into a nade, and Jimbo goes down. The contestant is going to come in, 2 down, go Na'Vi. HMC on a bit of a roll. Now going after Bravo and Alpha at the same time, going for that momentary trip cap, and Flux goes in for the challenge, not able to get that final headshot. Flux goes down.
Really nice temporary trip cap. You really want to take advantage of these trip caps to score as much points as possible, of course, but at some point you have to give up either A or C. You don't want to be taking too many fights and giving the other team a player advantage, because then they'll naturally transition to B or A comfortably, and then you will just be giving away those points that you could have been accumulating. But this one is a really tight affair. This is what we want to see in Europe. 2 of our top 3 teams who both want to be that #1 realistically, but it's so difficult with how well Ascend have been playing week after week, so instead they're competing for this #2 spot.
I'm loving the way HMCA is playing right now. They're clawing their way back into it every single time they do. Na'Vi seem to answer back, but finally we might end up seeing a lead change here. As I said, that Bravo is being taken, so Lunny and Riot's gonna work a little 1-2 combo on their way to Charlie, gonna try to out-rotate the team going for Bravo, making sure the tower is clear before committing to this cap, but little did they know Respectful was over towards the Nest side. Easy damage coming in, but Charlie is gonna be taken here, so a double cap once again, but it's really hard to hold an AC setup. They're gonna have to translate over to that B side, which HMCA are doing just that.
Glad we're on Lunny's point of view right now as well. He's such an annoying player to play against, and I mean that in the nicest of ways. Notice how he was just hovering around C. He was waiting just in case anyone was going to try and take it individually. He's always a player who's got a Mangler, a Heatwave, Dynamos. Like, he knows the weapons that he needs on the map to give him that extra little bit of an advantage, dropping weapons to get that extra second with the BR shot. He's got it all. Fundamentally, Lunny is such a fantastic player and is someone you need on your team. So I've been impressed with how he's adapted to Halo Infinite. But at the moment, Na'Vi's still scoring. HMCA just not quite able to break that setup right now, but maybe he can kick off here with Flux.
Lunny, the newest member of the squad and currently leading in slays, but it looks like Flux and Lunny are going to go down back-to-back deaths, going in favor of Team Na'Vi. Riot's one of the final players alive, going in for the challenge on the 2 Foxy. All 4 members go down for HMCA. You already know Na'Vi are so objective efficient. They hop immediately onto B and holding onto a CB setup. Meanwhile, Flux getting a hold of that Mangler, maybe he can utilize to get a close range engagement, end up getting a quick, easy kill or 2, taking down Respectful quickly. Now going in for the challenge on the Jimbo, but catches the heat wave. Jimbo ends up getting the double kill. Luckily, Flux cleans him up, steals away that heat wave, but are not putting 2 caps on the board. They have not been putting points for quite some time, and Na'Vi are just eating right now.
Yeah, this is the biggest gap we've seen in this game so far, but we know Strongholds, it can very easily be turned around. We've not seen much of Jimbo's POV, and you can see just by the amount of kills he's been able to get, he's been in such important positions for his team. He's always been in there to clean up anything that is a one-shot. You know full well he's listening to those communications, he's making sure he's taking those angles, and it's always important you've got someone on the team who is doing just that, and Jimbo now defending A. Oh, unfortunately gets taken down by Ramirez. That's a big kill for Rami. Otherwise, that could have been curtains potentially for HMCA. Na'Vi could have taken a really big lead.
And now Ramirez taking the angle over towards top mid, but ends up getting shot in the back. It's going to be 2 Foxy getting right behind enemy lines. What a beautiful flank by him to put Ramirez down. Meanwhile, off the screen, Respectful is now overextending over towards Charlie, but has Flux in his sights. The challenge comes in, ends up jumping a bit too early. Fluxy with his feet planted, gets him a little straight. Easy kill for him. And then going in for the challenge right onto Kimbo. Flux really feeling himself. I mean, the slays are coming in. And speaking of slays, Lunny putting 22 on the board as well. So Team HMCA are doing good in the slays department, but now it's time to convert that into some good objective time.
Both these teams are playing this game very similar as well right now. You notice how they will have C and B, and one player, rather than going towards B and helping the team push onto A, they instead go back to defend. But Jimbo, once more, with another double, he just continues to be a thorn in the side of HMCA.
And that's what you want of a player like Jimbo. I mean, Jimbo's little job is to slay, and make things as hard as possible for the enemy team, and he's doing just that, really keeping his team in it, having 23 kills of his own after glancing the headshot in onto Ramirez, going in for the no-scope, ends up getting the melee, and the assist is just as good as the kill when it comes to competitive Halo. Jimbo staying alive over toward the pillars. That's going to help them steal away Bravo. However, Charlie is going into the hands of HMCA. Jimbo now going for a flank, the most important player on the map, goes in for the mind the gap, but Lunny refuses to go down.
Lunny thanking the Lords the barricade was there, that he stays on the map. That could have been a huge play from Jimbo, just not able to get the elevation from the repulsor, and he gives away the sniper rifle into the hands of Lunny, and maybe this could be the start of HMCA trying to take control back of this game. They've managed to close this gap significantly. It was, what, 50-point difference? Now it's only 5 or 6, so Na'Vi, they're allowing this one to slip through their fingers ever so slightly. Remember, it's first to 250, so still a short way to go yet. But HMCA will be glad they've at least pulled this back.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I felt like HMCA were always in it. They kept clawing their way back into it, but Na'Vi kept answering back. Even just then, good points being put on the board for HMCA. What does Na'Vi do? They steal away a momentary trip cap, but here comes HMCA once again stealing the double cap, but Jimbo ends up getting the easy slide. That's going to be easy cleanup, forcing that player to back down over towards bottom. Mid is Flux, and that's going to allow Jimbo the timing that he needs to steal away Alpha. So an AB setup being held once again. If they can win one more round of slays, that will look really good for Na'Vi, but easier said than done with Ramirez off a screen, taking down 2 Foxy. Kimbo going in for the challenge. Jimbo now has that sandbag control that we're talking about so much. Another big kill onto Nest. Na'Vi have the numbers, and the points are looking heavily in favor of them. HMCA need to make something happen.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for HMCA. Off spawn, 3 players went 3 different directions, and Na'Vi were just able to clean them up. First was Riot, then was Lunny, then was Rami, and now this gives them one final push off this spawn to try and stop Na'Vi from taking this game. They have got someone into A, and with that double kill from Kimbo, though, it's probably going to be flipped A for C. But look, B is being taken as well, so HMCA still in this one right now.
Kimbo stealing away Charlie. As you said, the double cap is still in favor of HMCA, putting some good points on the board. Fighting for top, making sure as Na'Vi, they know exactly how important it is. Jimbo getting the initial kill onto Ramirez. It looks like Kimbo's trying to take advantage of it, ends up going down to 1 shot, forced to play his life. 8 seconds until that overshield comes up. So it looks like Na'Vi have afforded themselves a little bit of a lead and a little bit of a timing loss that they can go after this overshield and then utilize it to get the advantages onto the enemy team. Alpha goes in the hands of Na'Vi. Kimbo starting to up the tempo, ends up finding a play over towards top mid. That's going to be the sniper, ends up getting the back smack and the assist as well. And now Na'Vi are stealing away Bravo as we speak. One more line of defense. Not for long. Killing spree being earned by Kimbo, and so is B.
That's going to be one last quick push. At least A off spawn is going to be taken, so they can slightly delay the points being scored by Na'Vi right now. But Kimbo getting that overshield was massive. It was risky, that's for sure, but they were hoping that that overshield would be enough for them to get that stronghold, win the game. But what HMCA have been quite fortunate with is their spawns onto A and the contesting over at C, and now they're only 8 points from winning this game.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Kimbo at the moment. Easily taking down A and holding down that top mid angle here, but Lunny, flank comes in. Where did Lunny come from? 2 down go Na'Vi, and HMCA might be able to steal away the game. Dan, HMCA just stole away game number 1. What a flank. What a flank by Lunny to secure A. If it wasn't for that, they would have easily been able to steal A onto the Na'Vi side of things. But Lunny getting that kill, getting that reset right as time was winding down. Big win coming out of HMCA.
What do they say? Lunny is just one of those players who just seems to come out of nowhere. When you think you're safe, he's lurking in the background like Scream with a dagger. And he does stab you. He hits hard. It's so difficult when you go up against a player like Lunny. And this whole HMCA roster, actually, they're quite unpredictable. All 4 of them are capable of being that kind of flanker, going down bottom middle, trying to get behind you, sneaking into a stronghold, waiting at the back of a stronghold just to bait you in. And despite a fantastic performance from Jimbo on the Na'Vi side, we saw Lunny match him for slays. And in general, I mean, Flux was also there with his performance. Look at that, 17 assists from Flux. I'd love to see the damage statistics. I do feel like Flux must have been emitting quite a hefty amount. But HMCA will be delighted with that victory. There we go, 6.7k for Flux, but 8,000 for Lunny, the most in the game. HMCA, they are here to play, and what a statement it would be here if they could beat Na'Vi in the winners bracket semis and guarantee themselves top 3 again for a second consecutive week, and just, you know, send Na'Vi down into that lower bracket. We've always said Na'Vi is such an amazing winners bracket team, and they've not been performing in those elimination finals. Well, send them down to the lower bracket a little bit earlier and see how they fare against some of those other teams. But what a performance it was in game 1 for HMCA.
And specifically Lunny at that, like you said, going toe-to-toe with Jimbo as far as the slays, when all eyes seemingly on Lunny. I mean, this squad with 3/4 they got top 32 at Raleigh, which is not bad at all, with Clonely as their 4th. Lunny comes in as the only replacement on this squad, and they are not looking like a top 32 team. Dare I say, they're looking like a top 12 or even a top 8 against the world right now. That is how good HMCA are playing, especially against the likes of Team Na'Vi, who usually hold on to a lead and able to hold it on to the very end. They're a very fundamental based team, but HMCA throwing them off with that timing, getting the slays when it matters most, being objective, efficient, and stealing away strongholds. Now we're going into Slayer. If you can beat a squad like Na'Vi in Slayer and strongholds back to back, I'll believe that you're a real contender to maybe go at Ascend. We're gonna see if HMCA can do just that.
And this is a really good game type for HMCA as well. We saw them win it last week in winners bracket when they did face up against them previously. So they know they've got what it takes to actually win here on Recharge Slayer. And you speak about, you know, the fact they got top 32 in Rally and then they made that change. And it was a huge change. No disrespect to Clonely. I do still think he's a fantastic player, but it was his first LAN event. He didn't necessarily find his footing straight away. And unfortunately, when you're playing with players like this who want to be number 1, like, it doesn't matter if you're playing in North America and Europe, these guys, they want to be at the very tip top. They don't want to be a top 32 team. They felt like that change was necessary. Lunny comes in and you can already see the difference it's made. Just his slaying power, his presence has been so good for this roster. I do hope they get picked up by an org so I don't have to call them HMCA anymore. I should have put that out there. These whole like acronyms for team names are starting to pee me off a little bit, but I tell you what, if they're going to be finishing top 2 every week, I'll gladly say HMCA, because consistency is key here in Europe. If anyone can start to match the rosters of Na'Vi and Ascend, they deserve to be screamed and shouted about. So a really good start for them, but they have to build from here. They can't allow themselves to lose this Slayer and then go into game 3, because you know, we know what Na'Vi are like, right? As soon as Na'Vi get a little bit annoyed, as soon as you poke that beast a little bit, they do come back into things and they do show themselves as a completely different squad.
Yeah, and even though Na'Vi might have lost the same exact game type and map going into last week, I still feel like they're a very strong Slayer squad. I think their ability to slow the pace of the game down on a dime is really important. So when you're going against a team like HMCA that want to knock you off balance as far as the timing, and which they can do when there's an objective kind of distracting you from going in for the slays and for the objective as well, going into Slayer, I feel like Na'Vi at that point, all they need to do is get into their setup, fall into place and get the slays, and then focus on controlling the spawns from there, which is what Na'Vi really do best. So I would not be surprised if Na'Vi come out on top in this game number 2 and force that game 3, because Dan, I know you said if you're HMCA you don't want to see a game 3, but as a caster, I know you want to see a game 3. You're right there with me.
Oh, of course, yeah, we all want to see the game 3, of course. I mean, how many 2-0s have we had in the history of Halo, and we just go through a bracket with a higher seed wins and wins. But I mean, technically, yeah, HMCA are the higher seed, but I still think this would naturally be a little bit of an upset because of the amount of time that Na'Vi have been a roster. But we're straight into it, and the early slays are going in favor of HMCA. Just a reminder, HMCA did win this last week against Na'Vi, but it was 50-48. It was so close. Lunny stacked up 21 kills with over 5.5k damage. He was on a tear, and it looks like that's carrying on right now. 6-0 to start things off here.
He was on a tear. They are on a tear right now. Lunny actually having the camouflage and the shock rifle in hand, ends up getting the perfect headshot right onto Jimbo's dome. This is a 7-1 run going in favor of HMCA. And excuse me, because I said Na'Vi might have the advantage in this one. I was clearly mistaken. HMCA are on a run as the nade not going to connect, but luckily Riot's coming in for the cleanup kill. HMCA, a fastball ends up getting pitched onto the kill feed. Riot's actually getting the direct damage with a grenade. No, this is crazy, Dan. This is crazy.
How hard do Spartans throw grenades for it to actually kill someone? That's what worries me. Maybe Riot throws out a little extra bit harder. Now we have been able to get a few kills on the board to at least make this look slightly closer, but still 13-5 I mean, this has been such a fast-paced start for HMCA. If you've got a starting strategy that allows you to get all 4 dead plus the camouflage, then you are going to be laughing. It gives you so much map control. It also puts so much pressure on the opposition team. Look at Na'Vi right now. Their backs are against the wall. Jimbo getting rushed by 3 players of HMCA. They are swarming.
The communication and dedication for HMCA to actually hop onto every call out is quite impressive and beautiful to watch right now. A 17-6 run going in favor of the boys in red. Lunny going in for the challenge onto Whirlpool, but smartly going to back down. He doesn't want to take any individual gunfights that he doesn't need to. At this point, they're just going to keep counting on that teamwork to get the slays that they need. Mangler in the back pocket of Lunny. Cross map shots onto 2 Foxys in the middle of the map, putting damage onto multiple players. But finally, Lunny going to be taken down. The damage still has been done. Look at the scoreboard.
This scoreboard is worrying for Na'Vi fans. I mean, we've seen them drop down to the lower bracket before, but to do so against HMCA in the winners bracket semis would be a little bit of an annoyance for them. And they still have time. It's not like they can't get back into this game. It's not completely out of sight just yet. 11 kills, though, is a significant difference. You'd imagine at the top level of Halo, you shouldn't throw away a lead this big, but it does happen. It's all about momentum swings. It's about those power-ups and, of course, about power weapons as well. The sword can make a huge difference if you play it correctly. But naturally, HMCA now can slow this one down and just play one side of the map, Tony. And that's going to really force Na'Vi to have to push out of certain areas, maybe push into some of these gaps where they'll be vulnerable to grenades. HMCA can make it very difficult for the boys in yellow and black.
That they can, but you know what? When things slow down, I feel like Na'Vi are at their most comfortable, especially with that sword play. And then Jimbo finally putting his first kill on the board, utilizing that commando. Going right in for the challenge. That's going to be a double kill. So the first 2 kills on the board for Jimbo are fancy at that. And Na'Vi are not going to give up just yet. They're not even at the halfway point in this game. There is still time. Respectful coming in for the sword. Going to barely miss that slash. And Zad, the sword is going to change hands onto Flux.
It's exactly what you don't want to happen. You don't want to give that sword away. Flux has to die here if you are Na'Vi. He's got to be called out. You've got to prioritize. They do. Can't allow him to get away with the sword and then HMCA set up. But I think you're completely right. Na'Vi are better when the game is slightly slower pace. So maybe for HMCA, you don't set up. You don't slow this one down. Instead, you keep the pressure up that you've been applying right from the very get-go of this game. Again, it's not easy to always keep that kind of pressure and that kind of pace because you can find yourselves off spawn being taken down 1 by 1. But what was once an 11 kill gap is now only a 6 kill gap. So Na'Vi doing the right thing, getting back into this one. We've seen some big double kills coming out of Jimbo and also nice necessarily slays coming out from Kimbo as well.
Love to see the comeback coming in out of Na'Vi. And there's any player that can get their team into it, it's gonna be Jimbo. His comms are very clear and concise, and this man could slay with the best of them, especially when he has the sword in his back pocket. However, ends up losing the first shot onto Lunny. Not gonna matter because he's gonna repulse him off the map for the killing spree. Jimbo losing first shot, but being as creative as possible to get the win on that one. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are tied up. Never mind that the lead has been changed onto Na'Vi.
11 kills just thrown away, and you've got to take your hats off to Na'Vi with how they performed there. They could have really struggled, and they could have had their backs against the wall, turtled up, but I think maybe HMCA offered them a ticket back into the game by slowing the pace down. Perhaps Na'Vi even forced that pace to slow down by saying, look guys, we're giving away unnecessary deaths. Let's not push out. Let's wait and control. Let's see what our options are. Let's assess the situation, and that's going to be down to 2Foxy, the IGL of Na'Vi. He's so good at reading the game, and on this occasion, he's got it absolutely right.
Dan, I kid you not. Jimbo was 0-5 with 3 assists. In the short span, I mean, we're going into the halfway point. I mean, there was 23 kills being on the board for HMCA. Jimbo has now turned it completely around, 7-6 with 8 assists right now, and it looks like Na'Vi are on a run. Meanwhile, Respectful now going to stay alive over towards the long haul side, and the flank's going to come in. If you have that sword, you have to get to close range. Going in for the gold stairs, ends up getting the first kill. The second one is going to have to be naded out, but the teamwork is coming in out of Na'Vi. As I say that, 3 do go down, so HMCA might be able to take advantage of the numbers. We have a 3-kill lead in favor of Na'Vi, but momentum has been swung onto HMCA.
Goes for the grapple. Oh, the repulsor defeats the grapple on that occasion, and Respectful will fall. 2 swords are on the map right now. I saw that Ramirez had a sword of his own. 35-35. HMCA are not going to just roll over and show their belly despite the amazing comeback from Na'Vi. And Rami demonstrating his in-game leader needs. You've got to have your IGL step up, and Rami's doing that just now.
That he is, sword in hands, going all the way down to one shot. Now going to try to stay alive over towards back gold. Meanwhile, Jimbo's actually right around the corner. The shots are going to come in, putting Ramirez down to one shot. But luckily, Ramirez utilized the utility, that grapple, to get out of that disadvantageous position. Still taking some damage, but Ramirez now going to keep his life and the sword as well. This sword is going to be the difference maker into this game, as it's only 2 kills, and the 40-point mark has been reached here for HMCA.
When the game naturally is just going to slow down, as both teams realize they are not far away from reaching that 50-point mark. So we're going to see people over towards Attic if you're Na'Vi. However, HMCA are just going to try and control the elevator side. HMCA, they managed to actually control so much of this map for so long in this game. Whether it be Attic, whether it be elevator, they've always prioritized the right areas at the right time. And with a 2-kill lead, if they can carry on with that control, it's going to be difficult for Na'Vi to get back in.
Ramirez still having that sword, patrolling Whirlpool, but ends up getting caught, and the melee's going to come in. Kimbo ends up taking him down. Luckily, this cleanup kill is going to come in from Flux, and I believe Lunny might have been able to get away with that sword and the shock rifle in the hands of Riots over the top gold. So things still looking good for HMCA. They're 6 kills away from taking game number 2 and the series. Shots are starting to fly. Sword still in the hands of Lunny, patrolling over the bottom side of the map. He has been spotted here, so he needs to be careful. He cannot die with the sword in hands.
Lunny with the sword, Riot with the shock rifle, and everyone else with a battle rifle as well to work with. HMCA 3 kills away, Na'Vi need 9. If HMCA keep up this pressure, not allowing Na'Vi to really push anywhere without being shot and drilled, then they will be progressing to our winners bracket finals, and they will be top 3 once more, 48-43. HMCA, are they going to do it again here against Na'Vi?
It looks like it might be possible. Jimbo throwing the denial nades, trying to stop them from pushing over towards control. Meanwhile, Respectful getting some hit markers as well. Camouflage in the hands of Respectful. He needs to get a flank and needs to put at least 2 or 3 kills on the board without going down. Tough task here for Respectful. Shock rifle still in the hands of HMCA. Respectful now going to make his way over towards bottom gold. He saw 2 players gravitating over towards long haul. He needs to make something happen here, Dan. The shots come in. The first one's going to go down. Ends up getting the double kill, but Flux comes in for the cleanup, and now they're just 1 kill away from taking this game. Flux now going in for the challenge. Assist going to come in, and that's going to be it. HMCA have knocked Na'Vi down to the elimination bracket.
HMCA get one up against Na'Vi once more, and they find themselves in that winners bracket final into top 3. Someone sign this team, because they are here to play now. I had my doubts in the early weeks about them, and a few changes here or there, and then Casey Luddy comes in, of course, instead of Clonely, but they look like a completely different squad, a well-practiced squad that are out for blood. Like, they mean business now, and I think they will be relishing the opportunity of facing Ascend in that winners bracket finals if Ascend get there. At the moment, Ascend are 1-0 up against Quadrant, just as a reminder, in the other semi-final. Flux with 17 kills, plenty of assists across the board, Rami picking up 10. Some of the sword play from Ramirez was very important. I think Na'Vi will be a little bit deflated after that one. Again, best of 3s, anything can happen, and they will be hoping to take on HMCA in a best of 5, but they did also lose a best of 5 to them last week. So HMCA will retain that number 2 seed that they were able to get from last week. Very impressed with how they've transitioned from one week to another. It's so easy to, finish top 2 and then drop off to top 4. We've seen the lads do it, we've seen Quadrant do it, but HMCA looking to try and make it 2 weeks back to back.
That they are, ladies and gentlemen at home. If you have not invested in HMCA, go and do it right now, because it's going to pay dividends. These boys are the real deal. Ramirez is back. I remember 2016 EMEA Halo World Champion, top 12 in the world that year as well. Lunny, the 7-year veteran. This is an accomplished roster, and it may have took them some time to kind of get the pacing, get the timing down for Halo Infinite, but man, are they looking good. This squad is looking poised to make the grand finals 2 weeks in a row. Taking down Na'Vi is a big win. They're going into the winners bracket finals, and we're going to see who comes out on top, as I believe Ascend have just 2-0'd Quadrant, so we might actually know what our winners finals is already.
Yes, we do. Ascend versus HMCA is going to be our winners bracket final, but maybe it's going to be that curse of the winners final. Last 2 weeks, the team that's got to the winners final, which has been Na'Vi, has dropped to the lower bracket and then gone out in 3rd position. So HMCA will be trying to stop that one, as Lottie and Scherzi, of course, were watching this one from the wings. And I tell you what, I can't believe what we've seen, because HMCA have demonstrated once more that they are on the rise, and Na'Vi just can't seem to touch them.
No, I think they're more than on the right track at the moment. And I think the biggest takeaway for me was that first stronghold, because that was the part I was a little bit worried about for HMCA. I thought maybe, okay, they could extend it to, if they were going to win it, it'd be 2-1. But the fact that they were able to win that first map was everything. And the way that they did it, the fashion that they did it was so good. And yes, having a lot of scores going the same way via players does aid in keeping it very, very close in terms of the score. But I got to say, something that I've picked up on, Jersey, about HMCA is that they have aggression, right? But it's like controlled aggression. It's controlled, it's smart. The decisions they're making, they're not just all over the place going for every single kill. They're being aggressive. They're applying the pressure, but it is in an environment that they're comfortable with. You know, the flank from Lunny at the end there, you know, it's risky, but my goodness, did it pay off? What did you make of HMCA?
Well, all of those things that you describe is exactly what they've started to do. And now the really big thing that they're starting to show is consistency. You do it week 1 week, it's okay, we're paying attention. But week 2, back to back, they're taking down Na'Vi. Okay, now I'm sitting up, now I'm paying attention. Perhaps you are this top 2, top 3 team. And from what I can see, this team needs to be signed by somebody like Dan says. I'm sick of saying HMCA, but also on the other side of things, predictions. Didn't everybody say 2-1 Na'Vi? What's happened there?
This is true. This is true. Hey, hey, look, it's difficult because Na'Vi have been consistently good. You know, they've really kind of brought it to Ascend many a times. I think it's hard to go against a team like Na'Vi, especially with the players that you have on it, the caliber of this team. But, you know, look, you can have an incredible team and a lineup that have, you know, previously done very, very well and individually. But HMCA seem to be clicking. They are clicking on all fronts. I have one question, though, something that I noticed in that game. I did not realize that we were playing almost like a rock, paper, scissors thing. I did not realize Repulsor kills grapple. Wow. I haven't seen that before. So that was a shock to me. My goodness. Let's take a quick look though at the brackets just to see where we are at. Now you can see our winners finals, our upper finals, Ascend versus HMCA. What an incredible accomplishment so far for HMCA. Really, things are starting to heat up for this team. They're not slowing down, but I'm really excited to see this rematch of our grand finals last week and see really what HMCA brought away from that and took out of that matchup, because I think that's the kind of thing we said going into it was, you know, it might not be the best day to go up against Ascend right now. They're probably not too prepared, but hopefully they'll learn from it. We also have our Elimination Bracket, which is basically the school of the Pro Series. It's where you learn from your mistakes and hopefully bounce back up again. We have Na'Vi and Quadrant in the Elimination Round 11 there, waiting to see who's going to be dropping down. Now, I got to ask, because, you know, we kind of brought it up very, very quickly there about learning from that Ascend Grand Final. And Tony, what do you reckon the HMCA boys took away from the Grand Final last week and can really bring into this winners finals?
Well, I mean, you gotta slow down Ascend. I mean, that's one thing that Navi's been able to do, is to change the pace of the game. And when you saw them in the winners finals, you know, back-to-back weeks, that's exactly what Navi were able to do. They utilized their fundamentals and how polished they are to get into their setups and slow down the push of Ascend. But you got to get used to that time, because Ascend are going to fly at you. They're going to get aggressive. And once you give them that one advantage in numbers and force a 4v3 or even a 3v2, that's when they're going to make you pay. Whenever it's a 4v4 situation, slow things down. Do not be the first player to go down, because once you do, they're going to take advantage. And by the way, Shurzy, I know that was a shot to me because I did have Na'Vi going 2-1. Excuse me for going for the team that was 3/4 of that Fab B roster, again having the highest placing in Halo history coming out of the EU. Excuse me, Shurzy.
Apologies.
Yeah, I was going to say no one else made a prediction, so I knew full well it was a shot at Tony. But you know, Shurzy likes to mask it. It's fine.
You also said 2-1 to
So, I said I agreed with Tony, and I gotta say, Tony, I had you back there, hun. I said, look, when you're looking at these players and the caliber, I got you, Tony.
One thing I will say about Na'Vi is, you know, and I'm not going to make excuses for them, but it is best of 3, and Na'Vi are a LAN team. I'm not saying that you have that excuse that you don't perform online, and HMCA deserve all of the praise for that performance, because it doesn't matter if it was online or LAN. They played amazing in that series, but I do feel like Na'Vi, across these weeks, it's been a question for me of their determination and their passion for these online cups. Whereas I think when we get to LAN, they're a completely different beast. They want it a lot more. They kind of know that they are a top 3, top 2 team here in Europe. But when in the online cups, they're like, oh, well, maybe it's not going to matter as much as the LAN performances, so they kind of save themselves back. I wish they wouldn't. I wish that we would get to see Na'Vi at their very best every week, but you know, sometimes that naturally happens. That's just the competitive drive within us as humans, being a little bit different when you're in a LAN environment than to an online environment. And we've seen that always in Halo history, that some teams are just a little bit better when it comes to in-person events. But hats off to HMCA. I'm delighted that they've shown some consistency now, and they really, as a four, are looking so strong. Na'Vi, though, I know full well they'll bounce back in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I was about to say, look, we all have our preferences, and I totally agree with you there, Gaskin. But I'm sure they prefer to be rebounding right back up again through that elimination bracket. We will find out exactly how their journey goes, though. We're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we have our winners finals. We have HMCA versus Ascend. You'll find out the result right after this short break.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured. The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS European Pro Series. We're into week 4 right now, and just before the break, if you missed the action, we just saw a very hot HMCA take down Na'Vi 2-0. You are hearing correctly. They bumped Na'Vi down into the elimination bracket, and in quite the fashion as well, taking strongholds pretty close, but being able to control that aggressive nature of HMCA. A Lunny flank secured them victory in the first match, and then the Slayer recharge, the one that we have seen previously before against Na'Vi. They felt very, very confident on this one, and they managed to actually steal a pretty decent lead right at the beginning. Slowing the pace down though, Na'Vi managed to make a pretty decent comeback, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, and HMCA, they reigned supreme in that recharge Slayer, and I think that's going to be a favorite for them going forward. They've won on that quite a few times now, and I think they'll look to perfect that even more so, but we are actually not in the winners final, as I said before the break. We will be seeing that very shortly. But first, we're actually going to take a little dip in the elimination bracket, and we're going to be actually watching Quadrant versus Who Knows. And that's not me asking who, like, what we're doing. That is the team name, Who Knows. But
just another rubbish team name in Europe that I'm just going to point out. It just seems like everyone's lost their creativity over the years. God damn it.
It really is, Gaskin. I couldn't agree more with you, man. Like, I don't like that team name. However, you know, who knows what they were thinking. Quadrant, no, I want to highlight because, you know, this team, I think, has a lot of potential. They have been making waves throughout the entirety of the Pro Series in the beginning of the season, but can't quite get over that barrier. They can't quite get into that top 2 spot currently. Gaskin, what do you make of Quadrant overall and the composition of this team?
Right, Quadrant. I mean, me and them, we've had to have words, because last week I said, you know, they need to get practicing. They need to scrim more. And SLG quite rightly came and had a word with me, and he was like, I just want to address something. And I was like, whoa, okay, SLG, don't get too feisty. I know what you're like. And he said, you know, we've been scrimming well. They've been winning scrims, and quite rightly they have. Statistically, they've been beating teams 10-1, 12-1, 11-9, whatever. It don't matter. But they've been winning those scrims. They've been winning in other tournaments, but they just haven't been able to find the success here in the HCS tournaments. And they've been choking a little bit, and they admit that themselves. But there's nothing fundamentally wrong with the team, because they've been playing the game and performing well when they're not competing. Just when it's in that competitive environment, something seems to fall apart for them. I think the victory that they found earlier in the winners bracket against the lads suggested that maybe they're back in their best form. Of course, they dropped to the lower bracket because they play Ascend, but, you know, Bob's your uncle, that always seems to happen. Now they just need to carry on that form. They can't allow themselves to slip into a top 6 position, which is what we've seen them do in the previous weeks. And by beating Who Knows here, that will put them back up to top 4. So that's at least going to be improvement from last week and gets themselves back on track. Like, we know that Quadrant realistically can be a top 2 team. We saw that happen prior to Rally. They were always in that grand final. We were wondering if anyone was going to catch them up. I think the problem for them is they played so many teams and they scrimmed against so many teams is others realized how they started to play, and they found ways to counter them. So now you've just got to find another way to counter the counter. It's difficult, but that's just how Halo works.
Got to counter the counter the counter. Yeah, it just over and over again. You have to come up with fresh new things to keep people guessing. And to be honest, if I had to guess right now, I think Quadrant, like you said, are in a really, really good spot, Gaskin. I think at this point in time, I think if they can beat Who Knows, they will bump up into that top 4 position. But for me, it's really trying to get over that hurdle. You know, get back into the position that they were in right at the start of the season, get back into that top 2, and start to really dive into the realms of getting that crown from Ascend. Now, they have a little bit of a ways to go here, but Shozi, what do you think it is about Quadrant at this point in time? Is it something to do with their objective work? Because last week we saw them face HMCA, and that Aquarius CTF game was 5-1, and HMCA were running all over them objective-wise. What's going on there, do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Dan mentions that they've scrimmed against HMCA. I think I've seen the results were 11-1 or 11-2 or something along them lines. Then they come into a best of 3, and they're lamenting the format, saying it's the issue with the best of 3 format that we're going out. But the problem is, you scrim and you practice and you play in these other smaller cups to bring all that form and all those things that you've learned into the HCS. This is where it matters. And what's happening is you're coming unstuck. You're not losing 2-1 and it's a Slayer that you're going down. Like you say, it's a 5-1 Aquarius CTF where HMCA run right through you. So to say that there's nothing fundamentally wrong is an understatement, I think. I think we have to start to look at something in the team isn't right when it comes to game day and they need to adjust things. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make a team change, but mentally something has to change for this team to get back right on track. And like Dan says, they have the potential to be a top 2 team. We've seen it before, so get back to winning ways as quick as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also when it comes to the composition of Quadrant, we kind of spoke a little bit about it last week and about kind of the roles that you have on a team and the fact that SLG has had to kind of shift a couple times, and we've seen him kind of sit back a little bit when it comes to slaying and try and control the roster and what they really want to do on the maps. And then I think in some of the weeks we've kind of seen a switch up where he's been a main slayer and he's been back to his kind of old ways, but hasn't seen the same results as a team. Where do you see them standing right now, Tony? In an ideal world, where do you see this Quadrant roster in terms of their composition, in terms of their roles?
I think Quadrant is still in a really good place coming off of last week, and I know they got top 6, and obviously this is a squad that's made it to grand finals multiple times. But just to add a little bit of context, they got 2-0 by Ascent. So does everybody else. They've dropped into the lower bracket, ended up running into a red hot HMCA, who so far this week have showed that they're the real deals. They're actually the team that got second place. So those are 2 squads that they ended up running into a little bit earlier than expected. Losing to them is not the worst thing in the world. They ran into Na'Vi, I think, 4 times in 3 weeks, and almost every time they run into Na'Vi, they seem to win that engagement. And I feel like if I had to put this team up against say the Lads or Mocket, I would put Quadrant still above them right now. So just to add some context, again, they got top 6. But they lost to the 2 teams that participated in the grand finals. That's not the worst thing in the world to me, especially with how hot HMCA were playing. I think Quadrant, they got to put it together. Like they said, they're doing it in the scrims. They're doing it into other tournaments. So I have no reason not to believe they can't do it today. However, seeing is believing.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think, previously Quadrant already have actually knocked down the Lads into the elimination bracket. I think it was 2-1 today. I just think the big question right now is, Gaskin, based on how they play today and just visually seeing them against who knows right now, is that going to tell you what you need to know about Quadrant and the state of which their gameplay is at for this particular Pro Series and how well that they're going to do?
I want to see them do better in best of 3s. We haven't got to see them in a best of 5 in a couple of weeks now because they've not reached that point in the tournament, unfortunately. And sure, they might be a lot better when it comes to best of 5s, but you can only play the format that's in front of you. Whether I agree with it being best of 3s rather than best of 5s, that's a different question. I'd love to see more best of 5s. I'm sure all the players would love to, but you're playing best of 3s. So you had so much success in those best of 3s prior to Rally. You were seeing 2-0s for Quadrant. They were slapping everyone around the shop, but now something is not working. So the first thing you have to get better at is those best of 3s. Then you can worry about the best of 5s a little bit later in those results, because otherwise the best of 3s are naturally going to put you in a position where you're finishing top 6 and people are saying, well, something must be wrong because this was a top 2 team, even though we know full well they're not. They're not a top 6 team. But yes, okay, Europe's really competitive right now, and I love that it is so interchangeable in the kind of top 4 to top 8 area. Quadrant don't want to be one of those teams that's changing week in, week out. They want to solidify themselves once more right at the top, because you've got players on this squad that are absolutely dominant and have shown so much success in previous iterations of Halo, and of course in the early stages here of Halo Infinite.
I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to find out exactly how Quadrant do in just a moment. I'm going to hand it over to the wonderful duo of Sherzi and Gaskin. Take it away, fellas.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, losers round 4. We've got Quadrant up against who knows. Could be a little bit of a banana skin here if Quadrant don't take this one seriously.
Yeah, it could be. I think that, we've already witnessed that throughout the early results that have happened today in Pro Series. There are these open teams that do break through and are already being difficult, but I know who knows. They were previously an open team, now have solidified themselves as a pro team after the performance last week. They were able to get that top 6 placement, and it would be another top 6 placement here if they lose today. Is that the barrier? That's going to be my real question, because we are starting to see a couple of barriers here or there for some teams with how the bracket plays out and just getting yourself into top 8 or getting yourself into top 6. When you look at the teams that who knows have outplaced this week and last week, I'm starting to question, would they have lost to that team if they had matched in the bracket? And that's always been a problem with Halo and any esport in general, is that sometimes brackets can favor certain teams. And I'm not saying that about who knows in this particular occasion. We've not seen them actually play today, so they may be playing absolutely out of their mind. But I know full well there are some teams who would be looking at that side of the bracket and going, oh, I wish I'd been able to play against that team, or oh, I wish I'd been able to face that team for top 8, for top 12, or whatever. Fact of the matter is, they are here now, and they have the chance to break that barrier and get into top 4 against a Quadrant roster who are out for revenge. This Quadrant roster will not want to finish in top 6 again, Richie. They don't want the questions to be asked about them. They don't want us as casters saying, well, is there something wrong? When they know fundamentally there is not anything wrong. As a team, they are a solid squad, and they are slapping people in scrims. I want to see the same slappage here in HCS in a best of 3.
Well, Dan's calling for the backhand of Quadrant to dish out the slaps onto Who Knows and solidify themselves as one of the best teams around. Recharge Strongholds is going to be our game 1. Typically a really good one for Quadrant. Let's see how they get on then as we get underway and Fragger picks up a double kill.
Certainly, Strongholds is a great game type for a lot of these French rosters, or for our 2 main French rosters. They just seem to be so aggressive, and they're relentless with their pressure onto the other team. That makes it very difficult off spawn to be able to get any sort of setup or any sort of strategy going. But at the moment, in the early stages, it's Who Knows who've been able to pick up the early Strongholds. Quadrant, even after a pretty good start, picking up the camouflage and a couple of slays, Who Knows were able to prioritize map position here, and now they're getting the points for it.
Let's highlight a player here then, Dan. A member of the former HMCA. It's going to be Clonely, and he's found himself onto this team and is finishing top 6, top 8 consistently. Is he trying to maybe, is his nose a little bit out of joint, looking to prove a point here that he's still one of the best players in Europe?
Yeah, I think I'm glad that Clonely has landed on his feet. I always hate seeing a team change at the top end of European Halo, especially when it was such a good opportunity for him to be teaming with those HMCA boys, or the previous HMDA, whatever. It would have been so easy for him to get dropped from that roster and then not compete, or find a team who just consistently finishes top 12, top 16, and he doesn't really get his face on the screen. But now he's getting that opportunity to display what he is made of, and I'm happy for him. He's going to be carrying a lot of seeding points because of the ability that he was able to find those results, get into Rally, and perform well with HMDA. Now he's got to use that experience and what he's learned from that roster here on Who Knows.
Using some of that experience, he's already locked in a killing spree. 5 kills without replying. He's sitting over here towards top Mangler, putting some lovely shots down and making sure to control B for his team. But now he's going to have to play a little bit of defense as 2 members fall around him, and trying to defend A all by himself. Recognizes that as well. Snaky comes through with a grenade just to help matters a touch. So he will have some teammates in the back pocket to help him out. But this fight's going to be bottom elevator. It's going to be a really difficult kill, but Fragger comes out on top.
And his job there was just to delay as long as possible over at A. It would have been amazing if he'd been able to pick up a kill, but it's hard to be unpredictable in elevator, because if you drop from the top balcony there, you're 9 times out of 10 always going to push bottom elevator to try and get the kill. So all it takes is one grenade or one jump from the other player to try and get a better position than you, and you're most likely taken down. So it's all about just delaying the inevitable, giving the rest of your team time to actually take a 3v3 elsewhere in the map before the death inevitably happens, and then they're left in a 3 versus 4.
Shad then had camouflage for a moment, although not able to get anything cooking with it. Able to do just what Dan mentioned, delay the inevitable, trying to stop that B capture. Unfortunately, it was all in vain, but they have got A and C in control here. Nurik's looking to stop that, but Mo's going to come out on top in that particular engagement. Fragger shuts him down, gets the reset onto B, and A starting to transition over towards Quadrant now, but Who Knows had a good start.
The name Shad, I just feel like I'm doing Wordle, and I'm waiting to put in that 5th letter, the E, to maybe come in and call him Shade instead. Shad just doesn't sit right with me. Or it's Chad, maybe the S instead of... I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that one, but certainly I'm just waiting for some sort of confirmation on the pronunciation. Because I always thought it was Shade, but Shad, I guess, makes sense just reading it. But anyway, Quadrant are still down by quite a considerable amount here against Who Knows. This has been a really hot start for the blue team, and I think they'll be delighted with this.
Call him what you like. His team are on top at the minute. And we're seeing Snaky just dip out of dodge there for a moment, and Chick's going to get taken down over towards this whirlpool, and Fragger going to push over towards pipes and be met with Clonely down to no shields, and should, and with the help of his teammate, gets that cleaned up. SLG putting down those lines of sight. Good engagement goes down with Mo's over towards top control. And so back down for a moment is Fragger, and just wait for this camouflage to pop up, and this next one could be big, Dan.
Yeah, it could be important to break a setup or just to try and keep hold of a setup. Quadrant have managed to get B and C. This isn't the ideal setup because spawning at A, I'd say, is probably the best spawn you can get on this map, but you can certainly get collapsed on, and Quadrant have done just that. This is what they need to do. Take A away from Who Knows, force them over towards C, and then just hold on to these two, watch long haul, watch bottom middle, or watch control, and just make it very difficult to get across. But this is perfect from Snaky, getting that camouflage and using it to full effect to try and take B.
It's raining fire and brimstone over towards B. They do manage to lock it in, but for how long? Only time will tell. 2 members down. Now Shad and Snaky waiting to rejoin their teammates. Cloney going to join them again, so numbers advantage still for the moment in favor of Quadrant, although as I say, that fragger does drop, and now it has flipped over towards who knows. A and B though still in control for Quadrant. 105 to 72 the score with 5 minutes left on the clock, and that camouflage wasn't really effective as though we might have thought.
Yeah, well, my issue with it was that I think it was a good play from Snaky to take B and distract the Quadrant roster, but what you need is the rest of the team to then go for either C or A. But he was joined by a member of his team that meant that they both died and then gave B right back over to Quadrant. This was a better push, though. They went into B, and as they were doing it, 2 members of Who Knows went into A, and they just collapsed successfully, and now they get a successful hold. Chick is going to try and do the same thing. He's the distraction now at this point, and they've got a couple of players trapped over towards long hole, so this is really worked out for Quadrant. They should be able to score some more.
Yeah, momentarily a fresh 4 dead for Who Knows. Starting to spawn up over towards A. Snaky trying as he might to defend A with his life. He is able to get a trade against the odds there. That's going to open up the map just a touch. You can see Cloney turning his attentions over towards B. Fragger's going to fall in the meantime, so it's going to be a 1v1 with SLG to try and defend B, and he decides to back down and allow that transition to go over towards Who Knows.
Now, what you don't want to do here is if you've got A and B is then push too aggressively onto C and go for the trip cap. It's doable. Ascend would probably disagree with me because Ascend like to consistently push for that trip cap, but Ascend aren't playing right now. They are what would seemingly be a different breed when it comes to European Halo. So instead, you've got to play at the same pace as your competitors at times. And this one is very much a setup game between these two teams. It's grab A and B, try and keep the team at C. But if you can't get hold of A, it's trying to do your best possible way of holding the map with just C and B. It's difficult, but it is doable.
Chick with the sword in his back pocket, looking to get up close and personal. Got bad intentions in his eyes. C gonna transition over towards Who Knows, but the gun engagement goes down, and this time Quadrant are gonna come out on top, take down Snaky, and indeed Cloney. It's gonna be 4 dead once more. Quadrant starting to cook.
And Who Knows trying to go for an AC setup, and I would argue that is one of the worst setups you can go for because it just allows the other team to probably spawn A, which is what's just happened. Quadrant not only collapsed onto C, but also got their A spawn to get trip cap, get some significant points, and now they're trying to punish the other roster. A double kill from Chick just coming zipping in with the sword.
Zippity do that. Straight in with the sword, no messing around, no hassle. 3 dead then. Chick still has that standing blade in his back pocket to go to business. He's going to turn his attentions over towards C with a repulsor to boot, so anybody getting close going to be met with fresh death. Mose is going to be the first one as a victim, and he's getting taken down. Killing spree locked in. Snaky answers back onto SLG, but it's a really significant bit of scoring here, and consistency starting to come out. They've got control now, do Quadrants.
Yeah, the whole map. They just don't want to give up A spawns here, and so that's why it's good. They've got one player kind of anchoring towards A and drifting out to see who's spawning where, and now they know the spawn is at C. Whilst they've got control of C, they can collapse on it. They can just nade towards it because it's very easy to nade and shoot those players who are trying to take C off you. But you don't want to leave yourself too vulnerable to too many players being able to rotate out, get off spawn, and then take B away from you, and then eventually push themselves through gold and take A. It's a very difficult game to try and manage these rotations. Quadrant have done okay with it, and Chick, especially if he had stayed alive there, would have been a massive factor of that.
Quadrant then, treading the needle, striking the balance just right for the moment, it would seem. A and C in their control again once more. The poor man setup seems to be working for them time and time again. Camouflage player down to no shields, tries to round the corner, unable to do so. 207 to 149.
Worth noting, Snaky at the moment, 24 kills, make it 25. Does he get stuck? No, avoids the sticky grenade and tries to make it 26. He's having a fantastic game at the moment in terms of slays, but the team is still behind after a very impressive lead. Quadrant just seem to have found their footing, but a potential trip cap here will be traded out C for A. This is the thing. Who Knows have given up A now? They do know Quadrant are there. They have to collapse quickly. You've got to have someone helping you from Turbine at this point if you're Snaky. You can hold them for as long as possible from top control, but there needs to be movement from the rest of the team.
Still on board with Snaky then. Sword in his back pocket, although it's completely out of battery. He's screaming for double A's, but it's not going to come. Cloney, though, with the help. will come instead. Mangler going to swap out for that sword now, and Fragger turns his attentions over towards C. It's going to be a good engagement now. Pop down to no shields. Snakey's on top here. Will manage to get the reset. Fragger realizing his number was up and got himself out of dodge.
Snakey looking like the Snakey of old. Someone who's performed so well throughout every iteration of Halo ever since, well, Halo 3. We saw some success when Halo 3 was revived once more in European Halo. Snakey was at the very tippity top. He was winning events. And then, of course, that naturally transitioned to Halo 4 into Halo 5. And really was impressed with how he did transition from game to game. I was worried about how he might get into Halo Infinite because he wasn't necessarily around in the latter stages of Halo 5, but he seems to have found his footing. He seems to have found a team that works around him, but they are still down by around 20 points. And Quadrant, they're pushing for the trip cap.
Sword and Hat did rest upon Snakey's head. It would scream Slytherin. Now we're on board with SLG. 2 members go down for who knows. That's exactly the sort of door opening that they need to really solidify some more points. Cloney's going to hit the deck as well. And now SLG turns 1 into 2, looking and turning his attentions over towards Moe's. Team comes through. It's going to be a triple cap momentarily. They're looking to see this game out, game 1.
Yeah, this should be game right here. You transition A, you're holding B. You just have to watch the cross. And you can even be a nuisance and look towards C, but they just need to make sure no one gets into B. Clonely is the player who's trying to be there. At least Frag is there to stop it, and that's going to be game 1 going in favor of Quadrant. So after a disappointing start, and they were looking a little bit on the rails, it has made sure that Quadrant showed us what they're made of here, taking first map 250 to 201.
Quadrant then on the ropes momentarily, but perhaps performing some rope.
I said on the rails instead of on the ropes, didn't I?
Yeah,
well, maybe if the wrestling ring was just a little bit more like hardcore and it was rails instead of a ring, it would be very uncomfortable for the wrestlers. But, you know, sometimes French players, they like uncomfortable situations, Richie.
It could be some sort of cage match. And yeah. We're going to go for the wrestling analogy. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm on board with it. But you would still have ropes in there. But either way, Quadrant, 250 points to 201. And the banana skin that is who knows, they're passing the test so far. Snakey, 27 kills, Dan, with over 6,500 damage to the boot. So Snakey's doing what he can, but unfortunately some of the teammates of his starting to struggle a little bit. Moe's in particular with just under 5k and the only person in the lobby to do so.
Yeah, struggle bus on that side, but I'm very impressed with how Quadrant were able to respond after the kind of start that we saw Who Knows explode into, which was interesting because like the starting strategy from Quadrant was quite sound. They were able to get a couple of kills, they got the camouflage, but it was the position that Who Knows took from that start. They almost gave up the camo and said, well, let's get some of the priority places instead. Let's ensure we've got top goal, we've got top control, and then we can just wait, see where this camo goes. As soon as we've got that kill, we control the map. And they were able to pick up a lot of points because of it. But Quadrant, they got back into it. There was a large period of triple cap success for Quadrant where they were rotating as a unit and just forcing Who Knows off of spawns so often. And I think that's what's important as a team, is knowing when you can take advantage of those trip caps and really pick up some points. But we go into Slayer Bazaar now, which is an entirely different game from Stronghold's Recharge. We go from a somewhat fast-paced rotational game type to a game that is very much about standing on your bar, holding an angle and hitting those shots, and hopefully a player on your team able to just sneak in behind and maybe do some damage.
We've seen Quadrant be a little bit of a mixed bag on Bazaar Slayer. Dan, what are some of the pitfalls that they've fallen into in the past that you think they need to correct here and now?
I think Quadrant are a team who are just very proactive. They want to move. They don't like standing still. I mean, I know me as a Halo player, I'm exactly the same. I hate holding angles. I hate long-range BR fights, but some people are built for that. Some people love to anchor. And I do feel like maybe Quadrant lack that anchor player. When you look at their roster, they all like to get into the nitty-gritty, take those up-close and personal fights, go for the power-ups. That's fine, but they just need to know when to stop, when to kind of control the middle of the map and stop pushing for kills, because you can easily push into the other side of the base when 1 or 2 players are spawned, get those kills, give up the middle of the map, and then the other team manages to, I don't know, prioritize rockets or prioritize overshield just as you're getting too aggressive, and they take that control away from you and they will punish you. So I just think that Quadrant lack a little bit of control and patience when it comes to this map, but that was previously. We'll see whether that's changed here and now.
Quadrant then, after a quick pit stop, have they got the soft tires on and hoping it doesn't rain here on Bazaar? Rockets are going to do just that, rain down death and destruction. 2 kills go in favor. Nurex hits the respawn screen as well, but early start here, 3-3.
That's the 3rd successive week you've made a Formula 1 reference.
Love it.
Is that because Quadrant is owned by Lando Norris?
I'm clever. Yeah,
just to clarify, okay, you are really clever.
Very clever.
I just wanted to make sure that was the reason why. It wasn't just a happy coincidence, because I don't like to give you credit, but I will give you credit in that instance. And here's the up-close and personal fights I was talking about. Chick getting in and amongst it. Stuck. Fragger is there as well. And even though the trades do go in their favor, where's the map control? It's just a lot of players running around the middle at the moment. I'd like to see them get some height here, which Fragger is trying to do.
Fragger climbs the ladder, and it leads to Bar. Just trying to survey the land, then download information for his team, and find Snaky over here towards back bar, and Shad is also positioned on that platform. Fragger opting to stay alive here. Naded out though, forced to back down here in a 1v1 engagement with Shad, but Mo is on point too. A 2v1 is going to result in him hitting the respawn screen, and now we're seeing 8 kills to 6. Who knows, starting to creep right back into this.
Chick again trying to be a nuisance from behind. At the moment, it's a bit sloppy, and SLG trying to take advantage of that, having the Bulldog. Again, priority with weapons, very important here on Bazaar. There's so much you can work with, whether it's grenades, whether it's weapons, whether it's actually just holding an angle with the battle rifle. But what's important here is communication and keeping up with the spawns of which side the other team's going to be on, whereabouts they're going to be spawning as well. Is it thruster? Is it going to be down towards the trench area? You can pick up so many kills when you have a player advantage and you find those spawns, and that's what's happening right now for Quadrant. They're pushing, they're getting aggressive, they're trying to take advantage of having that extra player up at times.
You speak about communication being a key to success here, Dan, and something that we haven't touched upon yet is the fact that Quadrant are actually all playing in the same place. They've made it over towards Quadrant HQ. They're playing in the same room, so that's going to help them in terms of communication and teamwork.
I think that's massive for any team to get that chemistry and being able to play next to one another. Not only can you watch your teammate's screen when you're in the death screen or they're in the death screen, but you can help each other. You can give a friendly little nudge. You can give eye contact and say, like, step it up. What the hell are you doing? Like, there's just so much different things that can be done when you're playing in person. I'd say that gives Quadrant a massive advantage in the tournament today. I know Mocket can say something similar. They're in a gaming house, but I don't think they play all 4 next to one another. I'm actually unsure. Maybe I'll get confirmation from them next week because they all have their own rooms, but I would hope they're all playing next to each other. As if Quadrant are doing that, you are right. The communication is going to be so much better when you're playing in the same place.
Snaky, then, what can you do to counteract some of that communication? Maybe that advantage that they have on that side of things. Score for the moment 17-17, with Fragger shutting down Snaky with a combination of a couple of members of Quadrant, but trades coming back and forth. Not going to see these rockets be used just yet, as Cloney's opting to hold on to them and living the fight another day. Maybe trying to get max bang for his buck, but what way will it shake out? Chick bottom middle over towards those grenades. He's going to get taken down, and Cloney's going to survey the land, push over towards Bar with the use of that grapple as well. Sails in, gets one, tries to turn 2, and does so. Great plays from Cloney.
Yeah, how about that for bang for your buck? It's one of those difficult ones with rockets, isn't it? You don't want to aimlessly fire it and give the rockets away, but at the same time, you're always just hesitant that someone could backsmack you and take those 2 rockets, and you know how important those 2 kills could be. It's given, who knows, a 5 kill, make that 4 kill advantage now. But with the overshield popping soon, that's the next focus. You've got to get in a position that you can not only be able to grab it, but also stop the other team from being able to just jump at it for free or grapple it. That's what you've got to take into the occasion here, the equation, knowing full well someone could be in a little cheeky spot to grab it with the grapple.
All eyes on it then, making sure anybody with a grapple hasn't got that line of sight. Thruster just picked up by Fragger, though will he be able to stay alive here? Yes, indeed, he will. Just trying to prioritize living for the moment. Score 25-23. And although, who knows, starting to put a little bit of distance between them and Quadrant. Now the collapse coming through. Chick picks up 1. Then the spawns is just starting to flip. And 25-24 as we crossed over the midway point. And you don't like that, Dan. What's wrong with that?
They had middle of map control. He was in locker, and he obviously tried to push into tree, thinking they were going to spawn on that side, hoping to capitalize on maybe just collapsing on a team.
What's the chicken do?
Perhaps it was just a little bit... The chicken's lagged out, I think. It's disconnected. I think that you've got to just maybe think a little bit more about where you are on the map. He had control of the lockers. He could have just held around the truck area as well, and it would have made it so difficult for who knows to push out of tree. Instead, he was trying to maybe do too much by getting aggressive, and he died because of it.
Now then, the result of it, and that 1 death could very well pay dividends here, as we're seeing now. They've, who knows, have pushed their kill advantage to 6. Fragger gonna get caught unawares once more, running straight into death once again. Yurik set up over towards that sneaky ledge. He's back down as well. Now full map control, like you said, Dan, has been handed straight back over to who knows.
difficult when you're in this situation when you're 6 kills down, because you want to naturally slow it down, but at the same time, by slowing it down, you're almost giving the advantage to the team who has the lead, because they're going to be more than happy to play it slow as well. What's important is you try and focus this next overshield, because that could be what gets you back in the game. But quite rightly so, both teams trying to get their kills before the overshield comes up. How many times do you see teams just have a standoff, wait, hope that someone jumps on it? Can't afford to do that at the very top level of Halo. Instead, you want to try and time your slays so then you get an easy overshield pickup.
Here does come that overshield. Who has managed to secure it for their team? It's going to be SLG's gotten his hands on the prize. Have Rockets transferred over as well? It looks as though they have. And Shad's picked them up. It's a 1-1 split. 37 to 31 here. Rocket goes down. 2 go in favor of Who Knows. They're making a real game of it here.
Fires a rocket across the map. A 7-kill advantage. Make that a 9-kill advantage suddenly. Who Knows should be able to take this one with this kind of lead. They can't let this slip. This is where experience comes into it, though. We have seen teams fail in this occasion. You've got to continue the aggression. Don't allow Quadrant to play the way they want to play right now. Continue to push these spawns in the right ways. Don't get caught from behind and give up too much mid-map control, because Quadrant naturally will not be pushing out aggressively right now. They'll instead be trying to take angles from bar, from tree, and you can capitalize on that. You can make them really suffer for turtling up.
The advice from Dan then, do not let this slip. In the words of Steven Gerrard, we all know how that went. As Dembaba bared down on goal. 45 now to 37. Looks as though there's not much chance of that. If it's going to flip over, it has to do it very, very quickly. They've only got 5 more lives to play with here, do Quadrant. And they do turn 1. Chick does secure that one for his team. Snakey going to hit the respawn screen now. Numbers advantage, but it looks as though they're happy just to keep control. But Who Knows don't have to come out and play here.
Well, Who Knows have at least been backed into a corner. And maybe Quadrant have played enough attrition over the last couple of weeks that they know how to play with only set amount of lives. The Dynamos could make a real difference here. 46 to 39. At least Who Knows have been able to get out of that rut that they were in. They are giving away some kills. This is still entirely winnable. Who Knows have to be careful.
Careful then. Shad isolated all alone over towards that lockers, but 2 members descend onto Fragger. That's going to put him away. 1 kill needed here, and it comes through. It's going to be 1-0 in the series. Who Knows bounce back.
Yeah, tying up 1-1 then. Who Knows will be delighted with that one. It is a Slayer. Anything can happen in these Slayers, and that's going to be yet more frustration for Quadrant. Not able to get it done in those initial 2. Taking it to a game 3. I think they'll be more happy that, at least it's going to be an objective game. I think naturally that, better teams usually find success when it comes to these objectives, but it's always going to plant that seed of doubt in the mind of Quadrant now of, is it going to happen again? Are we going to finish in top 6? And there's a lot of pressure on them this week. They are, of course, playing together at a LAN center. I don't think it's a Quadrant HQ. I think it's a LAN center they're playing at, but I'm sure Quadrant are there, of course. But maybe in future, we might see Quadrant have a own HQ. So there's going to be that extra little bit of pressure on the shoulders of the Quadrant boys. I don't think they should let themselves get too disheartened. Bazaar Slayer is one of those that once you fall behind by a certain number, it's very difficult to rescue it back and try and wrestle the score in your favor. In terms of damage and kills, it was pretty normal across the board from what you'd expect from some of these players. Clonely was down a little bit lower, but it doesn't matter too much because the rest of the team were able to pick up the slack and they were able to get the victory.
There we have it then, as the highlights come through. We're going to a game 3. So here it is for Quadrant. That's going to be Aquarius CTF, and that's been a game type that they've struggled, particularly with last week. HMCA getting the better of them 5-1, Dan. So is the omen here, is it right on the wall for them? They have to bounce back here, and now, of course, they will be heading home if not.
Yeah, I think that, they don't have to. It's not like it's going to be doom and gloom if they fall in top 6 again. It will be more credit to Who Knows and how they're performing, and in general how well the European scene is finding its competitive nature at this point. But if you are a squad like Quadrant who has had those top 2 finishes, you've tasted being at the top, you want that taste of success once more. Otherwise it's going to be a very bitter taste in your mouth that you're going to have sleepless nights. I know what these players are like. I've been through it. I used to compete back in the day when you were so close to getting top 4, top 3, top 2, but then it's just a couple of kills short or 1 map short. The best of 3s, they're brutal. It's so difficult when you go down 2-1 or you lose to a team where, the game types maybe didn't go in your favor. But that's why you've just got to make sure you've got a solid kind of performance across every single game type so that when you go to any best of 3 or any best of 5, you go, cool, doesn't matter what we're playing here. We don't have any weak game types. We feel confident even if the other team has strong game types, as long as you have a solid plan on every single one, you shouldn't walk into any series fearing a game type. And I think that happens to too many teams. I know there are quite a lot of maps and game modes to actually practice, but we're into enough of a life cycle now where Halo Infinite's been out for enough time. People should know how to play this game type. So Quadrant, they need to make sure they get back on it here, win this game type, get themselves into top 4, get that belief back in themselves, and start to trust that they are a top team, not one of these teams that's just descending. Because everyone's going to want to take a bite out of Quadrant at the moment. They've been back-to-back top 6. They've had disappointing performances, and people are going to see them as weak. You need to reassert your dominance if you're Quadrant, and it happens right here, right now.
Do it right here, right now then. Losers round 4, game 3. Aquarius CTF is going to be our setting. Some of the keys to success, particularly on flag, is going to be controlling that car side of the map, and that can be pivotal as to see which way this one shakes out. Early engagement's going to go down. There's booms sticking everywhere, grenades, gunshots, all the works, and the first man to hit the respawn screen is going to be Mose.
It's very important to control car side, but also you don't want to be scared of having one person anchoring at top P. You get such a good visual from top P, and you can be really a detriment to the other team. Bad thing is, if you are top P, you can force spawns a little bit. You can maybe encourage teammates to join you at top P, and then you give up car side. So it does have to be communicated. Really just need that one player anchoring from up there. Even though control of car side's important, I'd say don't ignore the P side. It's very useful at different times.
Oh, 2 big kills come through though. This flag hasn't been returned, and Shad's got it out and on the move, and all the way over towards his own lockers area. Nobody in position to put some shots down, and this is going to be a cleaner run as you're going to see after that initial engagement over towards lockers. So great display from them, and who knows, go 1-0 up, and confidence is going to be taking a hit here if you're Quadrant.
Hold on, it says Shadow there in the UI. Maybe we found the missing letters finally. And that makes a lot of sense. You know, I thought it was a Wordle 5-letter one, but it's not. It's 6. We had to find 2 more. And Shad, short for Shadow. Finally, I can sleep peacefully at night knowing what the name actually stands for. But a great start from Who Knows. And again, that's going to worry Quadrant here. They're going to be thinking back to what happened against HMCA when they lost 5-1 last week. And they really weren't able to be on top of their game, as yet another flag being ran. But great decision there from Shad just to put a little bit of pressure and a couple of shots on the spawners behind him.
We've seen that exact play out of Shad twice now, where he brings the flag over towards that closet and drops it and turns around to put down some more damage. And it's meant 2-0 now, the score for Who Knows. Quadrant, are you awake? Game on.
Where, oh, where is Shadow? Where, oh, where is Shadow? He's in your base! He's taking the flag! You've got to take him down. You can't allow him to have that much success and be able to easily pick up the flag time and time again. But Quadrant now trying to get a flag of their own. They finally found a set of slays, but where are the rest of Who Knows? Are they in a position where they could potentially stop this one?
Well, 2-0 to the good, and dancing and bearing the big blue house. So will we be saying goodbye, friends? Goodbye. Still plenty of life left in this game as Quadrant go 2-1 now. They answer back with a cap of their own. SLG's got the camouflage, and he's trying to make his best Shadow impression here by going invisible.
He can do a lot here, can SLG. Important he's got the thruster. Does lose the camouflage temporarily, but he's in a spot where he can stop this flag, but needs to win this fight with Shad. Might be able to do so as well. Unfortunately cannot, but he's done enough damage to allow Chick to at least finish this one off. They need this re very quickly. Snaky's in the vicinity to try and get the re though.
Here comes Snaky trying to get touch tight. Isn't able to trade it out this time though. That flag is going to get sent home, and fantastic performance out of Chick just to keep that flag alive. And now they're looking to tie things up if they can get it over the halfway point.
Yeah, really impressive from Chick. Started by SLG as well, just to get into a position to ensure that that flag was slowed down a little bit. And now Quadrant looking to move this flag. Fragger just waiting to gain his shields before he does run it. You do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable when you run through the connectors, of course, but it is the fastest route. There should be a flag cap because of it. Oh, it doesn't quite go in.
Doesn't quite go in. Snaky's there as well. He's going to get a kill, but he gets taken down. So to spare the blushes of Quadrant, we're all tied up.
All tied up. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. You want as much competitive games here in Europe as possible. Shad's in the base again, pulling the flag. You can really see the objective focused play from Shad at the moment, and it's working out wonders for his team.
Shad absolutely loves the enemy base and loves getting his hands on the flag, and this is going to be another flag cap with 2 members. Wow. Make that 3 in the respawn screen for Quadrant. Just how quick that flag cap was once more. A counter, 3-2. Who knows? Retake the lead.
Remember when this first game type came out, or this game type came out initially at the start of Halo 5, and people were like, we don't think it should be 5 flags, we think it should be 3. I think we've just seen a demonstration as why it's so important for it to be 5 here on Aquarius, because these flags can be so quickly ran now. People are starting to work out the quickest route and also the best way to spawn trap and kill those who are trying to stop the flag, that they just fly. Sometimes when you see that flag taken, if you're not in a position where you can get to the other side of the base quickly, you almost just have to give it up, try and take map control once more, and prioritize staying alive and getting those slays rather than desperating that flag.
Who can then really take map control? Evidence suggesting it's going to be Quadrant here, as they have got more real estate and taking control of utility once more. Sizzle Stick goes in, gets a quick kill onto Clonely, make that a double for SLG, but he wisely decides he's going to back up once more. But a player having a bit of a struggle game at the moment is going to be Fragger, who's dead once more. 4 kills and 11. He's going to need to step it up if his team are going to see success here, Dan.
Yeah, it does have 6 assists, so at least he's still being involved in enough fights, but he's clearly not able to find those final kills right now and maybe just caught off spawn to the rest of the team. Certainly, you've got to be careful if you're doing what SLG was doing, where he was kind of sprinting around looking for those players. You give away so much audio cues when you sprint. I know that you don't want to be crouching everywhere to try and be silent. As I say that, Snaky doing just the perfect demonstration that you do want to be silent sometimes. Sprinting is so much louder than just normal running. The footsteps, if you've got your audio turned up and your team's not yelling in your ears, you can get so much information from the other team.
Snaky then secured utility for his team. Flag pulled out, but he's getting tagged up from the fridge area. You know that player standing up on top and trying to put as much damage down as he can. SLG is going to eat that frag grenade for his troubles, and Shetty's moving this flag again. Going to have to reload the heat wave before he can get it cooking once more. He has got some teammates there to relay this flag too and just escort it all the way home, and SLG turned to dust particles once more. Shouting Cloney though in the respawn screen. It's a straight 2v2, but the flag looks like it's gotten all the way home, and it has 4-2 now to Who Knows.
4-2, and Snaky also able to do damage from behind, so now the spawners can actually compete for this camouflage. It would have been an easy grab for Quadrant if Snaky wasn't there. 2 flags behind, still plenty of time, but just being 1 flag away from being eliminated from the competition once more in top 6. That would be 3 weeks in a row. And regardless of how well scrims have been going for Quadrant and how good they look in other competitions and in those practice games, it would be another failure for them. Even though top 6 is, it's a great result for most teams in Europe, Quadrant have been top 2. This can't happen 3 weeks in a row.
SLG with the camouflage. What can he do? Very little, as he gets taken down with it, unable to escape with his life. And will that come back to bite him and his team in the end? 2 members down, make it 3 once more. SLG is going to rejoin his team now, but map control slowly drifting back over towards Who Knows, and this game isn't shaking out the way they had planned.
No, Quadrant would have been looking at this series, probably rubbing their hands together and said, oh, well, we've had some difficult games for top 4, but Who Knows? Who Knows? Who are they? They've not been performing amazing. They've only just briefly touched top 6 in the previous week, but it seems like practice starting to pay off for this Who Knows roster, and they really know how to play Aquarius Capture the Flag. And I would argue that this was probably the worst game type that could have been game 3 for Quadrant, mainly because a game type like Aquarius Flag plays so similarly to some of the old Halo CTF games that naturally players who used to compete, like Snaky, like Clonely, like Mose, who have played across all these iterations of Halo, they know fundamentally how to play this map. So even though Quadrant has more practice, Who Knows still know how to get the job done. But as I say that, Flag is moving.
Flag is moving, and momentarily 4 dead as well. That should result in a flag cap, and barring some sort of miracle, it's not going to come through, not going to come to fruition. They've gotten themselves back within touch and distance. 1 flag cap now. The difference between these 2 teams. Chick tried to get greedy and pull out another flag, but he was shut down. Mo was also in the front base, taken down.
Camo was there, and I think was hopefully picked up by Quadrant as they had a little bit of map control. Flag is going to move once more, but Snaky's in a position to maybe do some damage, but that's a great trade. And damage done by the Quadrant roster to ensure he would fall. Camo wasn't picked up. Moses actually just been able to escape with it. That's a surprise. Quadrant definitely should have been able to grab that one.
Well, unable to do much with it though, as he immediately hits the respawn screen. Shoryuken sends him by the wayside, and Flag slow towards his front base, desperately trying to get a touch, and they do. 3 dead. Mo's the last man alive. They know exactly where he is, positioned over towards Fridge. They're in trouble now, Who Knows? They're on the ropes.
Yeah, look out. Quadrant tried to position themselves as well, just to make sure they got some nades and were able to stop the players pushing too successfully up to the top of P. 4-4, and we're down to next flag wins. This is what this series deserved. It's been so back and forth. Both teams have impressed me. It's going to be a shame to see either eliminated at this point because they've both demonstrated enough to suggest they could be a top 4 side. But Quadrant, they've got the momentum on their side. Who knows? We'll probably start to think, oh, are we going to throw this one away? Are we going to reach that barrier once more, get to that final hurdle, but just not able to jump it?
4-4 then. Next cap wins. A straight shootout between these two teams. Shadow and Fragger. This fight's going to be pivotal, but the help comes through. Chick is on hand to help out his compatriot, and now all of a sudden, map control in their favor. Chick's behind enemy lines, takes down one. He's going to get a flag pulled to boot and pull it P-side.
See, that's the only problem with Shad going into the base and pulling it without any map control. You leave yourself vulnerable. If you die, the rest of the team can certainly suffer for it.
Here we go then. He's already gotten it well over the halfway point, up towards his P stairs too, getting tagged up in the back. Clonely on hand to stop that, but 2 members go down momentarily here. Good engagement, goes down once more. Trades back and forth. Snakey picks up 2 in the kill feed. Nurik's last man alive.
Last man alive, and he gets the kill, and he gets the touch, and now they just need the re. They're so close here, Quadrant. They just have to work together to get that return.
Return comes through. Just needs to slide in and punch it home, which they do. They snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. 5-4 on this Aquarius CTF. Quadrant punched their ticket to the next round.
And that speaks volumes. That's so important that Quadrant were able to get that victory. They could have very easily fallen in that game. Another top 6, another question mark above their head and their team. But instead, they show resilience. They show they can get back into the game. They show they can win these best of 3s. And Quadrant back into the top 4 now. And even though it's going to be a tough ride from here, I think Na'Vi is a likely opponent at this point. It's not going to be a case where they are disappointed with their performance. I think top 4 is what you expect when you're a roster like Quadrant. Who knows where that potential banana skin, but SLG stepping up when he needed to. The captain of this side, the leader who has been there, done that. Very happy for Quadrant. Also, it's a shame for Who Knows. I mean, Snakey put in one hell of a performance, and I want to see Clonely do well after the team change that happened for him too. But it is Quadrant who move forward. They'll be the ones who go home more delighted. But, you know, hats off to Who Knows. It's another top 6 performance from them. They solidify themselves as a top 6 roster now. And that will certainly open a lot of eyes to the rest of the community where they say, all right, Who Knows are here to play. And they are the real deal.
Commiserations then to Who Knows. So close. Yet again, so far. They're there or thereabouts. A couple of tweaks. Maybe Shad not pulling as many flags, though he was seeing some great success early on. I believe all 3 of the first flag caps were a result of him pulling that flag and getting it on the move. But we've seen Chick pick up 7k damage. And going into the series against Na'Vi, they're going to be on hot form here now, Dan.
Yeah, and that's me presuming. I know it was Na'Vi versus the lads in the other one. I'm just presuming the highest seed wins, but we've seen the lads surprise us many a time before. So we'll wait to see the confirmation of that one once it comes through, if it hasn't come through already. As for Quadrant, the way they played that game, I think they'll be delighted, but they also know how close they were to being eliminated. And I think that is what's happened throughout a lot of these European Pro Series weeks, is that it's been 1 kill, 1 flag. The difference from sometimes top 12 to top 2 is what we saw last week. 1 kill was the difference from a team who was almost eliminated, HMCA, in top 12, but they went on to come 2nd place. There is so much competition now in Europe, and I love it. I love that we are getting to the position where we are having so much competitive series where you don't really know which way it's going to go. The higher seed isn't guaranteed to get the victory, unless it's Ascend, of course, because we know Ascend just seem to win everything.
Okay, as I do throw it back over towards Lottie and Tony, I can get also confirmed that Na'Vi have been eliminated by the lads, losing game 3, 5-2 in Aquarius CTF. Na'Vi are gone home.
Wow. Okay. You're just gonna throw that in, Shazzy, just as I'm about to talk, are you?
Just throw it there.
Just
that's for you now.
Wow, my goodness. That is, yeah. To be honest, it's shocking, but it also isn't shocking to an extent. I mean, we know what happens when Na'Vi get kind of bumped down. We know exactly what happens. I feel at this point in time, I might have to describe them as, like, you know, a team that really gets in their own heads after a loss. Depending, it doesn't matter who it is to, but as soon as they get a loss, I feel like they're kind of out for the count there. So that is that's pretty surprising stuff from Na'Vi across the board there. But really quickly, let's just pan back over to Quadrant for a second. I'm actually a little bit worried about Quadrant after going up against Who Knows, and I know you know, I want to give respect to who knows and how they performed then. They performed out of their minds, to be perfectly honest. But Quadrant, that's kind of terrifying to me. A team that previously, right at the start of the game, were right there with Ascend, you know, really challenging them as well in that top 2 position, that second place finish. To be at this point in time struggling against teams coming out from the open bracket and teams that are really kind of pickup teams here, that is not great. That's not great, to be perfectly honest. But you know, we are seeing flashes of brilliance there. We are seeing Quadrant being able to get out these sticky situations. What did you notice there, Tony, overall about Quadrant?
You know, I'm going to have to kind of share the same sentiment as you did. You know, Quadrant is a squad that normally when they go through the brackets through some of these lesser known teams, they're 2-0ing their way until they run into a team like Ascend, who they've been able to knock them into a lower bracket. And it's kind of the storyline going all through pre-Raleighs, that every time they match against any other team, it was 2-0, 2-0, even against teams like Na'Vi as well. Then they run into Ascend and Ascend get the best of them. But since Raleigh, it hasn't been the same thing. However, Quadrant, still, I don't want to take anything from them. They got the win. And you know what? And sometimes getting those close wins where it's 4-4 where literally one mistake can cost you are more impressive than you just simply steamrolling over your opponent. So that's a big win for Quadrant. It takes mental fortitude. It takes the firepower and objective efficiency to actually close out a team consisting of, like you guys said, Snaky, Mose, and even Clonely as well, who's a rising star in our scene. So big ups to Quadrant, and I want them to continue. I mean, now they're going up against the Lads. This is another team that they are capable of beating. But, you know, seeing is believing. You got to put it to work.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I don't want to take anything away from Quadrant. They're a fantastic roster. I think really something that springs to mind is complacency potentially from this team right now. Is like having been at a position of top 2 consistently at one time, and then obviously falling off just a little bit. Maybe they're getting a little bit complacent coming in against some teams. But again, like you said, Tony, they got the win. That is what counts. And it's about how they rebound and bounce back now. And hopefully this gives them a little bit of confidence under their belt. I quickly just want to talk about a moment in that Aquarius CTF that I noticed. Obviously Quadrant really on the back foot the entirety of that game, trying to punch forward, trying to get those flag caps in. And Aquarius, you know, very punishing in terms of map style. You can't make mistakes because they will get capitalized on. And there was a moment there where Quadrant were able to tie things up, and you know, you can see that just at that moment Fragger gets killed right here as they're trying to get that flag cap in, and obviously getting sacrificed yet again to get that cap in, because that is the thing that you want to do in this situation. But something I did notice about this as well is actually the pair of them from Quadrant lie so perfectly next to each other now when they die in this kill feed. Like, they look like, first of all, they are staring at stars on a beautiful night sky, just chilling out and just hitting it with the boys. But something I want to talk about in that moment, Gaskin, is, you know, when to sacrifice certain moments and situations there. As you can see, Quadrant 2-man down. You know, how important is it to take those risks to get that cap flag in? I know it was hard because obviously you are down, you're trying to even the score up here, but really, can moments like that really bite you in the behind? You know, if potentially, you know, you have a team that you're coming up against that are really hot to try on a CTF game like this.
Yeah, it's all down to communication and knowing where the rest of your team are. I'm sure that Fragger would have been saying to SLG, are you in a position you can put this flag in if I die? And SLG says, wee wee! And he runs in and he manages to put that flag in. Snaky was close to getting a double kill. And if Snaky gets that double kill, it's so different. But they trusted each other. They trusted that SLG was quick enough. If Snaky was there half a second earlier, he probably gets a back smack onto SLG, gets the double, stops the flag. Entirely different game. But those are the fine margins of Halo Infinite and the fine margins of this competition that we're having now in Europe, that it's just down to one flag from the difference of top 6 to top 4, or even top 8 to top 6, top 12 to top 8. Like, honestly, these teams are getting so close, such competitive games. Best of 3s, of course, are always so short as well. You want more from these squads. Well, winning the best of 3s gets you into the chance to get into those finals, and that's when you get to see the best of 5s. And that's what the reward will be for HMCA, who were able to win earlier against Na'Vi, is they get that best of 5 against Ascend. What I think is important here a lot is they get a best of 5 against Ascend that if they lose, they're still in the competition. Whereas every time they faced Ascend prior in a best of 5, it's always been a situation where if they lose, they're out.
Yeah, indeed. They certainly do. They have that safety net here, of course, in the elimination bracket. You can see right now, Quadrant, they will push on 2-1 against who knows, that out for the count. And also Na'Vi as well, out for the count, apparently, according to Shozy, potentially gone. Done and dusted. We'll get that bracket filled in for you guys as well. But Quadrant will push forward. And, I think in terms of who they're going to meet in this situation here is going to be a little bit difficult as well, because I think they have, would have been in the winner's bracket. They would have been making their journey and they haven't dropped a game yet. But hopefully Quadrant have the ice to go forward against whoever their opponent will be. Now, I need to quickly talk about the fact that we're now going into the winners finals, people. I was only teasing you before. We actually will see a winners finals. I think it's really cool to note as well, Dan, like you said, the fact that HMCA are going to play Ascend knowing that they have a second chance to come back up again, which I think is going to honestly do a lot. They will come on leaps and bounds in terms of their confidence going into this gameplay, because really they have nothing to lose here. This is a really good start for them against Ascend, and hopefully they can figure things out as they go through this series, which will be super, super exciting. But we'll talk about all of that right after the break. We have a break coming up right now just to get you situated, get a cup of tea, get a snack, get ready, because we do have the winners finals coming to you very shortly. We'll see you right after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
An electric kill. Cluster luck. captured.
Well, welcome back everybody to the HCS European Pro Series. Now, before the break, Quadrant battled it out against Who Knows. A close call on recharge strongholds kick-started them back into action, and they were able to secure enough of the strongholds and Slayers to take map 1, but it was a different story for Bizarre Slayer. A strong start at the beginning, but Who Knows started to answer back, and they were able to gain a decent kill lead and held it up until the end of the map. But the final map people decided the fate of our teams, and Aquarius CTF is absolutely no joke whatsoever. This map can be extremely punishing, and well, Quadrant, they really did feel that one quite early on, but they managed to answer back by creating the moments to cap the flags and to keep them in the game. Quadrant were more efficient at the end of the day, and they were able to actually get a return with a cap on the other end of it as well, and took the map 5-4 with the series 2-1. So incredible job out of Quadrant there, especially considering they were kind of leading things right at the start, and then we're on the back foot at the swap side of the series. So great resilience out of Quadrant here, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the elimination bracket and the bounce back potentially to the finals as well. Gentlemen, Gaskin, Shurzy, and Tony, thank you so much for being on the desk as usual. Everybody tuning in just now, it's nice to have you guys with us. We actually have the winners finals coming your way, and we have a rematch of the grand finals of last week, but a little bit extra, a little bit more spice on the board here for HMCA, because they do have a safety net underneath them this time round, and they're able to play Ascend here in a best of 5 pretty early on in their usual Pro Series bracket. And they kind of have a nothing to lose mentality coming forward in this one. What do you expect, Gaskin, out of HMCA going up against Ascend, especially having played them in the grand finals last week? What do you think that they need to bring in their gameplay against Ascend this time around?
It's tough, isn't it? Because you want to try and match the pace of Ascend, but this also is the kind of the perfect time to experiment a little bit. Try and work out what beats this Ascend roster. Like, try and be the David to the Goliath, because honestly, Ascend just don't seem to be able to drop a series at the moment. I mean, like, you go back a few iterations of this roster and they've not dropped a series since October 2019. So they're just a crazy team indeed. But you finally got a best of 5 against them where you have that safety net you speak of. I look at some of those game types and I think they are winnable. I mean, we've seen Ascend drop a few games here or there, mainly Slayers, but a few objectives. Na'Vi were able to come so close. And HMCA, if they put 2 and 2 together, you do the basic math and you say, well, Na'Vi came close, we beat Na'Vi, why can't we do the same against Ascend? I wish it was as simple as that, and I hope that HMCA will really put on a show for us, but, you know, you're always going to expect Ascend to win. But that will definitely help the mentality here for HMCA, as they do have nothing to lose, and the fact that they can drop down to the lower bracket will just give them that extra little bit of an oomph that I think they maybe need.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Gaskin. I think I love the fact that they can kind of try a few things out. I love the way that you put that. They can kind of go into this and figure out what's working, what's not working. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, would you see the mentality of this team, Shurzy, going into this being like, we can win this? You know, do people look at Ascend, especially the likes of HMCA, who haven't really competed against them too much? They haven't been in a position to do that too much this season. Are they looking at them like, look, we got this right now. We can literally take them down right this second?
I certainly think for everybody else looking in, we expect to see an Ascend dominant performance once again, and perhaps even the 4-peat. They've already won 3 tournaments and they very rarely drop a map, let alone the series. So I think for HMCA, there's absolutely no pressure on them. So can they maybe use that to their advantage to get the once over? I think if they start this series very, very hot. Recharge oddball is going to be our game one. So if they can set the pace nice and early, I don't see why they can't make a real series of this.
Yeah, I think honestly the last time that they were both on Recharge was in the grand finals together. It was Slayer though. But something that I really love about HMCA, Tony, on Recharge is the fact that they are able to organize themselves very, very well on this map. They're able to look out for the power-ups, the power weapons. They are grabbing the aids across the map to help them out. And I think, if they can stop that for Ascend, if they can deny Ascend having any of the help and the aids on the map in terms of the power-ups and power weapons, then I think they have a pretty good chance, especially on Recharge, because it seems to be a favorable map for them.
Yeah, I mean, you hear all the time from other commentators, from 343 employees, literally all the time. It's all about controlling the sandbox when it comes to our competitive field. And, it's not just a cliche. I mean, it's true. There's so many goodies on the map. And if you ultimately keep them out of your opponent's hand and you can use them for yourself, you're going to have a really good time. With Recharge, you want to control that sword. You want to control that camouflage. You want to be able to hold down that setup. And the easiest way to do it is to control those close range engagement gunfights. And that's what that allows you to do. Both of these teams are looking good right now. They're both 6-0, so they're both undefeated going throughout our winners bracket, but that's not going to be the case here for very long. Somebody's got to lose, right?
Yeah, no, this is very true. Somebody does have to lose and somebody does have to win. Gaskin, looking at some of the team members on these rosters, like we have the likes of Flux, who's really starting to heat up in HMCA and has been consistently slaying very well the past 2 times we have seen them on our screens. And we have the likes of Riots there as well. But what does it do when you compare them to the likes of Snipe Drone on Ascend? Because in the grand final last week, he was heating up beyond belief. In fact, the Slayer Recharge, he got a triple kill at the end to just take things to the next level. It was pretty close in terms of the Slayer, but it's moments like that Snipe Drone is able to feed into and unleash a beast in the right times, in the likes of Oddball, where he got 45 kills at the end there. Do they need to take a guy like him out to be succeeding here?
Yeah, you want to try to. You want to try and single out Snipe Drone because at times he will be on his own and not with the other 3. He lets his 3 French teammates kind of roam and do what they like, but they're usually in tandem. They're usually working in the same kind of vicinity. It's slightly different when you compare what HMCA do, even though Rami is usually that kind of anchor player a little bit, and the other 3, they can kind of run around and do a lot of damage. They don't necessarily always run together as a 3. Instead, you see a lot of flanks coming out of HMCA. Riots will sometimes try and take that anchor role because he's got such a good shot from long distance, and then Rami will naturally play the objective. But I do think that if you can single out Snipe Drone, if you can win that initial fight and give yourself a 4 versus 3 against Shady and Seeker, etc., as the French guys that are kind of running you as a 3, that'll give you the best chance. But it's all well and good looking at every fight as an individual 4 versus 4. It's not always that simple, because sometimes you've got a player on spawn, or a player who's holding the ball, or a player who's been pinned on the other side of the map, and you can't just necessarily go, oh, let's focus on this area because I think Snipe Drone's there. Until you actually get that confirmation of the player name above the head of who's who, you can't really kind of single out a player that successfully. It's pretty difficult to do. But I do think that Snipe Drone is one of those players you have to shut down because he is so difficult to play against.
Well,
yeah.
Dan, something that you do is a very good Snipe Drone impression, and I'm wondering if maybe you can contact his ISP and maybe get him to get shut down the internet for him, so that the way we can at least see a 4v3, and maybe that's the key to success for these teams, because they've been so formidable this Ascend roster that every single player on HMCA has to hit the ground running here.
I'd be a little bit worried if anyone rang up their ISP to shut their internet down themselves. Like if Mike was,
all right, yeah, bruv, yeah, if you could just shut down my internet so I don't win this series, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, just
like I don't think they'd even listen to him. I don't even think you'd be the best impression in the world. I don't think they'd listen to you because they'd be like, why do you want to turn off your internet? I guess unless you're trying to move to a different provider, I don't know. But whatever provider they're on is working right now, Lottie.
The question is, what's the number, Jersey, that you got to pay Dan to try and attempt to do that? I mean, how badly do you want to see Ascend and a switch of who's at the tops? I mean, how much money are you willing to kind of fork out here, Jersey?
Come on.
I mean, I feel like it's at least 4 subs to his Twitch channel, but he never streams, so I don't know. It's a waste of money. I'm flushing it down the drain either way.
He is. I got to say, though, the impression Dan was
spot on.
Chef's kiss. It was stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, Tony's face was the best I've ever seen with the impression. He was shocked. He was shooketh with your impression of Snipe Drone. Have you ever heard Snipe Drone talk, Tony?
I have. I actually had the luxury of interviewing him one time, and that was spot on, Dan. That was scary.
It was scary.
I mean, what you have to do is you have to start with lethal. That's the English lethal, not the American lethal, and then you just go a little bit more classy is what I'll say. And like maybe take out a couple of bruvs here and there, and you throw in a couple of different words, and that's how you get to Snipe Drone. Very similar areas and accents that those two have. Love them both, by the way. No disrespect.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous stuff. Yeah, honestly, I shut my eyes. I am in the room for sure with Snipe Drone. Now, fellas, we're actually just waiting for a couple of players to get ready and settled. We will be getting into game ASAP. We're just covering a little bit of time here while they get situated. And what we do, I thought it'd be interesting to actually get your thoughts on this series as a whole. Obviously, we're transitioning right now into best of 5. We have our series layout for you. And I want to know your predictions, but I also want to know why. So like what you're thinking in terms of the series layout, if we can leave the series layout up just for the lads to kind of have a look at. Gaskin, I'll start with you, mate. You know, what are you thinking in terms of a number? You know, obviously the grand finals last time, it was pretty swift. It didn't kind of elongate too much. But this time around, are you feeling a couple of maps dropping the way of HMCA?
In terms of game types, the only same game type that they played against each other last week was Aquarius ETF, and that was 5-1 in favor of Ascend. But we may not even get there because remember it's a 3-0 last time they faced against each other. You know, I do think that Recharge is a good map for HMCA. So I certainly think if they can get their hands on that ball for a decent amount of time, if they can control the map and just keep Ascend at a distance, not allow Ascend to prioritize holding the ball and then being aggressive onto them, taking them down every time on spawn. You go into Slayer Livefire 1-0 up, I say you've got every chance of winning this series because all you need to do is get yourselves to Slayer Recharge, I think, if you're HMCA, because we know already Recharge Slayer has been one of the best maps, I think, for HMCA across the board. They've been able to defeat Na'Vi on it several times now throughout tournament play. So I would say that having Recharge twice for HMCA is really good for them. But unfortunately, you're going up against Ascend, who don't really seem to have that many weaknesses. So even though I'm trying to pick out potential chances for HMCA to find victories, it's so difficult to also then find the weaknesses for Ascend because they're just not there. Like, even though they've lost games here or there, they always come back. They always win that series. They just seem unbeatable.
Yeah, they certainly had the ice. If you had to make a crazy guess, what would you say the number is?
A crazy guess would be, HMCA winning, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think I'm going to go Ascend
realistically crazy guess.
3-1. I think 3-1. Okay. I think even one map is probably crazy after the last time they played against each other. It was 3-0. So I'd say 3-1. I think HMCA will be happy if they can at least take one map here.
Okay, all right, Shorzy, I'm coming over to you, fella. I mean, look, Dan has a point saying about the Recharge up ball and then the Livefire Slayer, and I think they do stand a pretty good chance, and it's lucky that Recharge is up first. I think they are very well versed on that map. And then, like, let's be honest, Slayer, you can keep it close with a lot of teams. Everyone here knows how to shoot their BR. They do. They know how to use a sandbox. So it usually is pretty damn close on Slayers, and it was in the grand finals last time. So what are we thinking? Are we thinking a 3-2, Shorzy? What do you think?
I know you want me to say 3-2. You're heavily implying that, but I do think, HMCA have to win one of the first 2 games. I think if they go down in Livefire Slayer, then they're in big trouble of getting clean sweep. So I think they have to win at least that second game to give them a little bit of a chance and maybe some confidence too.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm kind of understanding of that. And what about your number? What are you gonna guess?
I think 3-1. Yeah, I think they'll take the Livefire Slayer, but they'll lose.
First you copy my hoodie, now you copy my prediction. It's good. Yeah, glad to know.
Hey, look, it is what it is. I think it's going to be really difficult because obviously we have Street Strongholds in there as well. And I think, Tony, that is going to be really, really tough for HMCA to get their hands on and beat them on that, because Strongholds, I feel like, Ascend are really good at holding those power positions pretty early on, and it's really hard to try and push them on that. They're very, very dominant. So what is your guess? After hearing the boys, after hearing my compelling story of HMCA making a real run for their money here, what are you thinking?
I think this series is going to be really tough for them. I mean, they already have one of the toughest competitions out there. Obviously, you have Ascend, who are so good. They're undefeated in these EU tournaments here. They're 0-4 in Streets. So the fact that Streets is in here is not making me confident whatsoever. I do like the fact that they're undefeated on Livefire Slayer. So that's one good thing, but even their oddball Recharge is not a good percentage. And this series just really isn't looking good for HMCA as far as the statistics go. They may be 6-0 today, but the stats don't lie, and this series not looking good for them. I'm going to copy my 2 buddies here, and I'm going to say 3-1. And I'll say I think they win Slayer Livefire, because they're that good on Slayer Livefire. The problem is that the rest of the series layout doesn't play to their favor. And when you're playing against a team like Ascend, you need every advantage possible.
Yeah, I gotta say, I also understand that for sure. However, I'm going to go out and I'm going to say 3-2. Look, I don't think they're going to take the series by any means. I don't. But I'm going to say 3-2. I think it goes the distance. I'm excited to see, how HMCA perform and come out of the gates. And I really do think that the deal is kind of in the first 2 games. And then if they manage to do that, hey, who knows with momentum? They might actually get into the heads of Ascend, because Ascend aren't used to dropping maps, let alone a series. They're just not used to dropping maps at all. And I think that's honestly something that's very interesting, is how do they perform when their backs are against the wall? How does it go if they are 2-0 down in a series? Where's their ice at? Because at the moment, we haven't got to see them diving into a freezer. At the moment, it's just cooking with a stovetop, like on full blast. I know.
So many references being thrown in right now. Are they warm? Are they cold? I don't know at the moment. I guess the closest time we've ever seen them be in that position would have been Rally. When they were in pool play and they lost to SSG right at the end of the day, which put them in a far more difficult bracket situation than they probably would have wanted. And they didn't really come back from it. They finished top 12 in the end, but they did have to play Sentinels. And again, I will always say that was a tough bracket for them, but they put themselves in that spot, having to play against SSG and losing out for it. I think that, they can blame jet lag, they can blame playing late or whatever, but they learned a lesson on that day. And I'm hoping that when we see them on LAN again, they won't make that mistake. But Ascend have kind of become the villains here. I think it was Matty Rums on Twitter that said, all these teams that are winning constantly now in every region are becoming the villains because people want to see them lose. People want entertainment. People want to see a new team at the top. And even though Ascend, such lovable guys for the most part, I know there's questionable things said on Twitter every now and then by a couple of them, you just can't consistently win over and over and over again and keep every single fan. People want to see change. That's the same for ANZ. When we see Chiefs consistently dominating over there, people are just like, all right, well, they've won again. Is anyone going to be able to topple them? Ascend, though, you sometimes will see teams just thrive in that environment. They say, bring on the haters. We're going to keep winning. We're going to keep doing our things. And at the moment, they've just put such a record in. They're becoming one of the most dominant teams in European history. It's scary. And, I don't know how far it can go, but at the moment, no one looks like they're going to be able to shut them down. But, I'd love to prove wrong.
Yeah, I think the gap is pretty far-fetched at the moment, but I have heard that the players are starting to get ready, so we will be in game momentarily. I think right now the biggest thing is I don't wish them unwell at all. I love Ascend. I think what they're doing, like you said, Dan, the fact that they're kind of making their mark in history for Europe is huge, and I love everything that I'm seeing from them. I just want them in an uncomfortable situation. Is that really evil? I just want them to be uncomfortable for once. I want them to have their backs against the wall, to see how they handle a difficult challenge. And I kind of want that from online perspective. I want to be able to see that on my screen and have a really good series and see what they can do. I think some of the best clips come from these uncomfortable situations, is how people manage to ice up properly. I think that's really telling of a team there.
No, I get it. I think you really want to make people uncomfortable, just like I like making Jersey uncomfortable. Richie, what is uncomfortable in French, by the way? Just wondering.
Les uncomfortables.
Yeah, that's close enough. I tell you what, he's done that well.
That could be French. You don't know.
Well, do you know what? I feel uncomfortable listening to the French potential accent coming out of Jersey there. But with that being said, I'm going to hand over to Jersey and Tony right now. Our first best of 5 of the day. It's our winners finals. Boys, it's over to you.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Winners finals then, Tony. Game 1 going to be recharged. Oddball, talk to me about the keys to success. You talked about getting in close quarters and that pipes area. It's going to be big.
That it is. We talked about it before. Controlling the resources on the map are going to be the keys to success, and I'm a firm believer in it. Making sure the camouflage does not get in your opponent's hand. Absolutely going off with that shock rifle, and do not let your opponents get a hold of a sword and a good setup. Otherwise, it's going to be lights out. Both of these teams are undefeated. They're 6-0 today, but that's not going to happen here after game number 1. HMCA are the red hot team. They have all the momentum on their side, but they've run into Ascend, who've been an absolute nuisance, an absolute brick wall when it comes to these EU Pro Series. Who's going to come out on top?
Someone's O has got to go then. And our first stage is set. It's going to be recharge, and our game type going to be oddball. It's all about controlling the sandbox. You see all those goodies up for grabs: camouflage, shock rifles, thrusters, grapples, repulsors, all the good stuff that you need to secure game number 1. And here we go then in our winners finals, Ascend against HMCA.
And looks like we're starting right on board with Sika, getting a sick kill indeed, taking out Rise, and then starting off with a double kill right onto Lunny. So the early ball's not going to go in the hands of Ascend after the triple kill being put in by Sika. 4 down go HMCA, and Ascend are absolutely on a roll.
Sika wasting no time, putting 3 members of HMCA into an early grave. Scoring will go in their favor to boot. See the fight go down over towards Pipes, but early engagements did favor for a moment Ascend, but all of a sudden they go 3 dead.
Flux going right in for the challenge, ends up getting himself an early assist, and now has ball time in hands for HMCA. Currently down with a bit of a deficit here, but now we're seeing the setup start to gravitate over towards this this A side of the map. We have 2 players under control, 1 player holding down gold, so a good setup for HMCA, but they have to stay alive and they have to get the slays.
Important that Flux holds his ground as he plays that ball there, right down towards bottom middle, but these teams going back and forth early doors, and you've seen that in the scoreboard, 19-14. Neither one really able to put a real stamp on the match, really trying to dictate the pace. And this is exactly what we call for, Tony. HMCA trying to go hammer and tongs with the boys on Ascend.
Snipe drone cross map shots here from Whirlpool. It has his teammates flying. That's what I love about this Ascend roster. You notice as soon as that call out comes in, you have multiple players collapsing on. He whips out the Mangler, goes in for the challenge over here towards Whirlpool. And while all this is happening, Legend just sneaking away with that ball, getting some cheeky ball time in. The spawners are coming in. That means HMCA are going down in numbers. Ascend holding on to the setup.
Fantastic job out of Ascend. Then Shock Rifle putting down a couple of shots into the back of Lunny, into his spine. That's going to sizzle him up just a little bit, and Legend on hand to take him down. Can he turn 1 to 2? Unfortunately, no. Flux shuts that down real quick. 3 dead momentarily for Ascend. Then ball has been played. Score 36-19 in favor of Ascend.
Flux with the camouflage in hands. Gonna sneak over towards this tower, towards this A side with that Mangler as well. So probably the most important player on the map. He can definitely make something happen, but he does not want to waste this camouflage here. As I say that, the camouflage does end up getting put down, and now it's just him, but still Mangler in hands. Excellent shots going and putting that player down to 1 shot, but the nade comes in, putting him back there, and he's gonna go down. 2 down go HMCA.
It's an absolute slobber knocker then over towards this Pipes area. We'd like to see one of these teams get their hand on that ball and rotate it towards safety. That's exactly what we're seeing out of Lunny here. Shots go down towards Pipes once more, and this time Lunny's on the receiving end of a fresh 4 shot.
3 down once again, HMCA. Actually, all 4 players. This is the setup that Ascend want to see. But the player's actually spawning over towards back goal. This is not looking good for Sika. Man, the nade comes in. He's going to go down quick. They had all 4 down momentarily, going in favor of the boys in red. However, the spawners come in, and they quickly put the ball carrier down. So now we're back onto even footing. But Legend off a screen ends up getting the double kill. Shady now going to chase down Ramirez, puts him down. 3 down go HMCA once again as Camouflage comes up. The setup once again going in the hands of Ascend. We're looking good right now. 58-21, it looks like, in counting here for Team Ascend.
Ascend in the ascendancy. 3 members down though, and ball played over towards that batteries area. We haven't seen Camouflage player for the moment, so perhaps someone's going to have to try and get their hands on that very, very shortly, but it could be very big, and HMCA need it more than Ascend do here, Tony.
Sika trying to battle out for the ball, sadly not able to do so. Flux comes in quickly for that kill. Ramirez able to get away with the camouflage, so now HMC have a chance to get the slays they need, taking down Legend first, but not able to get the double kill onto Shady. Still 2 down go Ascend, make that 3 down go Ascend. HMCA now have a chance to make a run and hold on to a setup of their own. Lunny chasing down Sika over towards Long Haul, and the ball staying over toward, but they need to watch the push possibly coming over from control room.
They have that set up, but 3 members have gone down. It's been broken immediately. They counteract that setup once more, and they start to rotate it over towards Pipes again. And 63 now the score and counting, all the while ticking up in their favor. And HMCA down a man once more, so they're on staggered spawn, have to wait for a full complement of players before they can make the push they need to break this setup. The ball has been dropped in the meantime here, Tony, and these two teams trying to trade back and forth, and we're seeing 2 members go down here, make it 3 for Ascend.
And that 3 down is exactly, once again, what HMCA needed. Sika doing a great job of grabbing that ball and throwing it out towards the middle of the map, literally almost disregarding his life, because the best thing to do is play the ball into a baitable position. That's exactly what he does. Meanwhile, Riot is taking some heavy damage over towards top gold, finally going to be taken down. Numbers still in favor of the boys in blue, as Riot's still down. Shady taking some damage as well. Shots are starting to ring out, and he's going to go for a flank, catch a different angle, and ultimately staying alive.
Shots continue to be exchanged. This time between Shady and Flux over towards this whirlpool area. Going to see another camouflage pop up once more. It was HMCA who secured it for their team last time around. Unable to get anything cooking with it though. Like to see an improvement on that side of things, but 80 seconds and counting here. Camouflage has been picked up, but was it Shady getting the burn?
And now only 10 more seconds needed here for Team Ascend. They're looking very comfortable here with this long haul set, but especially as that player going down to 1 shot, it's going to be Riot dropping the ball to get the melee kill, but HMCA are answering back. Lunny ends up getting a double kill, switching on board with him. He has to stay alive. He has to defend this ball. They can easily come back here if they're able to get the slays. Lunny going down to 1 shot. Flux off the screen, taking down Legend. And now we're seeing that long haul setup now switch hands over to the boys in blue. 50 seconds in, counting here for HMCA. They've reached the halfway point of this game, but they have to play near perfect Halo if they want to come out on top in this round number 1.
Time heavily against them then. Only 35 seconds on the clock. They need to keep the ball in their hands. Unfortunately for them, though, Riot is the last man standing, and they only need 4 more seconds for dead. Round 1 goes for Ascend.
Shouldn't be surprised here. Ascend are very good here on oddball recharge. They get the slays they need, and they're so objective efficient. The moment those slays go down, they hop onto the ball, they hold onto their setup, and they're so damn hard to kill. That's what makes them so hard to deal with here. As we're going to start on board with Sika on round number 2. Now, mind you, in order to overlay over towards the bottom, a little bit of a glitch here. It's actually a 1-0 lead in the round here going towards Ascend. They are 1 round away from coming out with the win. Meanwhile, HMCA would have to win back-to-back win. Snipe drone making sure the area is clear, grappling the ball over towards himself. Numbers going back in favor of Ascend. That means they're hopping right into their lockdown setup, and he wants to take advantage of this camouflage. He has the goodies, so he passes the ball over towards his teammates, and now he's just going to take advantage. Goes right in for the challenge on Ramirez, who actually accepts it and puts him down.
Both men threw gloves down, challenged one another to a duel, and it was going to be Ramirez that comes out on top this time around. Lunny in a fight with Shady over towards Pipes. Legend's got the backstab here, though. Lunny's in big trouble, hasn't got long left for this world, and is taken down, but not before getting a trade. So big plays out of Casey, but unfortunately for him, 2 members down a piece, but ball in the hands, and Pipes setup controlled by Ascend.
That it is, and the trades are going to go in here, but 1 more player within striking distance of going after the ball. It's going to be Flux going down to 1 shot. He's going to have to challenge Shady, and he ends up coming out on top, so 2 down, and ends up getting the double kill. He takes down 3 out of 4 members of Ascend, and because of that, Flux ends up coming out with this ball. He's the leading slayer on this squad, always having the highest KDA, and you're seeing it right there, taking out 3 out of 4 members to break the setup that Ascend was holding.
Important to note there as well. Flux had his hands on the ball, but the call and the communication came through that I'm feeling myself right now. Casey, you're going to hold the ball instead, but look at that. Casey drops the ball, puts a fresh 4 shots into the boys on Ascend, and he gets even more time on the board. That's exactly what you need if you're HMCA. Do exactly that. That's what the doctor ordered.
Is that what the doctor ordered as well? That what he prescribed, to fly off the map, getting the gap, the mind right there. Player gonna fly right off of the map in style, at least, as 2 down go HMCA. Shady having the height advantage, but he is gonna be taking some heavy damage. The information is in, but his health are not Luckily, he's still able to get away with the ball, going right up to the setup because numbers going back in favor of Ascend. I talk about it all the time. In a 4v4 scenario, you cannot be the first player to go down when you're going up against Ascend because they will take advantage of those numbers immediately.
The recipe for success we called out. HMCA needed to stop the aggression from Ascend, dictate the pace of the match. Unfortunately for them, they've kept it nice and scrappy, but haven't been able to stop this Ascend dominance. Time and time again, they're putting scores on the board. The kills go in their favor. Legend and Riot's 2 members down a piece. We're seeing Ramirez also hit the respawn screen. So although kills are going back and forth all the while here, Tony, it's Ascend who are more objective efficient.
Nades are starting to fly in here as we switch on board with Ramirez. Ends up getting a big kill. Oh, that's the hold of the shock rifle. Gets the assist. So Ramirez doing a great job of neutralizing the push coming out of Ascend. The shock rifle absolutely deadly. They want to get it out of his hands. So you're seeing multiple players start to funnel in, and Flux gonna catch that grenade. Not sure he meant to do that. 3 out of 4 members going down, and the boys in red are going to take advantage. Their setup once again being held, and they already have 61 points at the moment.
It was 4 dead momentarily as Flux caught that little furry grenade, stuck to his face, and once it gets there, it latches on, takes the hold in, blew him right out of his boots. And 75 seconds to score now to 21. HMCA have it all to do, and they're staring down the barrel of game 1. Fear and risk losing game number 1. Legend hitting 4 more perfect bursts onto Ramirez this time, and there seems to be no way to stop this dominance.
And this is crazy. This is the winners bracket finals that you're seeing right now. HMCA have been red hot for the last 2 weeks, but Ascend picking up exactly where they left off, and it's absolutely incredible to watch. Shady coming out with a big kill, now going in with the challenge with the Mangler, ends up taking down the double, but not able to get the triple. Luckily, they're finally able to take him down. Still, damage has been done. Ascend are looking so dominant on this map here, and they hold on to a 60-point lead. How are HMCA going to bounce back?
The damage is done, and Ascend looking to keep them bleeding. 82 seconds now to 22. Perfect 4 shots out of Sika once more. Miss a shot, god damn it!
Sika holding down this gold side, goes in, beautiful play with the plasma pistol, taking down that player. Now the setup is still being held here, but it looks like somebody wants to join the party. I guess not, because game number 1 going in favor of Team Ascend in this best of 5 series.
Ascend doing Ascend things once more, and HMCA, again, they look good in patches, but unable to make them bleed first time of asking. So game 1's in the books, Tony, and Ascend's showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, there was at least 2 times where HMCA was able to put Ascend 3 down, and they did take advantage of those numbers, but for most of the time, I would say maybe about 80% of the game, it was all Team Ascend, and it reflects in the scoreboard. That's a 200-75 win going in favor of them, and the Slays, every single one of them able to put up over 20 kills and double-digit assists to go along with it.
Looking at the scores and the doors then. HMCA a little bit off the pace in terms of slays. Not by too much though, you'd have to say. Damage as well. 2 members of their team hitting over 6k damage, matching Ascend. So not much to separate them in terms of slays, although there is about 10 kills. But in terms of oddball, that's not really huge or significant. But we look at the score, 200-75, 2-0 lead. What did HMCA do wrong there, and what can they do to improve next time around, Tony?
I mean, honestly, it's tough because I feel like they were doing the best they can. I mean, in the 4v4 situations, you have to be willing to slow things down, even if that means you sacrifice it a few seconds worth of ball time. I'd rather them sacrifice 5 or 6 seconds worth of ball time and formulate a push together and take advantage of the easy slays than ultimately them funneling one at a time and taking these individual gunfights and ultimately losing them to Ascend, who are either winning their individual gunfights or forcing the 2v1s. HMCA need to be able to slow things down when it's a 4v4 scenario, get one easy pick, and then take advantage of those 4v3 numbers. That's exactly what Ascend does to you. You have to flip that back on them, even if it means slowing it down, as you saw Ramirez literally flying off of the map right there. But he started going off too, got his hands on the shock rifle, and showed us what it was all about. Sadly, it was not enough. Ascend take game number 1 And now we're going into Live Fire Slayer, which is much better for HMCA. They are currently undefeated on this map and game type combination, but I'm not sure if they played against the likes of Ascend.
There is signs of life then. Perhaps they can level up the score in the series here 1-1. And Tony mentions how they're on a one-way ticket towards, you know, filing in time and time again to Ascend. And unfortunately for them, that just meant that they were going straight into their death. And if they continue in the same vein here in this Slayer game type, Tony, we'll see a 2-0 very swiftly.
We just might, and that's not going to be good for HMCA whatsoever, because as I kind of alluded to before, they haven't been able to get a single win on streets. No matter what the game type is, they're literally 0-4 when it comes to these Pro Series. So they need a win right now. If they fall 0-2, I'm going to be very worried about them getting swept here in the winners finals. And that's also going to make me worried about their mental going into the elimination bracket, because again, this is a momentum driven squad. From last week, having an incredible run, being knocked down by Na'Vi in round number 2, fighting their way all the way to the elimination finals, and then getting their revenge on Na'Vi to earn their right to play in the grand finals. Then they've taken that momentum into today, where they literally went undefeated until running into Ascend. I love the momentum coming out of the squad, but I don't want to see them drop into the elimination bracket without winning at least one game. They need to make their stance right here, right now. Play this Slayer like it's a game 5.
Game 2 then. Live Fire Slayer. HMCA find themselves down by 1 map in this best of 5. Important to note, they've been very, very good on Live Fire Slayer, like Tony alludes to, so perhaps they're going to get the job done. Here is the best chance of it to tie things up, and we're seeing a contestant coming down towards that sniper rifle top middle. 2 players of Ascend scamper away to bottom middle.
That they do. And Snipetron actually taking some stray grenades, going to try to play his life. It looks like Sika is not able to get his. And Snipetron is still one shot, trying to take advantage of that Mangler drop tech, but the heat wave shots are flying in somehow. Snipetron able to get away with his life. Shady goes in for the challenge after getting the body shot with the sniper rifle. So beautiful plays coming in out of Ascend, and Shady still able to get away with the long gun. Can he keep it and use it to his advantage here? 3-3 tie for both of these squads. Oh, not for
what
long.
can he do? Yeah, what can he do with the wig wobbler then? He uses it as a bit of a baseball bat for the time being, picking up 1. 5 kills to 3, the score. Ramirez and Lunny, though, hit the respawn screen, and Riot says, I'll go and join there. That looks nice. I'll hit there with you. So 7 kills to 4. Shady transition over towards Nest, always staying on the move. That is why this team is so impressive, Tony. They're not happy with standing still, setups. They keep on moving. It's so interchangeable. They're like fluid.
I agree 100%. I think Shady plays at another pace. He's so quick. He gets in your face, and then once the damage comes in, he has no problem disengaging and playing his life here, especially with the sniper rifle in hands, trying to make some moves. And did that player just fall off? I'm pretty sure that player just took a dive off the bat. What just happened, Jersey?
It's a splish splash, and he was taking a bath, and Shady's gonna join them as well, straight in the drink, and that Frenchman can't swim.
We're now going to switch here over towards Ramirez. Hopefully he can swim, because he's about to get repulsed off the map. Goes in for the trade onto Legend, and Ascend are starting to put some good points on the board. It's 15-8. Going in favor of the boys in red. We're actually on board now with Sika, actually switching gears over towards Snipe Drone of Team Ascend, holding down the sandbox, and able to get in with the double shot melee, but they're losing numbers. 3 down go Team Ascend. HMCA need to take advantage. They need to hop on these spawns and make Ascend uncomfortable.
You can see some of these European players already have their eyes on Valencia, trying to get into that water. Maybe the hotel swimming pool, but they're going to need complimentary armbands to stay afloat here. HMCA. Riots goes down. 18 kills to 12 to score, and Ascend showing no signs of slowing down. Ramirez isolated back tower. He's got 2 members descending on him, and Flux manages to pick up 1 onto Legend. Top middle, Lunny standing strong, but shot in the back, taken down, eliminated.
Ooh, and Flux coming in out of nowhere, flanking over towards tower. That's going to be a big kill, but Shady answering right back, able to get himself the heat wave repulsed once again, but finishing him off with that power weapon right as the sniper rifle is coming up here. They have to control the sandbags and the seaside. It looks like they're able to do so, and you know what Shady's going to do with this long gun. He takes down Ramirez immediately, but not able to get away with his life.
controlling the sandbags, controlling the sandbox. Sniper rifle was momentarily in the hands of Shady, and he's managed to put one in the grave before being taken down. Heatwave and sniper rifle still positioned top middle, and Lundy's going to find himself a nice little present there. Thank you very much, and doesn't have to sign any paperwork. Free as you like. Finders, keepers, and losers, weepers. Lundy, Heatwave in his hand, but it's cursed. He can't get a kill.
And it looks like Shady's going to go down as well, thanks to Flux. So a 2v2 scenario, make that 3 down, go Team Ascent. HMCA finally starting to get some numbers advantage with Shady, Flux being so annoying with that repulsor, able to milk his life as long as possible here. And now we're back on board with Snipe Drone. Mangle in the back pocket, overshield coming up. Both of these players want it. Only one can get it. The assist going to come in. Beautiful teamwork coming out of Ascend, and they've earned themselves this power-up.
Oh, you say that, but hold on a second. HMCA have got different plans, but Seek on hand to secure that for his team, and Snipe Drone expertly gives that communication over to the Frenchman. Seek puts a couple of shots into Riots while he was no shields, and that's going to be enough for his teammate to pick him up in the kill feed. And Flux in the respawn screen. Ramirez positioned back green. He's like completely isolated once more. And there we go. 3 members dead. Lunny, Ramirez, and Riots. Flux last man alive over towards this sandbags. A fortunate spawn for Ramirez to pop up and eliminate the rest of that overshield. And Flux gets 1, but Legend turns him in.
Great job for Flux to play his life and even take a player down with them before being taken down, but still, they need to start getting these 2v1 scenarios or these 2-0 scenarios. They cannot be trading off kills here with Team Ascend, which is exactly what you're seeing right now. Finally down to just a double-digit lead, 42-32, still going in favor of Team Ascend, and Sika's now going in for the bottom mid flank.
10 kill lead then, requiring 7 to win the game and close out for a 2-0 lead in the series. We've seen players go back and forth. Shady picks up another one. That's going to be Ramirez sent to the black, and that's a double kill, and 3 members go down momentarily. 4 dead, only requiring 3 more now. Ascend looking dominant.
That they are, and only 1 more kill needed here for Team Ascend. Multiple players are down on HMCA, so it looks like Ascend are going to hop onto these spawns. Power weapons are coming up, but not going to matter as this kill is most likely to come within the next 5 seconds. Finally, Snipe Drone able to get the kill. It's going to be a 50-36 win. Team Ascend have gone up 2-0 in the series. They're now 1 win away from stamping their ticket once again into the grand finals and having that wonderful advantage with coming out of the winners bracket, only having to win 1 best-of-5 series to become your champions.
And we were worried, Tony. We talked about how if they go down 0-2 in the series, you spoke about how Live Fire was going to be their saving grace, perhaps an armband for them. But the issue is now they're down 2-0 in the series, and now Streets Strongholds is our next game type. And we have seen the lads beat Ascend on this particular game type, so they're not impervious. There is some holes in their game, but do you think HMCA can match them stride for stride here in our next game type? As we look at the stats, and you can see once again, only just under 2k damage. Is an off game for him, and he doesn't have many of them.
I mean, you're definitely right. The lads were able to pull off a win on this very game type of map combination. And even though HMC are kind of similar to the lads with their run that they've made in that second week of Pro Series, sadly, they are 2 different teams. And HMCA are not a good Streets team. Again, I said about before, they're 0-4 across all game types on Streets. They haven't been able to pull off a single win here in the Pro Series. So if you're asking me if HMC are going to win this against Ascend, the #1 team come out of the Pro Series, if I got to put money on it, I'm saying no all day. I'm saying that Ascend are going to pull off this 3-0 victory here. I think if HMC were going to steal a win and maybe get some momentum, it had to be on one of the first 2 game types, like you said, before we actually got into the game. And sadly, they weren't able to do so. And I believe Ascend are going to come out on top.
Let's entertain the idea then, Tony. What do HMCA need to do here to come out on top in this Strongholds game, and perhaps a lifeline in the series to maybe make a run at this game 5 and this potential for reverse sweep? What are the keys to success on this Street Strongholds game?
Yeah, most likely has to happen is that one of the players on Team Ascend need to be traded mid-series to force the actual disqualification, because you can't compete with 3 out of 4 players. You have to have all 4 of the members. So somebody would have to be traded on that roster mid-series. Now, I think just like with anything, HMCA have a chance. They have a puncher's chance. I mean, Ascend are not, unbeatable in every game type, and Ascend want to push for that trip cap a lot. I think you have to kind of counteract. I think you have to play to their aggression, kind of play their aggression against them. If they're holding on to an AB setup and they start to push for that trip cap, great. What you need to do is fight for that Bravo control, get those slays, and keep them spawning over towards C. Meanwhile, you play a much more simple brand of Halo. Hold on to that PD and that Bravo side, keep that height advantage, look down on your opponents, and keep them forcing towards C. The moment they go in for that trip cap, you need to click. You're going to start spawning over towards Cafe, or you're going to start spawning over towards PD, and you need to fight for Bravo. You need to win those gunfights and keep them spawning down there. You want C so bad? Great. Spawn down there.
Well, in game 1 and 2, we spoke about how it's key and important to hold the sandbox, control the power weapons, the power-ups, all those goodies. And unfortunately, what we have seen is Ascend do just that in game 1 and game 2. So to turn their fortunes around here, HMCA, they have to get their hands on that rocket launcher bottom middle.
Oh yeah, the rockets are just, I mean, it's 2 quick kills, and with both of these squads being as fast as they are, the moment those slays go on the board, they're going to immediately be in the strongholds. There's no timing loss whatsoever when you're talking about professional players of this caliber, everybody being as objective efficient as possible. It's just that Ascend, not only are they fast, not only are they objective efficient, but they also win all of their gunfights. And most of the time, you can't even catch them into those individual gunfights because there's a 2v1. Once that call out comes in, they are flying at you and making you as uncomfortable as possible. And that, to me, is what makes Ascend such a dangerous roster.
And everybody at home, if you want to know how all this has transpired, you want to get caught up on the Halo history, please head over to youtube.com/Halo Esports. That's where all the Halo competitive stuff is going to be. That's your hub, and you won't need an incognito tab, although you will see some dirty clips.
That you will. Let me tell you, we've seen some dirty clips across all of the Pro Series, NA, EU, even some ANZ. Just like Ascend is, there's a team called the Chiefs that are out there running ANZ right now. Both of those squads are undefeated throughout these Pro Series, which is crazy to think about week after week. Ascend have seen maybe like 5 different rosters flying at them week after week, and every single time they've been putting them all down, and not being defeated in the tournament. They haven't even dropped down to the losers bracket. They haven't lost a single series. How crazy is that?
It's madness. And you think about it as well, Tony, all 4 regions are being dominated by the same team week in, week out. We're seeing 4-peats almost for everybody. I think we've seen the ANZ region lock in the 4-peat with the Chief. We've seen the Mexicans also lock in a 4-peat once again. So we're seeing these regions, it's almost like everybody else is playing for second place. And that's what we're seeing certainly here as we do load into our game number 3, Streets, Strongholds. And HMCA have it all to do because they're staring down the barrel of elimination. They could be heading down to the lower end of the bracket very, very shortly if they don't turn things around right here, right now.
Well, wouldn't it be crazy if the first team to pull off a win against Ascend actually did it in reverse sweep fashion? That's what HMCA have the ability to do right here, right now, pretty much making history, not only beating Ascend, but pulling off a reverse sweep on them. That would be absolutely crazy. Like Shurzy said, it's about controlling that rockets over toward the middle of the map. The moment you lose those rockets, you will be put down in numbers, and you will have a difficult time spawning up without that pressure we're putting on both sides. So I want to see if HMCA can answer Ascend's aggression with maybe some aggression of their own and some efficiency as well. We're going to find out here on game number 3. Ascend 1 win away from moving into your grand finals. HMCA having a mountain to climb. Shurzy, take it away.
And here we go then. I've just headed over to Halo Waypoint and I've added reverse sweep to my cart. I'm just adding in my payment details to see if I can lock it in before time runs out. 2 strongholds though in favor of Ascend. 2 members also down for HMCA. Not the start they would have liked.
You're right about that, because it looks like almost going in for the triple cap. However, it looks like Ramirez having something to say about that. The trades come in, so at least they're able to hold on to Charlie. Meanwhile, Riot was able to grab hold of the rocket launcher. sneaking right behind enemy lines. Most important player on the map right here. His teammate is going to go down quick. Ends up shooting the rocket, but not able to get the kill. Puts that player down to one shot. His snipe drone coming in for the bait and switch. The kill comes in. And Ascend starting off on a roll. The trip cap is in. 52-0 run going in favor of the boys in red.
Seeing Riots trying to cause a little bit of ruckus, but unfortunately for him, he was turned down before he could really get going. A&C in control of Ascend. Make that a triple cap momentarily. We're seeing Lunny positioned over towards Station, and he gets a lovely few shots into that player bottom tower. Going to be snipe drone on this occasion. But they're fighting for their lives here, trading back and forth for the strongholds. But unfortunately, as it all goes on, 2 strongholds have been in Ascend's control, at least bare minimum, since the very start of the game, Tony.
That it is, but HMCA was able to put Ascend 2 down momentarily, as that matters much, because Snipe Drone immediately going to answer back, and the spawners are coming in over toward the cafe side. So it looks like HMCA were able to steal away Bravo, but Legend is stealing lives at the moment, taking down Luddy, and now starting to up the tempo. They want to steal B back.
Legend looking to rebrand then to the Grim Reaper as he takes lives and doesn't give much in the way of resistance. We're seeing 2 more kills go in his favor. Riots and Lunny hit the respawn screen. Legend's not missing.
When does he ever? When does he ever? That's another kill coming. Ends up getting themselves a double kill. Ends up getting a killing spree. Legend is absolutely making legendary plays, and he's well aware that the spawners are flying over towards PD, not slowing down whatsoever. The trip cap is in. 150-0 run going in favor of Ascend. This is not just a series, it is a message.
Ascend playing lights out. A message. A massacre. That's what we're seeing unfold before our very eyes. Legend's gonna come in here, but unfortunately, Sika with a heat-seeking rocket locks on. Control C gets the reset. Here's the Sentinel beam. What can that do to melt the shields? The microwave. It can sizzle, it can pop. That's damn right obnoxious is what it is. What can Sika do? Back tower. Face to face with Ramirez with a bulldog, and it barks and it bites. Sika gets taken down.
The referee taking a close eye on HMCA, ready to call the fight at any moment, because it looks like this might be a TKO. Ascend are absolutely looking unbeatable right now. Legend actually taking down into right. Off a screen, Shady going right at Ramirez. Finally, Legend ends up going down, but still it's a 2v2 scenario, and it looks like the double cap still in favor of Ascend. Sika winning the big pivotal gunfight. The nade flies in to put Flux down to one shot. Another nade comes in for a finish, and HMCA were not able to steal away Bravo. And now they're going in for a trip cap once again.
Tony talked about HMCA having a puncher's chance. He spoke about how the referee has now got a close eye on this. I think the coaches need to have a look at this. Throw in the towel. They haven't looked in the fight, HMCA. That's how dominant Ascend have been. 250, a clean sweep in our winners finals.
Wow. I hope you guys didn't go get some popcorn. I hope you guys didn't use the restroom or even blink, because it was over just that quickly. You are now seeing the dominance of Team Ascend. In case you guys are new to EU Halo, Ascend are that dominant week after week. They've not been dropped into the elimination bracket, and that right there was a reason why Ascend are so good. And mind you, again, HMCA, that was not a good game type for them. They haven't been able to win a single map on that throughout the Pro Series. So it was Ascend's best game type going against HMCA's worst game type, which led to that 250-0 dominant win going in favor of Team Ascend, who have now stamped their ticket into the grand finals.
We've seen on the scoreboard there, HMCA, this is how good of a team they are. They all decided, let's get 5 kills and get no more. Every member of the team picking up 5 kills, and that's where it stopped. 250 points to 0. Like we talked about, it was a massacre, Tony, and HMCA didn't seem to stand a chance.
And you're seeing some of the replays on screen again. That was such a quick game. The double kill that Legend puts in to secure C. And mind you, they still have the trip cap right there. The spawners come in towards PD. They're able to steal away 1 cap. And then this was an individual gunfight that Sika had to win. He ends up doing it. All the replays and just showing, I mean, not a single replay going in favor of HMCA. There was no plays being made. Ascend didn't even allow HMCA to breathe right there. That had to be the most dominant win that we've seen in the EU Pro Series so far here in Halo Infinite.
Well, I'm I ordered a reverse sweep, Tony, but unfortunately I just looked over and my card was declined. So unfortunately, not enough money in the bank. I don't know what they were charging, but it must have been a hefty price because I've been outpriced.
That you have, and that leads me to believe that, I mean, what team can possibly take down Ascend? Like, so far, the only team that's looked good against them, that don't fear them, is Team Na'Vi. But every time they go and make a run throughout the winners bracket, when they get dropped down to elimination bracket and we expect to see a rematch, they never make it out of that losers final, sadly. So we haven't seen them go at it twice in the same tournament. Either way, Ascend, a dominant win, a dominant performance, and man, that was incredible to watch.
Well, Lottie, Dan, if you popped out to get yourself a cup of tea, no doubt it hasn't gone cold. And there's Dan munching away on a bowl of cereal.
Is it finished already,
Dan?
I have mine here. No, I tell you what, though, boys, you have a point. This is exactly why I tell people before the break to go and have your break, have your food, bring it back, because it's moments like this where you can't blink, otherwise you will miss it. No, I gotta say, my goodness, I was very hopeful at the beginning of this, and my hope has been shattered. And I think you put it perfectly, Shazzy. It was an absolute massacre, especially at the end there. Gaskin, I think the biggest thing right now, I think for a lot of people to understand at home, is really why this is happening. I'm sure HMCA are asking the same question. However, it has been so often we have seen Ascend not only win series, but be heads and tails above everybody else. I mean, it is unbelievable the gap that you have to be able to close in on Ascend to even get close to winning a map or take a series at all. And I just want to know from your perspective, what is it about them that is so dominant? Is it their detail and the way that they're positioning themselves on maps, or their communication? What is it, do you think, from this Ascend roster that makes them the best consistently?
They're fearless in every single battle, individually or with a team. They trust each other so much. They go into every single fight knowing full well that if they go a shot down, either they're good enough to outstrafe their opponent and win that individual battle, or someone is going to come around the corner on their team and help them instantly. Because if you are playing against Ascend and you kill one of those players, you know full well someone is going to come in to clean you up. Like, they don't allow one-shots to get away. They're very good at reacting to call-outs, so the communication is definitely on point. And it should be. The chemistry is there because they've been a team for that long now, like ever since the start of Halo Infinite and just prior of, and 3 of the 4 of this roster have been a team since 2019, the end of 2019. So they've got everything there, and unfortunately no one can quite get there with the pace that they play this game right now. The closest competitors that we see is North America, and North America play at a much faster pace than Europe, and we're kind of lagging behind Europe at the moment. But I do think that we are going to see teams slowly adjust to the pace of Ascend. For HMCA, it was just another a lesson learned for them. I think they know full well that they are a little bit off the pace against this Ascend roster, but I don't think that will dishearten them too much. They've already got top 3. That's fantastic, but now they just need to say, all right, well, we lost to Ascend again. Everyone loses to Ascend. Let's just focus on this elimination bracket, and maybe we'll have another stab at playing them in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think another stab is definitely what they are aiming for here. And you have a look right now at the bracket and exactly how that one went down. Ascend do pick up their 3-0 win and defeat HMCA to get into the grand finals. I mean, I gotta say, it was a little bit expected here, but I was hoping that HMCA would put up a little bit of a fight. And we kind of saw a glimmer of that in the first map there on our ball as well, but unfortunately it just wasn't good enough. And we do have our lower finals right now, HMCA versus Quadrant. Quadrant do take down the lads 2-0. The lads are out for the count, and Quadrant, they are on the comeback here. This is going to be a big test for them right now. Quadrant versus HMCA. HMCA obviously heating up a lot. Going up against Ascend, you learn a lot about yourself as a squad and what you have to really clean up on. And they would have learned that in that match against them. So I think Quadrant are going to have to really work very, very hard if they want to take down this HMCA roster. We'll have more of that in just a moment. We're going to be talking about this elimination final in just a second. We're going to head to a break, and this is my warning, right? You never know what could happen in these games. So go get a cup of tea, go get your loo break in, go get your snacks, whatever it is, and then come back and make sure you are paying attention. Shazzy, 1 second. You can go in. Yep, 1 minute. You can go in just a second. We'll be back right after the break, folks, with your elimination finals. It is going to be Quadrant versus HMCA, and we'll see you right after this.
Nice play.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
An electric kill.
Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured.
Welcome back, everybody, to the HCS European Pro Series. Now, before the break, Ascend remain very firmly on top. They showed that not only will they not be defeated, but they will be virtually untouchable. Obble was a sharp showing from the Ascend lads, and HMCA tried to break setups and gain some momentum, but they wouldn't be able to. Ascend would always switch the power positions into their favor and seal map 1. Now, map 2 brought us the Live Fire Slayer, where it wasn't the closest affair, and Ascend continued to be dominant, getting their slays and trading kills to keep them way ahead of the curve. And then lastly, the map the Ascend were waiting for, Streets Strongholds. They could show off exactly why this is one of their strongest, not letting a single point slip past them. They held their power positions, and they slayed their way to victory with rotations that even Master Chief would be proud of. So incredible stuff, Ascend, and they will be in your grand finals yet again for another week. Now, with that being said, lads, we have a bunch of Ascend to talk about, obviously, because they're going to be in our grand finals. I'm going to be paving the way to talk about what they need to do in order to win again. But we do have our elimination finals to decide who will be joining them, and that's going to consist of Quadrant versus HMCA. Now, obviously, HMCA being the roster that just got bumped down from Ascend themselves, and now Quadrant are facing a pretty hot team. You know, they're coming in from Momentum, playing Ascend. They've learned a little bit about themselves here, and Quadrant obviously having a bit of a shaky start to this Pro Series week number 4. This is going to be the maps and modes and exactly what is going to be going on. Gaskin, I want to start with you here. Who right now do you think has the better kind of chance in this best of 5 series here? Because obviously HMCA, yes, it was a bit of a kind of sad affair. Obviously 3-0, nobody likes getting 3-0'd in a best of 5, but they would have learned things. And the one thing that we talked about, Gaskin, was about, you know, learning a few things about yourself as a team and trying new things against Ascend and being able to bounce back. What do you think they did learn that they can bring into this series here?
I think that you kind of ignore what happened against Ascend. It sounds weird, but Ascend are just such a different team that you don't want to focus on any of those negatives because it's so easy to focus on the negatives. Later on, go back over the footage and find out what Ascend were doing right. Not necessarily what you were doing wrong, because it's so difficult when Ascend are playing at their best, especially in that Stronghold Streets game. Like, they're nutty. Like, it's so difficult to play against a team like that. I think the good sign for HMCA is they beat Quadrant last week. It was a best of 3. None of those game types that they won featured in this series, though, so I guess that is a downside here for HMCA. And Quadrant are on the rise, right? Quadrant back-to-back top 6s, now I've got into top 3. They will want to face up against Ascend, because I think the closest competitors that Ascend have are Navi and Quadrant, just looking at scrim results. So I think that, you know, Quadrant are here to prove a point. They're at a LAN center, they're all playing together, they want to show Quadrant what they're made of, and I think we're seeing that today, and now they just need to get one more job done to get to the grand final, solidify themselves once more as top 2.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one hell of a job to be able to do that. I personally think against HMCA, I think this squad obviously have been really heating up. They are looking very, very strong, despite obviously the series against Ascend here. But Shozi, you know, with all of this kind of together and Quadrant having that problem, actually, do you know what? I'm going to put a pause on this one, folks, because the game is ready. So I'm done. I'm done. So I'm gonna sit back, relax, enjoy this elimination final, boys. Here you go, have it.
Well, you know what, Dan? I'll happily take it because I get to cast with you one more time and one incredible series. HMCA had a lot of momentum going into this tournament. However, the mental might have been hit after losing 250-0 in going in favor, obviously, of Team Ascend. So I'm really kind of worried about HMCA. Meanwhile, Quadrant were your clear number 2 squad leading into Raleigh. They were getting grand finals left and right, not able to get over Ascend, but usually putting up a very good battle against them. We're going to see if Quadrant can come back and rise like a phoenix, or will HMCA prove that they're a team that are here to stay? I'm loving this matchup right here. Dan, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. This is definitely going to be an exciting one because HMCA will want to prove that they can get top 2 back-to-back, and Quadrant, they want to be on that revenge tour. They want to prove that they also are the number 2 team. So there is a lot riding on this. Of course, prize money only for the top 2 teams as well here. So even though seeding points are great for getting top 3, it's just that extra little bit sweeter being able to push yourselves into that grand final. For Quadrant, I do think they look like a different beast this week. It has to be said. I was a little bit worried about them in previous weeks. There was a couple of things that didn't go right for them, but in scrims, they've been performing so well against all of these teams. They've been beating them so successfully and really dominating, but I need to see it happen once more. They've got one final hurdle before that grand final.
one final hurdle, but man, is it a big one here. When it's multiple players going down, immediately going to start here with Fragger. Two of his teammates are going to go down, so easy setup going in favor of HMC at least as far as their numbers go. Ramirez now going in early for Charlie, but the nades are going to start to come in. Chick able to get the backside, but catches a shock rifle to the dome. The trades are going to come in, and finally HMCA able to hop onto 2 strongholds here and are now putting the first points on the board.
It is worth noting that Quadrant were very close to being eliminated earlier, but had a really good comeback, which would have given them so much confidence and momentum coming into the rest of these series. It's very easy to get your head down after you've been battered, really, by another team, and that's the worry here for HMCA. I think that's what you and Lottie were alluding to here, that after you get 3-0'd in that fashion, like, what does that do to the mindset? Are you able to just easily forget it? Is there any conversation going on in the camp about what went wrong? I know that this HMCA roster have the experience to put that behind them, though, and I'm sure they'll be fired up and focused to take on Quadrant here. And after beating them last week, I think they'll be fairly confident as well. But look at this, a trip cap now for Quadrant.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that. If you're going to be a professional team, you have to be able to have like that mental reset button. And as soon as a bad play happens or a bad series happens, you have to click that mental reset and jump right in. Hopefully they're able to do that as Ramirez cross-map shots are coming in, doing a great job of holding down this top tower side, and they're holding on to 2 caps as well. Camouflage will be coming up very soon here. Ramirez well aware of it, so he wants to hold on to this tower side for dear life, but he has to deal with Chick, who's going after Bravo, steals away the strongholds. Mangler is out, goes down to 1 shot. The trades are going to come in, but HMCA having numbers right now.
Yeah, HMCA giving up A control, though, which is a little bit interesting. They were prioritizing trying to stop Quadrant from grabbing B, and maybe they could have focused on securing A a little bit. I always say that I think A should be your priority position on this map. It gives you the best spawns and the best chance to fight out to the rest of Recharge. But Riot's now grabbing the camouflage. That's going to allow HMCA a little bit of freedom, but gets hit by a random nade, and that will just give away his position. He tries to fight for his life, but at least he's still alive here.
Riot's getting the flank, getting shots on 2 different players. The excellent priority as far as the targeting, able to put 1 down to 1 shot, goes in for the challenge, wins that individual gunfight, and Riot showing why he's a dominant force in this map. 3 out of 4 members for Quadrant going down, and now HMCA looking to make a run, trying to steal away Bravo. Shots still ringing out for Riot. Man, the damage he's putting in is amazing. Not able to get most of those kills, but the amount of damage he was able to do to force multiple players to back down and him for take advantage of it being as objective efficient as possible. Great job coming in out of Inter Riot.
Yeah, player priority is something that every pro player is going to get better and better at as we go on, of which are the more important kills? Where should my damage be going? Can I just ignore this player to ensure that I put enough damage onto the other player to help my teammates? In that occasion, Riot's demonstrating that perfectly. I will say that I enjoy watching Riot's POV because he's very confident. He will sit in the middle of a hill and take a fight actively, whereas other players may just cower behind the back trees, for example, but Riot stands full out saying, I will take that fight. And at the moment, it has allowed HMCA to get a little run of points on the board, and they are straight back into this game.
Chick getting real fancy with that repulsor right there, almost able to steal away A, but sadly SLG and friends able to hop right on, and now SLG going in for the challenge onto Lunny, but Lunny gonna win that gunfight, holding on to that whirlpool control, and now multiple bases going in favor of HMCA. The challenge comes in over towards Charlie Fragger, able to win that 61-50 in favor of the boys in blue, but both teams really trying to fight hard for that full map control, and neither team able to get it just yet.
The Quadrant are going back and forth from A to C. It's always a dangerous game to play, and that's the reason why. All it takes is one player off spawn to be a nuisance, and it was Riot's once more being the thorn in the side of Quadrant that keeps HMCA scoring here. It's the poor man setup of A and C. They will want to prioritize B. I'm sure Riot will work his way over there with the camouflage. Uh-oh.
Oh! Interesting nade coming out from Riot right there. Not sure he meant just that, but still able to put Nurix down. So 1 shot. Nurix ends up still getting the kill onto Lunny. So big kill by Nurix, staying alive, trading off a kill before finally getting cleaned up by Riot, who ends up getting the shock rifle and uses the Mangler as well. That's going to be a killing spree. Almost able to get the double kill. Is finally able to shut down Riot, but man, the man's 11-5, 5 assists, putting damage. He probably has most damage in the game, I can imagine right now. Riot is really going off.
Both teams consistently giving up A, getting aggressive and pushing towards B, and arguably just giving up some of the best positions on the map. But maybe Ramirez can make something work here with the sword. He always seems to have the sword on recharge. He does find it in his hands quite often. Goes down there though, so that sword is going to be utterly useless whilst it's at the bottom of the map. And Quadrant still scoring with A and B and are looking to go for C once more. But again, they've left A, and that's allowed now the spawns to go for A for HMCA. So I understand what Quadrant are trying to do here, Tony. They're trying to be like as quick as Ascend are on strongholds. But they arguably are giving up time in certain occasions unless you go huge. But it's so difficult to take on some of these competitors who are spawning over at A.
You know, it's an interesting brand of Stronghold Halo that we're seeing right now, but I'm not mad at it whatsoever. Hey, if you're not going to win your individual gunfights against the team, it doesn't matter much if you're just out-rotating them, and that's what you're seeing out of Quadrant right now. Yes, they're giving away some points on the board, but, I mean, they're still holding on to a lead, so clearly they're doing something right, and we're going to see if this strategy pays dividends in the long run, as now they're going in for a momentary trip cap, able to get us go B, and once again, like you said, giving up that A strongholds until SLG decides to slide into that man's DM. He's gonna get the number. That's gonna be a trip cap going in favor of Quadrant, and man, what an amazing play coming out of the boys in blue.
Quadrant are playing this like it was street strongholds with how they are consistently pushing that trip cap, and if you can make it work like Ascend usually do, then sure, you get so many points, but you have to be flawless. You have to be winning every engagement and making sure you're collapsing it as a team. And Quadrant, if they've found some success, they've managed to get a 50-point lead now, and HMCA struggling a little bit with the pace that Quadrant are playing. They're going to have to try and match it, or they're going to have to try and pin them back into C here to really shut them down.
Well, you're finally seeing HMCA start to answer back. They're able to steal away a double cap, but the question is for how long? Because the Slayers are starting to go back in favor of Quadrant. Another big kill, utilizing that Mangler, almost getting the stick on Zalunny, but the information is just what Fragger needs to come in for the cleanup kill. And just like that, Quadrant are back on a roll. This is a squad that, again, was the #2 team out of EU heading into Raleigh. They've seemed to have a tough time since then, but it looks like they're bouncing back.
Yeah, they really look like a different side today, and they'll want to be like the Quadrant of old. And the thing is, it's always been there. They've always had the recipe for success. They've just not been able to put all those ingredients together when it comes to game day. We watch them in scrims, and they're 10-1-ing teams. They look so confident on every game type, but then in those best-of-3s, they weren't seemingly finding their footing. But now they're in a best-of-5. They've got through those best-of-3s. This is where they should thrive. But HMCA have also demonstrated enough to suggest that this is going to be a really intense series. Another triple cap for Quadrant, though. They've been so relentless with their aggression. This is so tough for HMCA to do anything off spawn.
Especially when you're going 4 down like they just did. That was a momentary 4 down for HMCA, letting the first one to spawn, hopping right into the hill. And the problem is, when you're getting trip capped and as soon as you hop into a hill, you're letting the enemy team know exactly where you are, and that's why you saw the collapse coming in. Chick going in for the challenge, able to take that one, but not the second one as well. Riot ends up getting a big kill, and now he's trying to work onto Alpha, but he's flying back because of the knockback, able to get the assist though. Riot is really impressing me in this year game.
I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that HMCA are making right now, is that when one of them spawn at A, they're jumping straight into that stronghold, and it's not allowing the rest of the team to spawn there as well. They jump into the stronghold, Quadrant then collapse, they kill that one player, and then HMCA start spawning over at pipes or something, and Quadrant then have the player advantage. So HMCA just need to be a little bit more patient when they are off spawn, but I can understand them really just wanting to jump in that hill and slow this down.
Another 3 down go HMCA. Quadrant looking so good as they finally put the 250 point on the board. Quadrant are looking like they did pre-Raleigh right now. It is scary. Dan, it is really scary seeing Quadrant look this good.
It is terrifying because Quadrant, like, they were a level above everyone else as well. I know we say Ascend were so far or are so far ahead of everyone for a short period. Ascend were up here, Quadrant were just a little bit lower, and then everyone else kind of dwindled into that 3rd to 8th position. But then everyone's caught up Quadrant, and Quadrant, they were slacking in recent weeks with their performances in HCS competition. But now it seems like whatever was going wrong, they found the answer, and maybe the answer was all getting together in a LAN center and playing next to one another. I mean, that does wonders for you as a team, being able to communicate and assess what's going wrong. Chemistry-wise as well, you can kind of chat, you can hang out between games. It's certainly being very beneficial for Quadrant right now. You can see it in their gameplay, and that's why they're having so much success. A difficult game for HMCA. I do think that they made a few mistakes off of spawn, but sometimes you kind of forced to make those decisions. When you're on the back of a trip cap, you want to slow things down, you want to slow that scoring, so you get a bit antsy off of spawn. But I think if they look back next time at how they played it, they might assess it and change things up for the next time they try and perform.
And they definitely need something shaken up. And one thing I'm really, at least going for HMCA is that I promise you, Flux is not going to have a repeat of that performance. He obviously had a tough game number 1, going 7-20 in the stats, but normally Flux is that kind of leading slayer. He actually has the highest KD throughout all of his teammates, and they've been teaming together with Lundy going into the Pro Series. So I would not be surprised if we see a big bounce back game coming out of Flux going into game number 2, Slayer, and that might just tie the, change the whole momentum, tie up the series, and we'll be on equal footing. It's a best of 5, so it's plenty of Halo to be played still.
I mean, just looking at these highlights, there's a couple of times where Flux is singled out on his own in a stronghold. It's one of those where off spawn, he's giving away his position, and then he's being collapsed on. And Flux is one of those players who really does thrive in an environment where he can maraud around the map and be that nuisance and finish off those kills when the callouts come in and get those one-shots. But unfortunately, the one-shots weren't there because Quadrant were just so quick, they had so much control, and they were collapsing so effectively. It was very difficult to be on the receiving end of that. I wouldn't say it's a really poorly played game by HMCA. It was more so a very well-played game by Quadrant, almost matching the speed of which we see Ascend actually demonstrating how they play on Stronghold's games. But going into game number 2, it's an entirely different pace, an entirely different style. Aquarius Slayer, maybe this one will be a bit more comfortable for HMCA.
Hopefully, because if they look as uncomfortable as they did in game number 1, they are going to be in trouble. And it all starts with that camouflage you're seeing in the middle of the map. You do not want to allow Quadrant to get a hold of it like they did over in Recharge. And also, in addition to that, I would say the hidden gems of this map are going to be the thrusters that each team have on their side of the map. And on top of that, the Dynamo grenades. The Dynamo grenades do a max amount of damage, slowing down the enemy team, and then also giving you that audio tick. They are so powerful in competitive settings that I'm still surprised we started with 2 of them when picking them up, because you're seeing them come into play almost immediately. Riot's the one taking advantage of them.
They're up every 30 seconds as well. That's what's crazy. If you can time them and prioritize them, like, for example, they're going to be back up at 11:20 on that scoreboard. So, like, if you were always there in a Slayer game, just imagine having 2 Dynamo grenades every 30 seconds. Like, that is way more powerful than a camouflage every couple of minutes, if you ask me. And there you go, bang on the money, 11:20. You see HMCA go towards those Dynamos. Did they get them? That's the real question.
Fragger and Nurse getting back-to-back kills. Chick able to get away with the camouflage, also having the heat wave in hands. And now going to get really aggressive. There was 2 spawners over towards the blue base when they're putting some early shots, and that player's actually one-shot easy kill. Going in for the double, making the second one shot. The cleanups are gonna come in, and Quadrant looking just as hot as they did in game number 1, rolling here in game 2.
Dynamo spawning, just to let you know. They're coming up, and there's still 1 left for Chick. Chick does toss that one towards the flag, and you could see the amount of information he was able to gather from it as well. That's what they're so good for, not only the damage they deal, but also the information you can gather for yourself and for the rest of your team. Really difficult at the moment for HMCA. They're kind of under this spawn trap from Quadrant, where a couple of players will be up, Quadrant collapse, 2 players die, 2 more players go up, Quadrant collapse, and it is an endless cycle that sometimes can lead you falling 10, 15 kills behind, which is what you're seeing right now.
Nurix going in for the big challenge, able to take down Flux. Now going in for the challenge once again on Lundy. His man's feeling so confident, finally going to allow his teammate to get the cleanup kill, and then Ramirez slides in for the cleanup of his own. But over double the enemy's team score line is Quadrant. However, HMCA, a couple back-to-back kills, starting to answer back a little bit until Fragger starts, fragging, whatever.
And I'm sure that HMCA would love to be in a LAN center as well, competing alongside one another, and I do think it gives a very big competitive advantage to the team who is playing side by side. But it's a UK connection. We've got all 8 players competing from the UK, so it's not going to be like any sort of French online advantage, which is what we've all screamed in the history of Halo. Instead, they're playing on a UK connection. But certainly Quadrant, I mean, they look so different, Tony, don't they? This isn't the Quadrant we've watched for the last couple of weeks.
No. No, and you know what? It was kind of jarring to see this team kind of drop a bit since Raleigh, but man, is it good to see them firing on all cylinders like they are right now. It felt like it was only a matter of time, and you're starting to see that SLG going in for the trades onto Flux, trading off that Guild 27-14 lead, going in favor of Quadrant. Chick putting some good damage in and then staying alive. Quadrant not only playing aggressive, not only are they winning their gunfights, but also just playing really good fundamental and high IQ Halo.
I think what screams more about how impressive Quadrant are right now is just to think how impressive HMCA have been today and over the past couple of weeks. They were able to take down Na'Vi. Now, I know that we saw Na'Vi drop in the lower bracket as well to the lads, but it was such a good performance from HMCA to do that in the winners bracket and the elimination finals last week. This just screams Quadrant being on their very best form, which is what they needed to do in this competition to show us what they're made of. 32-19. HMCA are just not able to get back into this game right now. Quadrant continuing to push those spawns. Every single time a player is called out, Quadrant are there. They're on top of them. HMCA do not have a chance to breathe.
It's just too much pressure. Too much pressure coming in. You're seeing that right now as back-to-back kills going in favor of Quadrant. 3 down, go HMCA, and the final player gonna fall as well. SLG himself able to get the double kill, and numbers advantage still going in favor of Quadrant. HMCA are having a hard time simply spawning up as a unit and getting that first kill. Quadrant are playing their numbers and playing that aggression and hopping on those spawns. Look at that. All 3 players coming off a spawn, and Quadrant are there putting down the damage immediately. Fragger coming in with the camouflage, able to get the big kill. Now he's gonna fly over towards P, and you have 3 members funneling here. Quadrant are looking too good. That's the 41 kill mark here for the boys in blue. Have you seen Quadrant look this good, Dan? Have you?
Not since previous to Raleigh. That was when they were at their very best. That was when I was always kind of betting on them to be finishing top 2. Of course, that's not literally betting on them, but just very much figuratively put that out there. But very impressed with what they're doing right now. They're not playing with a particular amount of structure. They're not setting up in any sort of way. They're just running as a 3 or a 4 and collapsing time and time again. And HMCA are so far behind and were so far behind that Quadrant could play in this very aggressive manner where they'd be more than happy to trade every single time.
SLG finally going to fall, but Chick able to get away with the heat wave. Shots are starting to fly. A few misses there, but he has his teammate with him. Just going to prioritize his life here as the dynamo grenades are flying. Nurex ends up coming in with the cleanup kill onto Flux off of screen. Chick ends up putting down the shot with the heat wave from across the map. At this point, he's trying to go for trick shots here as they're now just a couple kills away from coming out with a dominant game 2 win. Excellent job listening to his teammates to clean up that kill. Now he's getting aggressive over towards bottom utility, and that's gonna be it. 50-29. How do you like your steak, Dan?
Blimey. Like, that is a statement or a statement from Quadrant. They really just showed a different kind of force. I mean, we saw what Ascend were able to do against HMCA, and it's always worrying when you watch a team get demolished like that, go into the lower bracket and what the mentals are going to be like. But I don't think that this is a case of HMCA getting down on themselves. I think they're just going up against a Quadrant who are out for blood. They were upset with the comments that we and the community may have been making about them after their back-to-back top 6 performances. So they're here to answer all those questions and to say, look, we are a team that you have to be worried about. They, like other teams, were definitely going up against Quadrant in recent weeks and saying, oh, we can take these. They're beatable. They've been losing best of 3s. Well, now they're trying to strike fear into their enemies' eyes once more with performances like this.
That they are. This is the Quadrant that we known and love. This is the Quadrant that we saw pre-Raleigh, and even heading into Raleigh as well. And they might have lost track a little bit since then, but they are back on track here. They realize that there's no excuses. Best of 3, best of 5, best of 11, or 49. Just go out there and win. That's exactly what they're doing. This almost seems like a message to the rest of the league saying, hey, don't forget about us. We were top 2 for a reason, and we're going for that number 1 spot, making quick work out of HMCA. You know, obviously when it comes to steaks, you know, you got porterhouse, you got filet mignon, you got yourself a nice ribeye, and then HMCA. Those are the premium cuts of steak, and Quadrant are eating right now.
You can make me hungry, Tony. You're just like, I literally went out for steak last night, by the way. I had a filet steak, 6 ounce, perfectly cooked, medium rare. Mwah! Beautiful. Quadrant's performance there, even better. And that's how impressive it was. We go into Bizarre CTF, which is one of those game types where a lot of teams struggle. It's a difficult game type to play. I know it's not everyone's favorite. I even saw, I think Ogre2 said on Twitter that he would rather play Behemoth CTF than Bizarre CTF. And, you know, that's a statement in itself because it's just been removed from ranked, thank the Lord. But now we go into game number 3, HMCA on the back foot, have to reverse sweep against Quadrant. What I will say is that Quadrant, I do think, match up better against Ascend than what we saw against from HMCA. So I think it would be a more entertaining grand final if Quadrant were to get there. But HMCA won't want to allow them to do so. They'll still want to dig their feet in now, try and make a series out of this, come back and show us what they're made of.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, HMCA, again, were red hot leading up into this tournament. They got second place literally just last week, and we're looking damn good making it over towards the winners bracket final. So this is a squad that was looking really good until they ran into Ascend. They were undefeated throughout the winners bracket, 6-0, and then Ascend giving them that 3-0, capitalized by 250-0 loss over in their worst game type, being Stronghold Streets. And maybe HMCA haven't been able to bounce back since then, but they have a chance to do it right here, right now. I do not want to see them get swept twice in a row. They need to get a win right now.
Well, maybe Ramirez with the Rockets can be the key to victory here. And certainly the early stages, the Slays have gone in favor of HMCA. A very difficult map to try and get caps on. You have to slay and force the spawns and be very aware of the spawns on Bazaar before you're running this flag. You can also sometimes find success running the flag when all 4 members are up, but the teammates that you've got on the map are able to get those slays as you pull, but it's easier said than done. Lunny, unfortunately, fumbling that one a little bit, might have been able to get to the middle of the map, or perhaps it was an active decision because he does have that grapple.
Love that. Whenever you have the grapple in hands, you take that early damage. Even if you fumble, you can use that flag then as bait, as the nades are most likely to climb in, thinking that you're going to relay the flag, and then you just grapple it right over, avoiding all of that damage. Excellent play coming out of Lunny, but he's not able to stay alive, and that Dynamo Grenade going to have a mind of its own, bouncing back. Meanwhile, Chick and Fragger starting to eat once again. 2 down go HMCA. And now you're seeing a counter pull coming in. Flux goes in for the challenge, but not able to get to come out of this one. And the counter pulls in. Nurix makes it all the way over to the side of the map, and that's what happens when you play a team as strong as Quadrant. If you don't capitalize on your slays and on that cap, they will do it for you.
Yeah, I think that was the downside of the time that HMCA pulled the flag. Quadrant were able to not only stop the flag from getting too far, but also they overextended at the same time to get into HMCA's base. Already pulled the flag. That naturally made HMCA hesitate a little bit. Did we go forward? Did we go back? They got caught in 2 mines. Quadrant slayed them, and then they capture the flag because of it. And going a flag up is going to give them lots of confidence here and lots of belief that the 3-0 is very much on the horizon in this series, and already they're going to be thinking about their matchup against Ascent.
Yeah, forget capping 5 flags. It's hard to cap even 1 flag. Most of the time with Bizarre's flag, you see games end 2-1 most of the time is your average scoreline here. Chick ends up winning a big gunfight. However, Ramirez coming out on top, defending his palm trees, and now having a chance to move up as 3 down go Quadrant. HMCA now have a chance to turn this defense into some offense.
They want to try and time this correctly, though. They don't want to push in now and get too aggressive with the Rockets coming up in 20 seconds. So you take this fight, you keep them in tree, and you try and stop them from being able to push out. But SLG at least managing to get 1, and that one allowing the rest of the team to also find a couple of their own. So just at the right time, Quadrant push out, they get map control, and they should be able to be rewarded with Rockets because of it.
Nurix staying onto his side of the map. He has to make sure he slays out of his base. They cannot overextend without clearing out their base. Lundy goes in for the rocket. Beautiful play coming in. 2 down. Make that 3 down for HMCA. Quadrant now having the numbers. Now it's them on the offense. Fragger saying he doesn't want the low ground. He wants the high. Going in for the challenge onto Ramirez, forcing him to back down as the nades are flying in. Fragger able to still get away with his life, and he's still putting down damage. That's actually going to be an assist. And now Fragger starting to up the tempo. We might see a flagpole coming in out of Quadrant.
How many times do we see that from players where they'll take that much amount of damage and they'll sprint away and they'll hide and they'll just crouch in a corner? But Fragger knew full well that he could get into a position to still help his teammates. And now because of it, they got kills and they're getting a flagpole. Ramirez falling is going to be very detrimental because he was in one of the best positions to try and stop this flag. And now Quadrant looking to try and double their lead.
And you gotta love the awareness coming out of Quadrant. They know that one round of Slays is not gonna be enough when running this flag. You have to get at least 2, sometimes even 3 rounds. So they're putting pressure on the spawners that were coming over towards Rocket Alley. A little bit of a fumble for Fragger, not even able to get it out with the grapple, but luckily Lunny able to get a hold of that overshield. Is any chance his flag being returned to be on the backs of the overshield right here? Great play coming out of Lunny.
Yeah, that was a mistake there from Quadrant. I think they know it. They had a flag cap on the horizon there. I think he was assuming that he could kind of stand on the jump up and pick up the flag from below him, and then when that didn't work, he said, okay, well, I've got the grapple. And then unfortunately, it just wasn't at an angle where it was grappleable. It's a difficult word, so I always just make it up as I go.
What was that?
But yeah, grappleable. I think that's how it said, isn't it right?
Back on board now with SLG, able to get his hands on the dynamo grenades. It may not be grappleable, but it is dynamo grenadable.
Hey. You know how to say it.
SLG now going in for the challenge onto Ramirez. Oh, okay. All right. Show me what you got, Captain.
Yeah, nice work from Quadrant to at least get back on the page after not being able to grapple that flag, because I think that would have been a bit of a tilt factor for some teams. They would have been questioning, why aren't we 2-0 up? We should have been able to get that flag. It should have been so easy to capture it after they got the initial slays on board. For HMCA, that is a gift back into this game that they need to try and take advantage of.
And Riot's really been that player to impress me coming out of this HMCA roster, having the Bulldog in hands. Currently 5 and 10, but has 7 assists as well, putting a 6th kill on the board right in the nick of time, because Ramirez starts the flag when it ends up going down, but it's Riot's himself that comes in for the cleanup kill. He also has the grapple as well, so a great job of prioritizing his life here as he tries to defend the palm trees. Both players end up being one-shot and Fragger to take advantage of that, getting himself a double kill. And here come Quadrant once again.
HMCA trying to be proactive, trying to get that flag moving, but hadn't quite done enough to slay the Quadrant players and get map control to allow it to happen. Very close to getting those kills in Treat. And now Quadrant with 1 rocket to play with. We'll see that they can get this flag moving, and that could be a big rocket as well, which it is.
Chick coming out with the rocket, ends up getting himself a double kill here. Already watching for the overextenders coming towards Rocket Alley as Nurix not able to find the flag. Right, what is going on here? Just sprint. Just sprint. It's over. You don't have to. Finally, Nurix coming in, getting it towards the double doors. Despite 2 different fumbles, it looks like we're going to see a second flag cap going in here for Team Quadrant.
Now, that is definitely something that sets Ascend apart from the rest of Europe at the moment. Is things like that very rarely happen for Ascend. I know we're not watching them at the moment, but just that's who we compare to when we look at the best in Europe. Their flag runs are always flawless, and they don't make those kind of mistakes. And it's those kind of things that you need to clean up if you're Quadrant or if you're HMCA, if you want to be matching the best in Europe. You can't afford to make those mistakes. They were let off on that occasion, but would they have been let off on another occasion?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I mean, I didn't like the flag running technique. You notice how he wasn't jumping at all. When I'm running the flag in Halo Infinite, especially with how heavy it is, I feel like you have to jump and let go of that flag at the peak of your jump. He actually wasn't jumping whatsoever, which kind of making the flag harder to run in that case scenario. Meanwhile, Flux having a hard time staying alive over towards the cafe, ends up getting a cleanup kill somehow, dropping down from the height advantage, but staying alive. A dynamo grenade coming in from his teammate just to make sure his awareness is on point. Flux still here. Overshield coming in about 15 seconds. HMCA want to get their hands on this.
I mean, just going to back to the flag running, I think for the most part, the reason why people don't like to jump as much is because it gets caught on everything, does the flag. It's got a height which it hits doorways and it hits tunnels or it hits bridges. It just hits everything. But the thing is, because he was running it under the dynamo grenades, even just dropping it and not jumping, it still gets stuck on that wall. It's one of the worst routes that you can take it if you start dropping it. Of course, it's fine to sprint. So that would have been definitely a lesson learned from Quadrant as they go for a different flag run now. And you have to feel like a third might be too much to come back from HMCA, so they need to make sure they stop this one.
With 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, I'm going to have to agree with you. I think they want that Zog. They're able to get the return, and on top of that, even a counterpull coming in the curve slide to try to get maximum distance onto that flag, and the damage is in. Riot's coming in for a cleanup and now relaying that flag. However, SLG going to stop him short, so they're going to have to battle it out over towards the Bulldog, and the Cavalry's coming in for both of these rosters.
HMCA know this is their lifeline. This is their chance to get a flag cap and get him back into the game. Flux able to run it a little bit further, but this is so messy down towards the Bulldog area. And Fragger getting another kill onto Riot. Chick's in the position to get the return. And is that the hopes of HMCA getting back into the series, being flushed down the drain?
Chick ends up coming out with a big kill. However, the nade from Lunny is going to come out with the cleanup. That's the kill from the grave. All 3 out of 4 members for HMCA going down, and the 4th member going down as well. Nurix now keeping control of the enemy's team's cafe with the rockets. Long-range rocket comes in, ends up getting the damage that he needs in order to secure the assist. And now Quadrant are just a few moments away, one slay away from pulling the flag. There it is. Ends up popping up on the kill feed. And Nurix already starting the flag, but he knows he needs to deal with this player over towards the bridge.
Riot's not able to get that one, but HMCA are in a position where they're pulling this flag, and they know they need to pull flags, and they need to get one on the move, because with only 2 minutes remaining, there's not much time to get 2 flags across the map. Alongside the slays, you need to actually successfully run them. It's a big fight here for Lunny. If you get a double kill here, that could be massive. They do get the kills. This flag can start moving. There's still a chance here for HMCA, but the overshield coming up at possibly the worst time for them.
4 down go Team Quadrant. Lunny already having that flag across the 50% portion of the map. Dan just said they needed a gap, and here it is. It's still a 2-1 lead going in favor of Quadrant, but there is enough time on the board for HMCA to mount the comeback here. Get to it.
And I saw on the outlines that Chick was there to take that overshield, and I was thinking that was going to be a detriment to HMCA, but Riot's got in a position to make sure he took him down, grabbed the overshield, and it helped secure that flag capture. So one realistic last push now for HMCA to try and take us to overtime here.
Ramirez already getting aggressive. He knows they need to make something happen right here, right now, but they're not winning the Slays battle. Lunny and Riot end up hitting the black screen here. Quadrant, no. They're literally one defensive play away from possibly putting this out of reach. So Ramirez, Bulldog in hands, firing it off. A player ends up coming up. That's going to be Chick, able to get the kill, and now has the Bulldog as well. Quadrant now can fight for the 50% portion of the map that Riot needs to put in control here. HMCA needs to make something happen. 47 seconds in counting. Plus, they have a little bit of sudden death here, Dan.
Yeah, I think sudden death is the saving grace here. At least they're only 1 flag down. It means that they can afford to be a little bit more patient here. Like, even now with 35 seconds off spawn, you can make one last push work, but Quadrant are certainly making it difficult. They're winning their engagements. They are pushing into the right areas. They are playing extremely defensive, but of course, why wouldn't you? They are just holding on to their lead right now.
Flux was able to get over towards the Rocket Alley, ends up taking down one, but that is not going to be enough for them to mount the pull. We're almost at the 10-second portion. HMCA needs to fly. They can't even prioritize their life right now, as they need to make sure a flag is pulled before the counter hits 0. Easier said than done when Nurix is coming at you. Another slate coming in. 2 down go HMCA, and it looks like they're not able to get the pull. Quadrant are going to the grand finals.
Quadrant are back, baby, and it's what we needed to see. I mean, HMCA, again, hats off to them. Another top 3. I know it wasn't the top 2 that they found last week, but they once more demonstrated they are a real deal in Europe once more, and definitely deserve the credit that they've been searching for with their performances, because they have been off the mark pretty quick in these tournaments, and I think that's very impressive. But as for Quadrant, the comeback story, it carries on. 2 back-to-back top 6s. We were asking the question, is there something wrong in the camp? Well, they've all got together. They've decided it's time to prove themselves once more. They will get their revenge matchup against Ascend in the grand final. An all-French affair and Snipe Drone, which is what I always enjoy to say. I haven't been able to say it for a few weeks now, Tony, but it looks like finally Quadrant have regained the success they found prior to Rally.
Ooh, don't call it a comeback. Quadrant are here. I mean, oh, it feels so good to say that. Again, pre-Raleigh, this squad was consistently making grand finals and going toe-to-toe with Ascend, and most of the time only 1 or 2 plays from taking multiple games off and possibly even a series. They fell off since, but man, Quadrant are bouncing back, taking down a red-hot HMCA, and now earning the right to play against Ascend in the grand finals. And dare I say it, maybe, just maybe, I thought Na'Vi was the team to take down Ascend eventually, but maybe today's Quadrant's day.
Just a couple of things that Quadrant need to work on, and I'm sure those flag runs will haunt a few dreams tonight, but they can't allow those kind of mistakes to happen against Ascend in the grand final, because Ascend will very much capitalize on them and punish Quadrant for doing so. HMCA were almost in a position to punish them, and they really made a game of it here on Bazaar Capture the Flag. Very enjoyable match to watch, but with the amount of time that was left to get that last flag in for HMCA, it just allowed Quadrant to be very defensive, and we know full well that when a team does set up shop on Bazaar, it's so difficult to get into their base, let alone pull a flag. So we don't get to go any further into this best of 5. It is going to be back-to-back 3-0 defeats for HMCA from the winners bracket finals, but top 3 again is a good performance from them, but we know they are capable of more, so I'm expecting them to come back. When we get to the open tournaments that are going to be happening in the weeks following and in the supers, HMCA are definitely a team to watch out for. But the story right now is Quadrant are back, and they're going to get their rematch against Ascend.
Quadrant nous voulons gagner, and that means want to win. I promise you that. SLG and friends are coming in for that grand finals. They want the win, and they're looking damn good right now. Ascend, watch out. Quadrant are coming for you.
Well, Lottie, how's your French? Can you top that? Because that was probably the most impressive thing I've seen, and I've seen a couple of 3-0s today. Tony.
Wow, oui, Tony, très bien.
Whoa,
very, very good.
Everyone's bilingual today.
Very, very good. Very good. And merci beaucoup, Quadrant. I mean, thank God you're back. Absolutely fantastic. And it was funny because I kind of lined things up with Quadrant earlier on, especially with their win against Who Knows, which is a team name if you're just tuning in. It's not me not knowing anything about Halo. I promise you it is a team name. I was worried about them being complacent and being too complacent and not being the same Quadrant we've seen before, but that really showed a lot of what Quadrant really can do in their ability here. And I think I completely agree with you, Gaskin, when you said about, their flag runs being a little bit scrappy. And it was actually something I noticed throughout the entirety of that CTF game, was that they were consistently getting the double dual run with the flag. However, it was paused pretty much for a good 40 to 50 seconds before being able to get the cap there, and having to basically fight their way, get the scrap kind of kills here in order to get that cap. And I think it speaks a lot about Quadrant right now and the state of their gameplay, Shazzy, because they really need to kind of brush up on their efficiency here if they want a chance of taking down Ascend. I think what Ascend do so well is the fact that they are so efficient, but they are so pressurizing at the same time. And if you don't have the two of those together, then it's going to be pretty difficult to try and take the dub against Ascend here. What do you make of Quadrant so far, especially in that series and kind of their chances going into this grand final?
Well, looking at it, the only thing that sort of pops into my head is, that Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's like drinking and he's like, welcome back, Quadrant. I see you. Welcome back to the dance. It's been so long. It's been 3 weeks now where we haven't seen you perform at your best, but now you're back and you're firing on all cylinders. And I really think this Quadrant roster is probably the best team to match Ascend for stride in pace. And this is team, we call it Le Classique for a reason. These two teams have been back and forth all season long, even pre-rally, so it's good to see them back where they belong, and I'm looking forward to a very good grand finals.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they were doing all of the right things throughout that entire series. I mean, applying the pressure, putting pressure on spawns, really kind of jumbling things up there for HMCA, which is exactly what you want, right? You want to push your opponents off their game completely. And they did that so well throughout the entirety of the series. Take a look at the bracket though, folks. This is where we are at. We've had one hell of a day here of Halo Infinite. And you can see our grand finals will be Ascend versus Quadrant again. Another challenger has ascended into the grand finals to try and take these folks down. Quadrant are back again. I'm sure Ascend are like, oh no, not these guys again. Oh my God, really? But this is the time right now. Quadrant need to prove themselves here. They've had quite the journey to get there in the elimination bracket as well. They've taken down Who Knows, the lads, and now HMCA as well to bounce back up again. Some big stuff has been happening, and it's really cool to kind of see the storylines form here because, yeah, Europe is extremely competitive. It really is. The competition is super hot right now. We need to talk, though, about HMCA just for a brief second before we kind of close the chapter on them. And one particular person for our AMD power performance is going to be Lunny in that last map on Bazaar CTF. Lunny has been such an imperative force on this roster. Lunny is just such a phenomenal player, and he really does bring slaying power, but also he brings smart moves, smart plays that he produces all the time for this team, which are honestly the difference maker and can swing a series and a map into the way of HMCA. He works really, really well with this team. Gaskin, you know Lunny, you've known him for a very long time. He goes way back. You know, looking at his gameplay so far with HMCA, why is he such a difference maker for this squad?
Because he's annoying. He will do anything to win. Genuinely, Lunny was the reason I stopped playing Halo 5 and became a caster, so I should probably thank him, because I was playing a matchmaking against him, and I was like, this guy is genuinely one of the most annoying players I've ever played against. He always had an assault rifle, always had some sort of close-range weapon to kill me, but you need that. You need someone that is going to do the dirty work and is prepared to pick up the weapons that aren't deemed as skillful. But then you give him a battle rifle, you give him a sniper, and he still demonstrates the same kind of things, the same kind of slaying ability that you need on a roster. And even though, like, at times I dislike Lunny as a player, I'm starting to love watching him because he just provides entertainment. He's always there or thereabouts, being a nuisance to the other team, getting behind enemy lines. And even though it didn't work out for HMCA in that particular matchup, you saw by the amount of damage that he was outputting how key he was to this roster and why it was such an important pickup for them when they did make that change.
Yeah, indeed. I think, honestly, Lunny as well, something that he brings to the team, he's very proactive. And I mean that in terms of, you know, there's many times I've seen him on recharge, you know, checking the camo a good 10 to 12 seconds before, making sure no one's popped down there to try and aid his team in securing that power up and really thinking ahead of the curve here, especially using the sandbox as well, going to grab things. He kind of, in that sense, reminds me a little bit of Renegade from North America, you know, always being proactive, always trying to prioritize the right things on a map. And I do see that coming through from Lunny's gameplay. So an absolute force of nature when it comes to Halo Infinite, and HMCA are very, very lucky to have this talent. I'll tell you what, folks, it is that time. It is time to go refresh, fill up your water bottles again, go get a cup of tea or maybe a nightcap, whatever you're into right now. We do have our grand finals coming up for you very, very shortly. Quadrant have clawed their way back up to the top. Some say they're back, but let's see if they can actually make a stand here against Ascend for once. I'm excited to see exactly how this series goes. Stick with us and we'll see you right after the break.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
An electric kill.
Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Welcome back, everybody, to HCS European Pro Series week number 4. Well, Quadrant are back in town, and they decided to take out all of their frustration on HMCA. So, in order to get back to the top, they had a big map 1 to set the tone on recharge, and a strong start as well with Aquarius Slayer, applying an ungodly amount of pressure and pushing spawns to control the map. They just looked like they were having so much fun out there. And then, of course, map 3 sealed the deal with Quadrant. Also a little scrappy with their flag runs, but they were able to convert them into caps and secure their spot in the grand finals against Ascend. This team is looking pretty hot right now, and hopefully they can also contain that momentum, build upon it, and produce the goods going up against their fellow rival Ascend one more time. So obviously, boys, we are in the grand finals. We got Gaskin, Sherzy, and Tony joining us, of course, today. We got to talk about this because we are saying Quadrant are back. How back are they, though, is my question, Gaskin, because, you know, we have seen Quadrant produce the goods at the start of the season. They kind of fell off a little bit, and here they are back once again, top 2, but fighting for that top 1 position. You know, is this the same Quadrant you saw before, right at the beginning of the season, or is this Quadrant a Quadrant that really needs to go back and be like, okay, we did a really good job this week, however, we have a lot to clean up on?
Well, I think the good news for Quadrant is they've never got further than top 2, so they've at least matched their performances. Now they need to try and better that, and what is a perfect opportunity for them to now surprise Ascend. I know they competed against each other in the winners bracket already this tournament, but I don't think Ascend would have been expecting this grand final. And Quadrant, they're on a roll. They've got a lot of momentum behind them. They seem to be a lot more confident, and they're shooting a lot better as well, individually and as a team. And they're matching the pace of Ascend, which is what really surprises me. Ascend are so much quicker than the majority of other teams, but with how we just saw Quadrant play strongholds on recharge, they were pushing every single stronghold. They weren't setting up. They were being relentless with their pressure. So I think this is going to be a series. And judging by scrim results, they tied 4-4 last time they scrimmed, which was yesterday. So that says a lot for me. I know scrims aren't everything, and Quadrant haven't necessarily transitioned from scrims to tournament play too well as of late. The fact that they can win game types, this series layout is going to be a very important one. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Go on, Gaskin. What do you make of the series layout?
All right, so I'm trying to... Can we keep it up just for a little second so I can look up? So Live Fire, Strongholds, they didn't play each other. Slayer Recharge, they didn't play each other. Bazaar CTF, Ascend 1-2-1 and Bazaar CTF, Oddball Streets, Quadrant 1, and then Slayer Aquarius. Ascend won. So naturally, I'm looking at Ascend having the advantage in that, in terms of they won 2-1 on scrims when you look at those 3 game types. But that leaves open Livefire Strongholds and Slayer Recharge. I will say, though, Ascend are very good at Strongholds, and Quadrant lost every single Strongholds game against them in that scrim. So I think that this series layout does lend itself towards the Ascend roster.
Yeah, for sure. I also think, you know, in terms of comparing the two teams right now, we talk about the pace being set, and Ascend very much do set that pace, but they also control the aggression really, really well. They apply pressure, but they're also extremely efficient when it comes to objective work as well. So they have that efficiency through every single map in a series. I mean, I'm going to throw it to the casters right now, but I'll also throw a question with you guys as well. Sherzies, Gaskin, you know, are we looking to match the pace of Ascend here for Quadrant, or are we looking for Quadrant to slow things down in their favor and set the pace themselves? Little food for thought as we get into our grand finals.
Thanks so much, Lai. And that is exactly what we're going into. Grand finals time now, Dan. We've got La Classique. We've got Quadrant up against Ascend. One more time, they're going to do the dance. And Recharge oddball game 1, and it has to be matching the pace of Ascend here, right?
Yeah, they do have to match the pace. As Lottie said, like, are we going to see a team be quick enough to go up against this Ascend roster? I just want to apologize as well to Tony. He didn't even get to say anything in that pre-game because I was there waffling on about games and stuff. Well, sometimes, you know, we get games stalled by the players and we have to talk loads. And then the one time, Tony, sorry, Tony, he'll get his chance after the game. I do think that, you know, we've seen enough from Quadrant to say in scrims and in this competition here today, they can match up against Ascend. They can get results. Do they have what it takes to win the entire series? I think that's an entirely different question. And my honest opinion would be no. I don't believe that they've got what it takes right now to take down Ascend, who just seem unbeatable. But would I love to see it? Hell yeah, I would. I really hope that this is a series that, you know, everyone in the EU community wants to see, a closely contested one, someone to go toe-to-toe with Ascend and match them, similarly to what Na'Vi did in previous weeks, where it was such a closely contested 3-2.
Na'Vi, the lads, HMCA, and an old foe, an old rival. Quadrant looking to get the once over here and now. Grand finals, game 1, live fire Strongholds. Let's get it cooking.
And all 4 were dead there from Ascend. So we're back to normality with the olden days when Quadrant would have the better starting strategy than Ascend. And it goes so far back that it wasn't Quadrant versus Ascend. It was Cartel versus OEX at one point. But now they found their footing, they found their organizations. And it's been Ascend who have been the better side since those organizations have been picked up. But now Quadrant are back to their best. And SLG is starting to heat up.
Something that excites me, Dan, particularly in that last series that we've seen. Had it been a game 5 Slayer and they just squeezed out the result, you would maybe think, okay, well, they haven't separated themselves from the chasing pack. But Quadrant 3-0'd HMCA, who have been looking very, very good in recent weeks. Is this finally the return of form that we need to see?
I think it is. I think that we had to have someone not only matching Ascend and trying to give them a better matchup in the grand final, but also push HMCA further, push Na'Vi further, push the lads further. You know, you don't want to get too comfortable in your position in top 2 or top 3, otherwise maybe you will practice a little bit less, or you think you're better than you are. All these teams are pushing each other now to become better, and that's what Europe needs as a region. As we're waffling, Ascend turned around this game from being 20 points down to a trip cap, and that's what we're going to see back and forth. Both these teams going for that trip cap, trying to apply pressure. We're going to see relentless aggression time and time again.
2 dead momentarily then for Ascend as Quadrant look to get some more control of the map. B's going to transfer over here. Shady gets taken down over towards that sandbags area. And Chick desperately tries to cover the ground. Unfortunately for him, snipe drones on hand. And he doesn't miss very often. He's not making or showing any signs of that here and now. Trade goes through in the kill feed. 2 dead apiece, but Strongholds in favor ever so slightly of Quadrant.
In Quadrant just trying to out-rotate Ascend. You saw snipe drone spawn towards A, left A, goes towards B, and then Quadrant sneak in behind him to make him forced to go for a decision of, do I go back to A? Do I push B? And unfortunately for Snipe Drone, he has to make the decision to go to B, but there was another player there and waiting. Quadrant doing really well right now to prioritize their strongholds, but they're only behind by 3. So that says a lot. Even though they were so successful with their starting strategy, they're matching Ascend's pace. When Ascend do have control, Ascend seem to be holding these strongholds for a little bit longer.
What will we see then? Snipe Drone has to watch the rest of his teammates scurry around the map and try and get some semblance of control. Two strongholds still very much in control of Ascend, as we're seeing Sika transition over towards this bottom garage area. He will head towards the big door and perhaps help his team out there. And yes, indeed, that's what he does. Secures +1 for his kill death spread. Repulsor, top middle, over towards his tower sandbags. Ultimately, he gets back down, has to back off and live to fight another day.
Notice how Seeker slides around pretty much every corner as well. That's to make sure that his head is going to be at a height which is difficult to hit that initial shot. Try and wobble the opposition's aim as soon as you can. Oh! Speaking of wobbly aims, at least he's there to get the melee. That was a oh crap moment where he said, I've got to go for the melee, otherwise I'm going to whiff completely. But all the meanwhile, Ascend were doing enough to still control the map, and they take quite a significant lead now.
Just up by over a double then. Sniper rifle in the hands of a man that can do a lot of damage with it. It's going to be with Legend. Trying to help and provide cover fire for his teammate, and Seeker unable to do so, but Legend trying to find the body. That player positioned across the map, unfortunately not able to land anything of significant damage, and forced to back off for now as he rotates towards back tower. Controls going back and forth. 1v1 engagement here towards garage. Grenade comes through. 4 shots. It wasn't even required. SLG falls by the wayside.
And those are some of the most important 1v1 engagements that you'll find here on Stronghold's live fire. If you lose them, you can sometimes lose over 10 seconds of time to another team just because they're able to keep control of either A or C when those fights are going down. And Snipe Drone is just one of those players who does win those individual fights time and time again. And Quadrant now stuck in a little bit of a spawn cycle where they're struggling to push out. They don't know whether they should be pushing towards B or whether they should be pushing towards A. The difficulty is, if you push round towards that power-up side, you leave yourself very vulnerable to being spawn-trapped. If you go towards pillars, you can be outshot by the angles that the other team can be taken. So this is a real struggle for Quadrant at the moment.
Over 100 points of unanswered time. A and B still in control of Ascend, and like Dan speaks of, it's a real struggle now for Quadrant to battle their way back into this game. Caught on real staggered spawns. Nurex hit once again. And that means 2 members will go down for Quadrant, and it's so hard just to get another foothold in this game because Ascend have their foot in the gas here and they're not letting off.
And it is worth noting and remembering that we do think Ascend are one of the best teams on Strongholds in any region. It's been noted by some of the best American players as well. They said, look, when we played Ascend on LAN, they were different gravy when it came to their Strongholds playstyle. It's so difficult that they can switch up the pace whenever they want. They'll pressure you, they'll go for those trip caps, but when they do have the double cap and they know they have to hold the double cap, the angles they take and the spawns that they force make it so irritating to play against. And Quadrant will know that. Quadrant, in scrims, they consistently lose Strongholds to Ascend. They know, looking at these game types, that this is probably not where they find their victory. They just want to put up as much of a fight to try and stay warm and try and stay in it.
Ascend only require now less than 30 points to secure game 1 in this best-of-5 grand finals. Quadrant, try as they might, have been unable to do what we asked of them to match the pace. After the opening strats, it was been very much Ascend. Once they got control, they showed no signs of letting off, and Legend into a good engagement here, bottom middle, faced with 2 members of Quadrant. Ultimately, finally gets taken down, but the damage is done. 4 dead now for Quadrant.
Notice how when Ascend went a couple of seconds down there, when they lost the Strongholds, they didn't just jump in one to try and win it back. Instead, they all grouped up, they took the fights, they got the slays first, and then they jump in the Strongholds. Now it's another total control, and points are really being racked up. I think this one is probably done and dusted.
This one, very shortly, will go into the history books, and there we have it. Game 1, Ascend draw first blood in our grand finals. They go up 1-0 in the series.
And this is a performance that we expected from Ascend. They are far better when it comes to Strongholds than any other team in the region right now. It was looking promising to start with from Quadrant. They were matching them pace-wise. Starting strategy seemed to be there. SLG was hitting shots with a sniper. They were feeling it, but then the honeymoon period kind of died a little bit, and Ascend went, oh yeah, we're just far better than them when it comes to this game type. Let's turn it on again, shall we, lads? And that's what happened. Legend started to pop off the slays. You can see he got 20 kills and just the 10 deaths. Kills all around the board, it has to be said. SLG tried to do as best as he could to keep up with his slaying department, but I don't think that one is too disheartening for the Quadrant roster. They will know full well that with this best-of-5 series, they were likely to lose any sort of Strongholds, and maybe it's good to get it out of the way for game 1, because now they can just reset themselves, say, look, let's pretend it's 0-0, let's focus on what else is in front of us.
It's an important point you raised, Dan. Perhaps looking at the series layout and they've seen that Stronghold's live fire was going to be game 1, that they almost disregarded, okay, listen, likelihood is here, with the way scrims have gone, we're going to go down 1-0 in the series. Let's almost look and turn our attentions to the recharge layer, and that's where our series is going to start. So do they need to get on the board here nice and early and get some lovely kills to get themselves back into the series?
Yeah, I think that when they look at what's elsewhere in the series, a bizarre CTF, which Ascend won very much narrowly, they know full well they could win that game type. And then when they look at Oddball Streets, that was a game type that was then won by Quadrant. So there's two that they could really get victories here. I think the worrying one for me is Slayer Aquarius as game 5, because they did get hammered 50-31 in scrims, and I know the scrims aren't everything, but that certainly paints a picture to suggest that Ascend have the better on them on that game type. But the perfect way to answer back now is Recharge Slayer. They didn't play against each other on scrims recently, so it's not necessarily a game that is going to be hyper-focused on me in terms of statistics, because both of them have found success in various different scrims on this game type. But when you look at how Ascend play Recharge, they're terrifying to go up against. As soon as you are on the spawn or off the spawn and there's only a couple of you up, Ascend will be pushing those advantages. They don't necessarily hold angles constantly. It's more Snipe Drone will sit top gold or top elevator, and the rest of the French roster just swarm you as a 3. It's very infuriating to play against, but it is certainly enjoyable to watch them do it at their best.
Here we go then. Game 2. Who's going to be at their best? Only time will tell when the 12 minutes is up as who will lock this one in. But 2 kills go the way of Quadrant right off the bat. It's a terrible start for Quadrant early doors.
Yeah, Quadrant just losing a couple of players, make it 3. Snipe Drone able to put a third one in there.
Oh no.
And Seeker managing to make it 4. So all 4 members of Quadrant temporarily eliminated from the server. And you say, oh no, and we know why. Because if Ascend managed to get a 5, 6, 7 kill advantage, you know that they usually push on from that, where it becomes a very one-sided affair, where it suddenly is 10, 15 kills, and we've got a spectacular on our hands. Quadrant can't allow that to happen, but they're already 9-2 down. It's not good signs. They need a fresh 4 dead on the side of Ascend to get back into this game. They can't allow Ascend to run away with it.
Really to reset momentum here, and there we go. 2 more kills go the way of Ascend. They're showing no signs of slowing down here, much to my dismay. Really want to see Quadrant make a series of it, but by no means are they out of things here. Like Dan speaks of, they get a fresh 4 dead, they can certainly turn their fortunes around, but when challenges like that come through and Snipe Drone hits BR shots just like that, it's a long road ahead.
It's an interesting one, Recharge, as well, because Ascend were able to win Recharge Strongholds in the scrims, but Quadrant won the Recharge Oddball game. So both of them know how to play this map. It's an entirely different affair, of course, when Slayer comes into it, and sometimes it can be really tough if you do find yourself a significant amount of kills behind to get back into the game, because there isn't necessarily that many tools to try and worm your way in terms of power weapons. You've got the shock rifle, but that only works in the best of players' hands, and even though there are players capable, i.e. SLG, you've got to get that shock rifle. It's in such an awkward position on the map that you leave yourself so vulnerable unless you've got a grapple trying to pick that one up.
From 9-2 to 17-11. So very much still a lot of breathing room between these 2 teams as we go back and forth, and we will see another camouflage. You can see Legend just baiting it here expertly, realizing that if he drops down, it will be to almost certain death, and he didn't even get to leave the blue box before being sent to the black. And this engagement still going down for camouflage all the while, trading back and forth. Nobody been able to secure it just yet. It looks as though Quadrant are in certainly the best position to pick it up, and there we have it. SLG scoops it up and pops it straight into his chest.
Yeah, nice string of kills there for Quadrant, and good listening from SLG. Needs to stay alive. This camouflage could be very important. Snipe Drone's peppering him from that shock rifle position that I spoke of, but SLG got called out, and that's such good quick reactions from Legend to jump in and ensure that that camouflage won't play a part anymore.
It's a 4-kill game though. Quadrant have clawed their way right back into things here. A fresh 4 dead, like we speak of, will do their confidence the world of good. Unfortunately though, Legend hits all those shots and sends Nurix home packing. SLG picks up 2 though, so honors even. A 3-kill game now all of a sudden.
And I think this will give Quadrant a lot of confidence. When you look down at that scoreline and you're 7, 8 kills behind, you start to get a little bit deflated. But the fact that that's been able to be significantly closed between the two teams will at least show that, you know, we can get back into this game. Let's not give this one up just yet. Even if they manage to do it again, we know we can pull it back with a nice amount of kills. Maybe a camouflage can help us do it. I think it will be difficult if Snipe Drone gets hold of a shock rifle. And as I say that, Snipe Drone gets 2 kills in the kill feed. He's picked up the snipe rifle and he's set up shop at top gold, and he is on a tear right now.
Let's transition to Eyes, and they look at that. They already know. Straight over to Snipe Drone to see what he can do with the shock rifle. Can he get cooking? Has he got some cooking oil? Unfortunately for him, no, it says no. Shut down by Nurex. Chick also picks up one on the Sika. Shady wants a bit of that action, and he will get a piece of it. That's a double kill for the boys on Quadrant. But still, all this time, a 6-kill game.
Crazy, really. The Snipe Drone gets 4 kills back-to-back. As soon as we go onto his POV, he goes straight down. If you talk about an observer curse, a caster curse, that was very much prominent in that situation. 6-kill game, as you say, and you know, Chick and Quadrant, they're working in tandem here. They're working together, and that's what you need from one of your star players in Chick. He really has stepped up for this roster. There was a lot of questions around his name when they originally formed, but he is very much needed for this team of 4.
Seek it. Anything you can do, Chick, I can do too. And picks up a double kill in the feed. And also Legend's going to take him down bottom middle. And that will drop the shock rifle. And perhaps any chance that they had of making further inroads into this score and cutting this deficit. Still a 6-kill game. And the more this goes on, Dan, they're going to start running out of lives very soon.
Certainly not easy when you are turning around every single corner and there's a member of Ascend already drilling you in the backside. And Ascend know they just need to trade out kills at this point. As long as they're running in 2s, they're going to make this difficult for Quadrant. And we know Ascend, they're usually running in 3s. And Snipe Drone's usually just doing his own thing, having a la-di-da day and probably getting kills whilst he's doing it as well.
Chick gets a double kill then. That's going to help his cause. Getting his team right back into things here on this Slayer, on Recharge, excuse me. Different map. Chick and Urix, though, pick up 2 in the feed. To make this, once more, a 5-kill game. Sika hits the respawn screen as well, and is that going to open up the map just a touch? But it's a full man push into a double kill grenade. A 2-kill game, triple kill for Chick. Huge plays.
The repulsor massive in that scenario. They came flying, as Ascend always do, but being able to repulse them back into the grenades he'd already thrown. Chick was probably laughing into himself, having a little giggle, whilst Ascend probably a bit frustrated in that scenario, thinking they'd be able to pick up a couple of kills. And suddenly, Quadrant are right back into this. They're asking the right questions against Ascend here. A really important set of slays coming up, though. First one going to Ascend.
It's traded out, though. Now just a 1-kill game all of a sudden. Camouflage in the chest of Sika, though. He's been spotted out and taken down, eliminated, erased from the map. Still 1 kill, but only 5 kills required here for Ascend.
Chick on 17 kills. You want to give him some sort of power weapon now. It's a 2-kill game. Ascend 4 off winning. Fragger in a sticky situation, has to make sure he survives. He's going to be getting called out. Got to be careful as everyone is pinching him. Really good movement from Ascend, though, to ensure they won that fight. They got that kill, but did they give up map position?
Fragger desperately in no man's land. 1 kill required here for Ascend, and the comeback was on, but it's been snuffed out. 50 kills to 45. Ascend take game 2.
It was just too much of a lead there for Ascend, wasn't it? And that was always going to be my worry, even though, you know, comebacks happen, and we've seen comebacks from Quadrant today, especially the CTF Aquarius game earlier on. It's not easy when you're playing against a team like Ascend who are so good at reacting to callouts. You noticed how Fragger was weak and he was trying to desperately get away. Goes into control, he walks into a player from Ascend. He drops back down, Snipe Drone's there staring him in the face at bottom middle saying, where you going, bro? We want this kill, we just need to trade out at this point. And yeah, a very successful game for Ascend. And, you know, it's tough to take for Quadrant because it was a close one in the end. But I just think they gave up too many kills in the early stages when they were down by 7 or 8. And that just gave Ascend the platform to push on.
Taking a look at then the tail of the tape, damage-wise, Shady coming out with 4,400. But on the other side of things, Dan, Chick picking up 5k, and the only player in the lobby to do just that. You spoke about how they needed to put a power weapon in his hand, but did he just run out of time in that game?
I think he did run out of time, and that was because Ascend was so quick to push. They didn't allow there to be any time. They they don't hesitate and they don't get scared in those situations. Lottie was asking the question earlier, like she wants to see Ascend in uncomfortable scenarios, but every time we see them in an uncomfortable scenario, they don't look like they're struggling. They always seem to have a plan. They're always so confident to get into those fights. They don't turtle up, they don't back off. You even saw in Pipes, all three of them come flying here at Chick. And actually, you know, he was so close to picking up an overkill there. But after getting that first one, I know it was only a triple, but that could have very easily been one of the best overs that we've seen so far today. But after all it's said and done, Quadrant, they come close, but not close enough. Ascend are 2-0 up in this series, which moves us into Capture the Flag Bazaar, which in scrims was very close, but did go in favor of Ascend. So Ascend eyeing up yet another 3-0 grand final here. Quadrant, they need not only a reverse sweep, but they need a bracket reset and then to win yet another series. So everything's stacked against the Quadrant roster right now.
There's a lot of games that Quadrant need to win. Ascend need to win just one, and they can do it here and now in our grand finals. Game 3, Bazaar CTF, and Quadrant, they're staring down the barrel of elimination. They'll be quietly content with how this tournament has gone so far, but how they would love to finally get one over on Ascend.
Oh, I mean, I think Quadrant envy Ascend. And certainly when you look at the history of these two teams, and SLG used to be on this roster, I mean, imagine being the mindset of SLG watching this Ascend roster flourish. He was part of that record. You know, we say, like, ever since this team was a 3, ever since 2019 of October, they've never lost. Like, SLG was part of that history. But now he's not on that team, no longer. He formed this new French God Squad, which you thought were going to be able to compete, and they do compete. But unfortunately, they always come second best to Ascend. And it would be such a sweet, sweet taste of victory if they were able to one day take down Ascend. But at 2-0 down, their backs against the wall, it's not going to be easy.
SLG then, former teammates of the boys on Ascend. Jimbo there for a little while during the off-season, and now Snipe Drone, the direct beneficiary of that team changing. Now he's never looked back, and he's been able to flourish in this team, and 2 kills go in the favor of Quadrant, although Nurex is going to pull this flag over towards this palm trees area, getting tagged up in the back just a touch, and has Legend positioned above him. Team shots coming through as well. That's not going to help his cause one bit.
It really isn't. I mean, it's such a difficult map to play when you're trying to force yourself through these little choke points and you're so vulnerable to grenades, and you know waiting around the corner could be someone with a plasma pistol, with a mangler. You've got to be so cautious, but you also have to be confident. You have to be aggressive. So sometimes the map just goes against you, and that's why so many players don't like or don't enjoy playing it. But those who do enjoy play it find so much success because it just fits their playstyle.
Ascend, like the Grim Reaper, they've already knocked on a few doors. They've already eliminated some teams, and Quadrant is the final stop for the day. They're looking to make it the 4P. Back to back to back to back. We can keep on going. Any more tournaments, they'll probably win them, and Sika wins that gunfight. Turns 1 into 2. Fragger last man alive, positioned over towards Bar Bridge, and that's him taken care of as well. 4 dead here for Quadrant.
4 dead for Quadrant. Flag is moving as well, and I spoke about it earlier. The consistency of Ascend's flag runs, they're flawless. They very rarely make mistakes. So Snipe Drone, please don't make me look like a fool. But we get off the POV anyway. It doesn't matter too much. But it looks like this one is going to be tucked away. 1-0 to Ascend, and they get one step closer to winning yet another grand final.
Snipe Drone's hand safe as houses with that flag, secures it, brings it all the way home, and tucks it into bed. Grenade goes over towards Chick. No doubt that information has come the way of Snipe Drone. I love this awareness from him, recognizing that Chick could challenge at any point in time. The chicken scrambles out of bottom mid, knows exactly what's about to transpire. It's going to be a gunfight. It's straight up, knuckles on knuckles, and unfortunately for Snipe Drone, he goes by the wayside.
With Quadrant here, they're holding as much of the middle map as they can, but it seems like every time they try and get aggressive to even think about a flag pool, there's someone from Ascend to stop them. Look at the hesitation as they go into tree. At least that's worked out, but they know full well there could be someone waiting, which they are. Good call-outs and good reactions from Quadrant, but Ascend seem to be trading it out and making it so tough for Quadrant to actually get in that base.
Ascend defense once more. Fragger, though, on that flag podium, is going to get the pull. Rocket launchers in the hands of Nurex. This could be pivotal in securing a flag cap for his team. Legend's going to get dealt with handily. That's going to be a double kill, and Nurex picks up 2. Gonna pick up the thruster pack to boot as well to get himself out of dodge if need be. But unfortunately for them, Ascend have mid-map control.
Mid-map control. Hold on to so much right now, and they can really force Ascend back. And Quadrant, look at them hesitating. SLG trying to get this flag moving, but he doesn't know where Ascend are right now. He's so reluctant, but at least he's able to move it successfully. No fumbles this time, and there's a lot of pressure on SLG's back right now because he either has to move this flag or go for kills.
And he's eaten all of that grenade as Overshield was about to pop. I wonder if he hesitates just a touch to secure that Overshield for his team. He decided against it, and Shady instead is going to be the direct beneficiary of that. Overshield popped into his chest, and here comes the Ascend push of their own.
Rush the spawns, a couple of them for Quadrant, so at least they're in a position to really fight this, but just look how difficult it is to actually even win an individual engagement with the movement we're seeing from Ascend. And Legend saying, you know what, screw it, I can't be bothered to take this fight, let's just get a flag moving. That'll force them out of their hidey holes. Got to be careful though, because SLG's managed to flank. That's something that Quadrant have done well. They've been overextending in this game to a point where Ascend haven't been able to keep tabs on them. And now SLG doing his job, at least moving that flag far enough that they can make something work here.
You shook me, Dan. You said hidey hole, and now I'm just saying hidey hole. But SLG's moving that flag over towards double doors, and Shady's going to be trying to get the stop. Unfortunate for him, he's not going to be able to do so. And SLG uncontested now, free flag route. It's 1-1 in the flag game. Signs of life.
Yeah, game on. I mean, this is similar to how it went into the scrims. They were really struggling to get those flags, both teams, and it came down to just one last flag that Ascend were able to get the slays, and Quadrant struggled to overextend. But both Fragger and SLG have done so well to get behind enemy lines, and Fragger's going to try and do it once more. This is when you need to be keeping a keen eye on the kill feed. Jake has managed to get one, but as I say that, Seeker comes back and spots out Fragger. He was hoping to be a nuisance there, watch the kill feed, and then pull the flag after a couple of kills, but it doesn't work out on this occasion.
Trying to be a thorn in the side then. This next 20 seconds is going to be pivotal. Mid-map control is going to be so important here with Overshield and rocket launchers about to pop, and whoever secures that could well and truly take the lead, take this game by the scruff of its neck. Game 3 members down momentarily, make it 2 as Seek and Snipe Drone try and contest for these power weapons and power-ups, and Snipe Drone does just that, picking up Fragger here. Overshield has just popped up, nobody able to get their hands on it. Same story for the rocket launcher, but Quadrant have control here, and here comes the push.
That rocket doesn't get a kill, but it does get cleaned up. That one didn't get a kill, but it does get cleaned up. And even though the rocket's maybe not doing the finishing damage, the initial damage to allow Quadrant to push up now, Nurik's in the position where he can pull this flag, and it's about where the rest of the team is set up. As long as they've got someone watching down towards Trench and watching pillars, then this could be a flag run that finds success, because Ascend have already put one player to try and get behind enemy lines, but he was caught out.
Legend was that man caught out. 2 kills go in favor of Ascend, but Legend and Shady also in the respawn screen. Not going to be able to get anywhere near this flag, and we're going to see Quadrant take the lead 2-1 with 5 minutes left on the clock.
Game on. This is what we need from Quadrant. We need a bit of life. If they're able to win this one, they go into game 4 with a game type that they do have a favorable advantage on when it comes to results, when it comes to practice. So they know how important it is to get the victory here. 2 initial games, they were the outliers. They haven't played each other recently, and it was Ascend who were able to take them. But now Quadrant demonstrating that they're a little bit more awake. They are ready to face this Ascend roster, and they can compete. Now they just need to hold on. 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. You could play defensive. Arguably, you've seen teams do it before, but I think they just need to try and carry on what they're doing. Continue to be that sneaky presence. Send one behind. Be a nuisance to Ascend.
Seeing how difficult it can be to defend against Ascend, particularly with so much time left on the clock. 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but Nurex picks up a killing spree. Make that a double kill as well. All the medals getting tagged onto his chest. He's going to send that flag home to boot. That's exactly what Quadrant needed to close out game 3.
+9 for Nurex at the moment. He's really starting to heat up when he needed to. SLG getting those kills, but unfortunately there are spawns that are happening nearby. I think Quadrant just can't afford to be in a position where they try to commit to a flag and allow themselves to go all 4 dead in the middle of the map and give everything back to Ascend, and that overshield isn't going to help either.
Here is the overshield. Snipe Drones looking to get face to face. Looking to clear out a little bit of the ruckus. We're seeing this player getting hot and busy with it. It's going to be Chick discarded, disregarded. But Nurex is on the other side. He's leaked through. Can he be the one to stop this flag and really plant the seed of doubt in the heads of Ascend? They now recognize they have to stop him before maybe advancing their flag, but they do that handily. And Shady has the flag through double doors. 4 dead for Quadrant. They're in big trouble. They're on the ropes.
Snipe Drone was getting hot and hitting it, and Shady getting jiggy with it. You need to make sure you've got everyone on the same wavelength, and it does seem like Ascend, when they do manage to be on the same page, they're so difficult to play against. There we go, and all 4 dead on the other side. Quadrant able to show what they were able to be doing, but Seeker off spawn is being a real nuisance. And that's unfortunate for us.
Seeker in the bar. Dishing out nothing but murder and death. That's not what you want to go to, at least. Any Yahoo reviews, that's going to be a 1-star bar. I'm not going in there anytime soon. Seen 2-2 the score here now. Flag has been moved once more. Chick got it over towards the double doors, but Seeker's locked in a double kill for his team, and to see someone drop on it's going to be Nurex, but he's met with an uppercut to the jaw. But a flag touch to keep this one alive.
Really important flag touch as well. It's so dangerous because you know you're going to die, but someone has to do it. And who else but SLG, the leader of this squad, as now that flag is so close to being scored. But Quadrant, they have to slay. But Ascend are getting the kills in their favor. Snipe Drone gets one onto Chick, and will get the return. It was so close, but so far.
So tantalizingly close the flag was to being capped. It was right on the doorstep. They just needed to answer the door and welcome it in, but unfortunate for them, Snipe Drone comes up huge. Their flags, as a result of that's on the move, and it's already gotten through the double doors. CK looks as though he could be about to put his hands on it. What can Quadrant do here to stop this flag?
We saw how good the callouts and the reactions were there from Ascend, because about 8 nades came towards Snipe Drone, but they were from his own team. The flag being moved and the flag being successfully run once more. No fumble, no hesitation. Ascend take the lead with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Quadrant are only moments away from their elimination, and Ascend are moments away from once more a victory in the grand finals.
Quadrant running out of sand in the glass. It has to be done here and now. They've only got a minute left. Needs to be a flawless push. Snipe Drone's going to lose his life. That's going to help their cause no end. Flag position down towards bottom middle double doors. Player down to no shield is going to be Fragger, but he is stopped right at the doorstep. Again, SLG picks up a kill, turns his attentions once more, looking to pick the triple kill up, but Shady shuts him down.
Shady has to win this fight as well. He wanted to sit in the return, but he had to do the damage. Snipe Drone's there to get the assist. They get the re once more, and they're going to run this one, but that re was so massive. Quadrant was so close again. Tantalizingly close, as you say. And for Ascend, it's just 35 seconds of ensuring Quadrant can't get out of their base.
Shady, just to rub salt into the wounds, add insult to injury. He's going to run yet another flag. It is going to be stopped this time around, but there's no more time. You have to go now. There's no time to stick or twist. It has to be full-on aggression. No time to wait for the power weapons. You have to get this flag pull right now. Ascend, recognize that. They're playing full defense now. They're set up. SLG is going to soar in, but it's only to fire and brimstone.
So unfortunate. You're not able to get that pull. You're not even able to get sudden death. Ascend have done it again. It doesn't matter who you talk about as history makers, whether it be the LA Lakers, the Colts, Bayern Munich, for their unbeaten records in sports. Ascend are starting to put themselves in esports history here because they just keep winning. They haven't lost a series since October 2019, and it just seems like this record is going to carry on. Of course, I'm talking about in European competition. I know they lost series in American competition, but in Europe, they are the heavy hitters, Jersey, and it just seems like no one can get close right now.
Ascend have risen all the way to the pinnacle of European Halo. They really are the flagship over here. That's how these teams should really model how they play. Whether it be the pace or the raw gun skill, they're unmatched at times. Although Ascend did show signs of life, they did push them all the way, and particularly in that game of CTF flag. 3-2 the resultant score. Seeka, what a performance out of him, but again, legend with 6,900 damage, Dan. Unbelievable performance.
It was just how clutch they came, like every single time. Quadrant was so close to getting that flag in. They got it into their own courtyard, and it was within touching distance, within grapple distance of scoring. But Ascend were always there with that extra nade, with that extra shot, and it's just as you thought. You'd taken down the last member, one more came flying through double doors or around through trench, and quite often it was Snipe Drone in that finishing position. As he always is, he's that guy who just listens to those call-outs. He's the last one to arrive to the party, but you know full well he's going to be the life of the party once he is there. He's hitting his shots, he's stopping those flags, and Ascend, they do it again. 3-0. Once more in the grand final. It doesn't matter if it's the lads, it doesn't matter if it's HMCA, it doesn't matter if it's Na'Vi. It seems even Quadrant can't take down this Ascend roster. We desperately are searching for someone to be able to stop this Ascend story, but it just keeps going.
They continue to be on the rise. And with the way it's shaken out, maybe it has to be a North American team that puts an end to this momentous run. There is confirmation of exactly how this series did pan out. 250 to 64. Strongholds live fire. 50-45 Slayer recharge and Bizarre CTF. Like we just seen. 3-2. It's a clean sweep for Ascend once more. Ascend doing Ascend type things.
And it's a shame we didn't get to Oddball Streets, which was arguably the best game type there for Quadrant. But I mentioned it at the top of the show. You need to be good in every single game type. And I know full well that, you know, best of five, sometimes they're going to favor certain teams with their better game types or their weaker game types. And I feel like Quadrant, they lost out a little bit on that. But I do feel like Ascend in general have more better game types than Quadrant do anyway. Lottie, Tony, I feel bad you didn't get to say anything prior, but that series was so quick. You're back on our screens once more, Eddie.
I mean, I gotta say, I can't be anything other than in awe right now of Ascend and what they are able to accomplish week in and week out. They really are untouchable at this point in time. Tony, I've got to ask you about Ascend because something that I have said a lot to describe them is how efficient they are. Their efficiency is just insane. And I think there was a moment there in that CTF game where it really kind of put it into perspective for me individually how efficient they are. I mean, Seeker being able to clear out bar like that, and it was so frantic but so also methodical, and the way that he rotated towards the outside of bar underneath and was able to stop a flag run through the double doors of the base from Quadrant all in one go. It was just absolutely amazing. The communication to be able to do that as well as a team has to be just so damn efficient. I mean, Ascend right now, for you, Tony, what did you notice out of their gameplay and how are you feeling about this unbelievably dominant team?
It's crazy to see. I mean, there's been plenty of teams out there that, you know, will run in twos, bait and switch, and win their individual gunfights. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of teams that have done that, but there's not that many teams that do that on top of being able to change the pace of the game. They can up the tempo at any given moment. The moment they get that initial slay, they will make you pay for going down in numbers. And then on top of that, being, like you said, being as objective efficient as they are, they seem like a perfect team when it comes to riding in on all of these EU Pro Series tournaments. They play near perfect Halo, and it's really tough. I don't know how you beat this team. I truly don't.
Yeah, I've got to say, it was just an absolute stellar performance from the start of the series, really. I mean, obviously, we know Strongholds for Ascend is just their bread and butter. This team are just untouchable completely on Stronghold. It's just absolutely amazing. But I've got to say, I'm really impressed with Quadrant at this point in time. I mean, it's not like that they've been, you know, kind of growing as the season's gone on and they've got better and better. They really did fall off just a little bit. And the fact that they've been able to bounce back the way that they have today, really, I've got to tip them for it. I've really got to take my hat off for them. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing stuff across the board from them too. And I think, obviously, in that final kind of map there on Bizarre CTF, I felt like I've seen the most teamwork out of them on that map and mode than I have honestly ever. The fact that they were able to keep it that close, especially after the CTF game on Bizarre that they had with HMCA, and how kind of scrappy some of those flag pulls looked. The way that they were able to kind of get things together again and pull quite efficiently was pretty mind-blowing there. And I've got to give a big shout out to Nurix as well. Nurix was playing so heads up. I loved the patience that I saw from him. At one point in time, he was defending their base so beautifully in the way that he was moving, and his patience and choices that he made there to defend the base were so good. Gaskin, I want to get your thoughts on Quadrant right now. Obviously, they were the latter part of this series here. They didn't manage to close it out against Ascend, but my goodness, are we seeing the Quadrant from old here?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a Quadrant who are back in almost their best form. And I say almost their best form because I've seen them play better against Ascend, and they know they've played better against Ascend, especially when it comes to scrims. Again, can be game type dependent, but the fact they were able to wrestle back from dropping out of the semi-finals and then come back through the lower bracket, especially after back-to-back top sixes previously. Beating Who Knows was always going to be a potential banana skin because, Who Knows had nothing to lose at that point. Their ceiling is top 6 at the moment. They would have loved to push to top 4, but then the lads' performance is even better. We didn't get to see it, but I'm sure that was an impressive one. The 3-0 against HMCA was just perfection. That's exactly what Quadrant need. They need to be that team who is able to win 3-0s, not go all the way to a best of 5, not go all the way to that final map. Unfortunately, Ascend are just that one step too far of every single team in Europe right now, so it's not going to be too disheartening. For Quadrant, they just need to go, all right, we've done our job. We've got back to top 2, but our next task, how do we beat Ascend? But unfortunately, everyone's asking the same question right now.
Yeah, it really is the question. How do you beat Ascend? How do you capitalize on mistakes that aren't really being made so much? Shozy, for Quadrant right now, what do they really need to kind of work on? I know it's hard to kind of find the formula to beat Ascend, but just in themselves and the way that they're playing their playstyle, their pacing, what do these guys now need to do to really elevate that?
Well, the last 2 weeks, they finished top 6, and now they're finally back to where I believe they belong, back in the top 2. I think consistency is key now for this team. They have to keep doing this, performing at this exact level, and then we have seen them take games off Ascend. We have seen them, seen Aquarius CTF games go the distance, and we've seen them trade flags back and forth. So I really want to see this team. Like we criticized them last week, and they answered the critics. Me and Dan, they shut us up this week. So I'm happy to be wrong, and I'm glad SLG and the boys are back in the top 2.
Hey, they're back in town. I'm very, very excited to see what Quadrant are going to do in the next following weeks. Of course, they do have lots of different open series to take part in. They have points to be gained. They also have prize money, but that is going to do it for our stint of Pro Series across this whole month. It's been absolutely amazing. I hope you guys have had the best time seeing what Europe has to offer. And really, it's competitiveness. Europe is filled with competitive teams. We have seen so many different battles trying to get into that top 2, trying to knock Ascend off their pedestal, and nobody has managed to touch them yet. So I'm excited to see what the next couple of months for Europe is going to do for our teams here, and how many of them will be able to bounce back with might. Boys, you've been absolutely outstanding, of course, and I just want to say a massive, you really have, Shozy. You've been chef's kiss, absolutely incredible. A huge thank you to DreamHack as well, who have been with us for the past month. And DreamHack are going to be back for Anaheim, which leads me on to talk about what is coming up next. Of course, you guys at home can enjoy another LAN event. We're going to have our NA regionals happening very, very soon. You can tune in on the 11th of February, where we will be battling with North America's finest to find out exactly who is still on top. Will it be Cloud9? Will it be someone else? Who knows? You'll have to tune in to find out. But thank you so much for joining us yet again for another week of Pro Series. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Congrats to Ascend, who are still the absolute kings of Europe. And we will catch you in the next Pro Series, which will be in a couple of weeks. But we'll still be here. Thank you so much and good night.